I just realized I don't have your video. You're not showing up on Video Ninja.
Is it not? How is it already scuffed? Oh my god.
Oh, that's
Is
looking
it
like.
showing up now?
Uh, no.
Okay, wait, let me just let me
Like I see myself on yours, but I don't see you on mine.
okay, wait. Hold on. That's strange. All right, let me just fix that for why?
Well,
Every time this happens.
have you launched it?
Yes, I have it launched.
Want to resend me the link and maybe I can put it back in?
Yeah, that would probably be the better option here.
Because I saved mine, so and now it's a static.
I saved mine as well, and it's just I guess it's just not popping up, so I just reloaded it.
Okay, yeah. So the pin's different now. So add.
Does it work now?
Yeah. It works now.
It works? Okay, great. What a great another great start. Every single time. It's the Revine curse.
Whatever.
Anything I do, I break.
Who cares? This is all for funsies.
That is true. That is true. Whew, good God. So am I lagging or anything, or everything's all right?
Well, I'm watching your stream at the same time on mute, so uh, it looks fine. But I'm just only hearing
Yeah.
you through Discord, so
Okay. Can they hear you?
I don't know. Chat, both chats, my chat and her chat. Can you hear me?
Fun. That is true. Can you all hear Zenlar?
Oh, shut up,
Uh,
Porian. Yeah, they can hear me. Okay,
okay, so
can
everyone can
everyone
hear
hear
me.
Revine?
Seems like so.
Okay, good.
Hi, Purple Hair. Thanks for following. Oh, wow. Okay, so great. Our audio is fine. For once, audio is fine. What wasn't fine was me. Again. Not like that. Not like that's ever actually anything different.
Well, again, this is all like a learning experience, and it'll just be fine with time. And I guess what happened probably was it probably didn't save your instance properly, and so it had to give you a new code. So that's probably all it was.
See. Don't know why that wasn't the case. I'm pretty sure I saved it.
Whatever. At least we know it's a quick fix.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, hi everybody. So all we're doing today is just chatting. The overarching subject is our chosen one, which is general science, and me picking on Revine for still being in school.
Okay, all right. I guess that's just how it has to be.
Well,
Always.
well, you just had exams. So what exams did you have?
Three, no, two biology exams, one after the other. Uh, one was on Thursday, the other one was on Friday. All of them were anatomy and physiology. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun.
I did not care. Like I didn't have those specific courses and stuff, but even in intro bio and the couple of bio courses I took, I was never fond of like identifying things. It's just like remember all these here different parts and these systems and stuff. I'm like I don't give a shit.
I still don't really give a shit. God, I'm going to be a dentist in the future. Why do I care what happens to the whatever systems in the body? I only care about the mouth.
Well, that's the thing. Like once you get to dentist school, you're only going to be studying one thing, and you're going to be really good at that one thing.
Thank God I didn't go and become a med student.
Well, it depends. It depends. Once you if you were to go hardcore in the med, you can go for a specialization and then become good at that one thing. Unless you were to be a GP.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. But then again, there is also certain situations for dentists, depending. on which specialization you go into. That you do have to perform surgery, so that's technically med still.
Well, most of the dentists I've dealt with did have their dental surgery certifications and stuff, so it almost seems like a thing to do. But I don't know if it's like
Yep.
required for as a baseline.
It is required as a baseline. If you don't know how to do it, you're not technically considered a doctor of dental surgery, which you need to be a dentist.
Okay, I always kind of figure as much, but I never inquired about it. So good to know.
It's not fun when I consider the fact that I still have to take a scalpel at some point in my life and then cut someone's mouth and do all sorts of things. Ugh, God, please.
I don't know how many dissections labs have you had so far in bio.
I'd say a couple, but all of them are either on animals or they just give us the organs themselves, which isn't really considered a dissection lab, but I don't think we get to use actual human corpses unless you go to med school and you go in your first year.
Really, first year? I'd figure they'd save that for later.
I don't know. From what I recall, it's either like you kind of first encounter them in your first year, but I don't know if you're actually allowed to cut them.
I got a sideways wisdom tooth. How are you gonna get that out otherwise? Well, here's the thing with sideways wisdom teeth. So I have Marfan syndrome, so my hard connective tissue was shit, including my teeth. So my wisdom teeth came literally horizontal. So what they do is they do surgery on your gum. So like they open it up, and what they do is they slice it into little chunks, and then they pick it out.
Yeah, that he's completely right on that. Depending on how it is, I'm pretty sure from what we use, it's like deeply, like kind of pressurized water to kind of like, what is it? Almost sculpted out in a sense.
Well, that's the thing. It depends. Like for me back in the day, water cutters weren't really things, so they had to use the little tiny Dremels.
Oh, yeah, there is that as well. From what I know, they can also do more than just that. There's multiple drills, or they'll just like cut a portion of it out and then just yank the rest of it out as
Well,
long as
yeah,
they have the ability to.
well, that's the thing because like I've seen in my lifetime, the tools and techniques for dentistry like improve and change over years. Like I still have like silver amalgams for fillings and stuff, but then I also have like the new enamel stuff. So
Well, yeah, that is true. I wasn't it the reason we didn't use silver anymore was because of how easily it degraded in the mouth?
I forget exactly, but I remember the really old silver amalgams were kind of dicey because I think some of them also had mercury. Like the
Yes, that's why they were toxic.
Yeah. No, I think I was like the last one of the last runs for like the silver amalgams
Oh, that's interesting.
or what or
Has it
what or
been giving you
whatever
any problems?
or whatever the composition was. No, I never had any problems.
Oh, that's nice. Normally, I've been told that with old fillings, normally people have problems with it and then they have to get it refilled with like the new stuff that they use now, which is normally I have to remember the word, but
It's
it's
some
something else entirely.
Yeah, like the new stuff is some kind of quick drying polymer, but I remember looking up exactly what it was, but it's one of those things I don't use it daily, so it's just like okay, satisfy curiosity, but then I forget about it later.
Don't they still use mercury amalgam? Actually, yes, he is correct. Arkia is correct on this. For certain fillings, they do still use mercury. I don't exactly know because I think I saw a video about it because of course I watch dentistry videos. Why wouldn't I? Um, but they do still use mercury, but it's not as toxic anymore. I think they were using it with a mix of other metals that kind of offset mercury's uh ability to be toxic to the human being. So
Well,
I'm not sure on that.
Well, it's like medicine preservatives, like vaccine preservatives and stuff. If you actually look at the ingredients list, you're like, oh my god, all this stuff. But no, it's there for a reason. Same thing with the filling compositions.
Yeah, exactly. Basically chemicals being agonists to one another or permissive, it doesn't really matter, but actually no, that fully matters. Um, it
It matters as long as it works properly in the way it's intended.
Exactly. Exactly. That's how it should be. I don't question it as long as it helps me.
I don't know.
And there's
I do like the new polymer like whatever the polymer they use nowadays and stuff because literally it's white and it matches your teeth and it's damn well in there once they put it in.
Oh yeah, very true. And the way you can use it to like just kind of sculpt it to the teeth instead of having to do all the messy gritty stuff with the old fillings is much nicer in how it is. Because then you only ever need to like basically set it with a UV light at the very end, so you can just have all the time you need to just make it as close enough to how the original tooth was
Well,
before.
you have to remember they don't put that paste on all at once. They do it in layers.
Yep, that is true. That is also true. Yeah, I remember that. They set it once at, I think there's normally 3 layers that they go through because depending on
That
how
sounds
deep your
right.
cavity was,
Yeah. Oh,
I think
uh,
they can get away with.
my dentist also has like a one of those professional dental 3D printers. So when I had to get a crown put in and stuff, he literally 3D printed me a new tooth.
Oh my god. Yeah, I've heard about those too, and I was like, that's why don't we not just use this more often?
Well, it's new and baby steps kind of thing stuff, but I've had this thing for years. It's doing fine, and hell, if it ever
It works.
cracks, I still have like the base they can attach it to. So if it ever gets up the ghost, he just prints out a new one.
Yeah, and then just like paste it right back on.
Yeah, it's great. Like
It is great.
yeah, like the fact is you can do that kind of stuff with technology now for teeth and stuff. I was kind of okay. Since I have a heart condition, I have to go in for MRIs every few years and stuff. So I'm not eligible to get dental implants and stuff. I know titanium is not reactive with the magnets and stuff, but again, it's one of those precautionary things and stuff. But the day that the rest of my teeth give up the ghost and stuff, the option to go with like 3D printed crowns and stuff, that actually really interests me.
Yeah, like, it's definitely a step forward for the technology that we use currently for dentistry. I mean, the same can honestly be said for the medical department, but that doesn't concern me as much. I think honestly, by the time maybe I even get my degrees and all the diplomas that I need to possibly be a dentist, it's probably going to be a lot easier to be doing some of the surgeries that a lot of people consider hard now. Like, say, for example, taking out a wisdom tooth or um, drilling. You've seen those videos, right? Where like they drill holes into the bottom of the jaw and then just like have that whole like 3D printed, not even 3D printed, could be like molded and plastered type of tooth. And then they put like a, what is it? Like a nail in it or a screw, and then they just screw it straight into your like mouth. And it's so satisfying. And it's also so much easier than having me to basically take it all out one at a time or like having to mold a new tooth up.
Yeah,
So
yeah, when you finish your education and then you come online for your actual profession and stuff, it's gonna be like the greatest time ever for dentistry when you get up and going.
oh yeah, absolutely. Um, I mean, I guess the only thing I'm scared of is the actual process because I'm gonna be so damn broke by the time I get to dental school. I'm gonna be like 20 figures in debt, even more.
Well,
Depends.
that's the trade off. That's a trade off for specializations. Like I had a shitload of debt too and stuff, but that was paid off in a few years just by making bank. And you're gonna be in the same boat. So you're just gonna have to tough it out, and then eventually you'll make dividends, and you'll just be golden.
Yeah, I agree. That's how I'm viewing it as well, because that's what everyone's been telling me. It's like you'll have to deal with the bitter stuff first before you get to the sweet stuff. And I was like, okay. I mean, it doesn't sound too bad of a process. Just the imagination of being so in debt is still mildly terrifying.
Well, yeah, yeah, and you're not going to be hitting the ground running when it comes to your salary and stuff because you're going to have to start off at the bottom. But trust me, it's going to go quick.
It should. I mean, like, dentists make quite a lot, so I wouldn't expect to be in debt for like dozens of years, probably just only like a very short few.
Yeah,
Which is
I'm doing the math in my mental Rolodex for me. Like I only oh fuck, what did I finish off for student loans? I think I had like 60 grand in student loans. I had my first job, and that then yeah, after my first job was around 2008. So the economy went tits up. So I was kind of a vagabond for a few years, making minimum payments. But after I got my last job, it only took me a good solid maybe 3 to 4 years to pay everything off.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 3 or 4 years should be roughly the same amount for me. And I agree with Vorpal here, especially if you become an oral surgeon. Yeah, if I become an oral surgeon, like yeah, I'm going to accumulate a lot of debt, but I know for a fact that I'm going to get rid of that debt just as fast, if not even faster.
Yeah, because when I had my job, I was paying down my student loans, and also I was paying off my vehicle and my house. So, but I was doing that like all at once. And then, fortunately, the company I worked for, they had a loan forgiveness program for first time homeowners. So pretty much what I did is when I got the company loan for my house and stuff, I put the down payment on the house and put the rest of paying off my student loans, which cleared it out. So I got lucky with that.
That's actually really nice. That's a good benefit. I don't know if
Yeah.
I've heard of that ever in
Well,
any other job though.
well, again, I'm a geologist and working for a mining company, so they want to move bodies, and they have to sweeten the deal for certain places. So especially like remote areas where I'm at right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, especially considering your profession, definitely. It wouldn't be the same for like dentists. We don't exactly have to move. We can just stay wherever we want to be.
Well, truth be
Also,
t-
Sigma, screw you. What do you mean how little you eat a day? You could pay your loans faster than the common human being. What? I told you it was a one-time thing, okay? Just a one time. Okay, so maybe I forget to eat consistently when I'm busy, but that doesn't mean I do it consciously. I don't mean to. I probably should eat more. I'm gonna be a dentist. I don't think anyone wants like a dentist with like eating disorders, like working on their mouths.
but just think of all the money you're going to save by not having cavities.
That's so true. I don't even think I have a cavity. I've never had a cavity. That's right. I've never had cavities.
Lucky people.
Oh, lucky people. Not gonna stay conscious for long if you don't eat. Uh, I eat occasionally. I have a balanced diet. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, for sure. I have a balanced diet. I
So,
totally do.
so anything you can balance on the head of a pin.
A leaf of lettuce, maybe? I don't even know what that can balance on top of a pin. I eat salads a lot, let's just say.
Salad. Oh God,
No, wait. I swear, I'm totally healthy.
I'm not. I had air fried bologna and potato wedges today for lunch.
I had oh shit. What did I have? Uh what did I have? Um uh Actually, I
If
don't
you
think
have
so.
to think about if you have to think about it that much, there's a very good chance you probably didn't.
I probably did. I forget. Okay, I'm very forgetful. Let's just say extremely forgetful. That's not my fault. I'm busy. It's not my fault. I swear. Uh, I mean, Harrow's worse than me. Look, he hasn't even eaten in 2 days.
Yes, but Harrow's on a shit ton of brain meds, so who knows? Who knows whether he ate or not?
That's and he's being consistently killed through specific types of literature. It's not my fault, but my responsibility. I forget my responsibilities to eat. That's uh a bit my fault. Not no. I'm gonna like delegate that responsibility over to perhaps the alarm that I put on to remind me that it's lunchtime. No, oh, you're right. He's on Adderall, Zenlar. He's on Adderall. Pop that pill right before anything, and you're fine.
I know. I don't think the Adderall will save him from you and M's corruption of Proctor's server with all the BL posting.
Okay, well, like, I mean, okay, I don't have like a good response to that other than I I will do my best to corrupt the rest of you.
How are you two outdoing a gay British man? Answer me that.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know, but it's working somehow. Honestly, I just came there and just like spat out whatever BL knowledge I had. And now everyone is always just anticipating that'll happen. It's like I'm grooming all of them to enjoy this.
I'm just
It's
waiting for you
beautiful.
to go into dentistry, have your first job, and your little chit chat will be the instant you find like a young lady who comes in and is like, "So, what do you read?" And then you'll recognize like a title or something. It's like, one of my kin.
I'm really hoping I do. I'm very much hoping I do. Absolutely. It should happen. If it does, ugh, life will be that's literally something off my bucket list. Finding some random person who's totally willing to just discuss BL with me for hours on end. Plus if it's during my job, having fun.
Heaven forbid you have like a dental hygienist listen to that, and you two will be just gossiping in the corner in between patients.
Oh my god, I would recommend so many works. So many. I'm not going to say my tastes on stream though. I don't want to scare anyone off yet.
Remember, these streams are a record, and there's a potential chance that any future employer can see these.
Uh, you know, I mean, people like LGBT things nowadays. It's not like it reflects poorly on me. Or maybe it does. Maybe it does reflect poorly on me that I know basically almost every BL work out there.
You do realize we live in Little China. You do know this, right?
Um, that is true. Yeah. That is true. That is very true. I mean, I can't find anything to refute that. I really can't. It's just
Well,
how it is.
it's either Little China or Northern Cuba.
Northern Cuba. I haven't heard of the Northern Cuba one. Sigma, stop recording.
Well,
Stop.
I call Canada Northern Cuba because of Castro Jr.
Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense now.
I don't want to get political and stuff, but I am well aware of his family history and stuff. And let's just say Pierre wasn't the most. What?
Mm.
Actually, if I were to say the proper word, it would probably violate Twitch TOS, so I'm not going to.
That's yeah, let's not say it. Let's not get Twitch on our asses today.
That's an insult to Castro. Thank you, Parian. Which is true. Okay, so back on topic. So what's on the docket for next semester for you?
Uh, okay, so it's going to definitely be more chemistry. I think I'm doing pharmaceutical um biology And I think there's going to be inorganic chemistry as well as the second part to the organic chemistry course that I took last year. Ugh,
Oh God,
I
organic is 2 credits. Ugh.
yeah, there's basically the organic and inorganic course are separated into two. Why? I don't know. I'm also concerned why some of the biology courses on anatomy and physiology are not literally just in the same class. They are the same thing. I don't know why they're taught separately. Because of specialization, there's no need for the specialization if they're the same thing.
I don't know because when I took paleontology, it actually ended up being invertebrates, and when I took invertebrates, it ended up being paleontology because we were literally studying the same classes and orders of organisms and stuff. It's just that ones were alive and ones were dead.
Ours wasn't like that much at all. I guess it is a bit different as in um one biology class is specifically for animals that aren't human beings, while the other one is. And then the other one was just neurons and the whole nervous system in its entirety. It's painful.
I can understand that. Like I remember I took mind and brain as an elective and stuff, and I thought it was giving me more psychology, but it actually ended up being more biology with a pharmaceutical bent. And that it was like, okay, here's how the brain works, and here's all these hosts of drugs that can affect the brain in these manners.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm learning the same thing currently in my course and how different sorts of drugs, as well as the neurotransmitters, um, made by either the pituitary or the, you know, even the adrenal cortex or just the brain in general. Let's not annoy people with all these big words. But uh concerning all of that, we were just basically mapping out how all of these different neurons in the body responded to each neurotransmitter. And then I realized I was doing the same thing in the other biology course. It's just that one was in general for all of humanity, and the other one was just neurons in general. But I was like, you can just combine the two of them. It doesn't change anything.
Well, the upside is you're getting repetition, so it force feedbacks loops itself, so you learn and it sticks in. So it's like it's a blessing in disguise kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, that is you're right. It does help with that, and I do basically retain the information better. It also just kind of feels like I'm taking the same exam like multiple times because they really aren't different, and what you learn from the previous one literally just translates into the next exam anyway for the other course. So it's pretty helpful in that manner. I mean, like it's easy A's to be honest, because I'm just studying the same thing anyway.
Well, easy A's are good. Like I remember when I was in second year geology, I accidentally took a couple of pre-intro courses, but they weren't flagged as such, and we were like halfway through before we kind of clued in. It's like me and my buddy were like, "Wait a minute, this is really easy." And we went to the prof and it's like, we don't think we should be here. And he was like, yeah, I kind of figure as much, but just think of it this way, it'll pad out your GPA and it does count towards your guys' degree. And we were like, okay, we won't tell if you won't tell. Like, thanks, boss.
Just don't say anything. If it feels like a bird course, treat it like a bird course and get your easy A.
Well, the thing was, the prof that kind of like hinted towards us is like, hey guys, so how you finding the course? And then it dawned on us, and he was just like, yeah, you guys can stick around. He was cool about it and stuff. And plus, I think that I actually, yeah, that was the year I failed Chem 2, so it actually did kind of help me out in padding out my GPA.
Oh, extremely so. Yeah, bro. I failed one of my math courses as an Asian, so I understand how that feels.
Shame
Uh,
for display.
what can I say? Math is hard. I might not be good at math, but that doesn't mean I'm bad at all other like at science. I'm actually quite good at science. It's just when math gets involved, I get pissy and I get angry and I get upset. All of chat is upset at me for for calling them maybe a bit stupid for not maybe not knowing some of these really large biology words. Yes, I know you know what a cortex is. I just don't want to bore you with it. Bro,
Uh,
it's not numbers. It's not just numbers. They're
uh,
not just numbers.
I don't know. We could go into great detail about different protein transfers in the cell membrane if you want.
Different protein. No. Oh God, it's literally the exam over again.
I kind of figured that's where you were at and stuff.
Oh God, please. For everything that is holy, let's not give me like traumatic flashbacks to those exams. One of them was 3 hours long. And I don't even know why it was 3 hours long. She just gave us time to just simmer in there and just take the entire exam in. And I didn't do that because I think some of you might know that I took two all-nighters, one on Wednesday and then one on Thursday to study for both those exams. So I went in and I didn't absorb the exam. I literally took like it was the first time ever in my life that I took an espresso shot in one of my coffees. In fact, I don't even drink coffee. This was the first time. So I took an espresso shot. I downed it. I think it one, two, or three espresso shots. I honestly can't even tell. But I took it, downed it, and then just wrote the exam within like an hour and then left. And then I did the very same thing on Friday. I
Well,
was absolutely slammed by the end.
well, to make you feel a bit better, in hindsight, I'm creeping on 20 years out of university at this point. So in hindsight, universities like high school, the actual individual tests really don't matter. It's either pass or fail the course, and whether or not you get that piece of paper at the end. That's really all that matters in the end.
That's true. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the process was as long as you eventually get to your goal.
Seriously, like the worst test I ever took was my professional practice and ethics exam to be a PGO and stuff, and that was the worst exam I ever took, and that was an important exam because if I were to fail that more than 3 times, I would never be able to do my job.
Oh,
Thankfully,
yikes.
I got on the first go, so that good for me kind of thing and stuff. But it's kind of one of those pressure things. Like your final, like be all end all, like dental exam will be like your equivalent for that.
Oh, yeah. I have to take that either this summer or next summer.
Really?
I don't have a choice. Yeah. It's basically the ADAT
Oh, okay.
that I have to take. Yeah. And then that's the only time they'll allow me into dentistry or any field regarding it.
Huh.
Ugh. I mean, it's basically the lesser version of the MCAT. So, not
Yeah,
bad, really.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
I'm pretty sure I'll be fine too. Honestly, I could just join an MCAT group and just study with them and pretend like I'm totally studying for the MCAT.
Okay.
And we'll
Okay.
all just give each other tips.
Well, truth be told, your specific exam you're going to have to take probably has a prep course. The PPE exam I took had a prep course and stuff, and I do recommend prep courses specifically for specific exams. They do exist, and they are worthwhile taking.
I'm actually not certain if there's an ADAT prep course at where I study. I could actually check when I have the time, but I'm hoping they do. If they do, I'll just take it during the summer.
I'm well. Here's the thing. Like my prep course was like 2 weekends back to back kind of thing and stuff. So if you end up finding one, that's probably how it's going to be. It'll probably be like a couple sessions, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and that'll be it.
Yep. And then you go immediately into the exam. No, not really, but maybe. Ugh.
Vorpal
Yep.
Zenlar, how much gold are exactly in them there hills? More than I can carry. That's all you're getting.
You're not even gonna give us a more accurate estimate?
Oh, I could give you down to the nearest ton estimates and stuff, but that would be having to read off of press releases for the mines in the area, and then I could dox myself that way.
Oh, that is true. Wait, what do you mean by the mines in your area?
Okay, so part of my professional, like part of my PPE exam and stuff, I had to learn a lot of law in regards to reporting. So I've given this story before, and here's the TLDR. In the 90s, there was this Canadian company, gold exploration company called Brex. And the long story short is that it was a giant scam. And because of that, the government and regulatory bodies cracked down, saying, "Okay, you got to get this profession and get your shit together, or else we're going to do it for you." So, with that, there was a lot of laws and regulations written when it comes to reporting, like mineral exploration and mineral deposits and stuff. So, for example, uh, a mine puts out like a press release saying we intersected so and so amount of gold over so and so amount of footage and stuff. There are legal ways you can report that you are legally required to do so, so that you're not cheating out the investors, kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, so that's what you meant.
yeah. So as drilling pro, okay, like mining and geology and stuff, like doesn't matter what you're looking for and stuff. All it is a series of refinements. Like go from like a broad scope, and then you narrow things down, and you become more confident, like the narrower and like the more data points you have and stuff. But because of legal reasons, you have to be very careful with the way you word it and stuff. So you have to get to very lawyer speak. So you can't make assumptions. You can't lead on the reader, and the reader being the investors who buy your stock and shit.
Okay.
So it has to be worded very carefully and very clinically, and you know, like I'll probably do a breakdown and a how to do mining reports and stuff, maybe down the line for shits and giggles and stuff. But it's not as scary as it seems and stuff as it seems. But it you have to be you have to know what you're doing, or else you'll end up in jail.
Wow. Dang. Okay. I didn't expect that much went into it. But then again, it is you are well, I mean, yeah, that does kind of make sense. That does make sense to me. It's just I didn't expect so I'm guessing you have to like write super wordy, like almost essay-like level papers, but like
no,
extremely law-wise.
no, no. Actually, mining actually reports are like less than a page long. They are very concise, and there's no wiggle room for interpretation. You just report, here's how it is, here's our methodology, and here's our check and balances. You can check at your own leisure. Everything's on the up and up. All the T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
Oh, I see. Oh, so it's very like almost summary like in the way that it's fashioned?
Yes. Like for example, like I could say like, oh, this hole here intersected this much gold at this here uh, at this here footage over this interval and blah blah blah, but it wouldn't actually mean anything to an investor. Like their eyes would just glaze over and stuff. So you have to kind of just go like, okay, uh, we intersected this much gold in this area, and we estimated that there's this much, and there's your update.
And that's about it.
Yep.
So it doesn't Oh, okay. So basically it's done so they can't accuse you of embezzlement or something like that?
Okay. Well, okay. I'll go back to the Briex case study. Okay, so Briex, what they did is they had a mine in Indonesia, and their reports that they were putting out was like, we found the best world class gold deposit in human history. Of course,
Okay.
everyone invested in it, and then the stock skyrocketed. However, on closer scrutiny, because once you get big enough, things start to get scrutinized. Stuff gets audited. And when the audits came in for Briex, what they found out was the deposit was shit. And the numbers they were getting were because they were salting the samples. That is to say, they were sprinkling gold dust into the bags of rock they sent off to the lab. So of course the lab comes back of, oh god, there's a shit ton of gold here. Yes, because we put it there.
Oh,
Uh,
yikes.
Okay, that's a worst case scenario for fraud in terms of that. But in like a lesser point and stuff, you could be on the hook for just like even implying more than what there is. That's why you have to be very like tight and like certain. You can't be wishy washy
Okay.
with it and stuff.
So basically, don't get people's hopes up for something that might not even exist.
Yes. Like,
Oh,
I'm sure Proctor's economist friend would probably like this stuff, and this is probably more his wheelhouse. But, like, the Security Exchange Commission and stuff, like, they're all about, like, companies and whatnot and stuff. But, like, even mining companies fall under this purview. But we have, in addition, on top of that, we have, federal mandates. Like, doesn't matter whether you're in Canada or the States or anything, there are federal mandates for specifically mineral exploration reporting because of BRIEX.
wow. Okay. So just like huge scams basically kind of, I guess, screwed some of you over in the latter half after that incident.
Well, you have to remember, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
That is true.
Okay, there's a lot of money involved, like a lot.
Oh boy.
Well, like I did the economic breakdown of like what it cost me to drill a foot of core, and that like just a rough napkin number crunching. It was like $40 for me, like $20 for a helper. Uh, the actual drilling company charged well, it varies, but the rough estimate would be like $50 a foot, and more
Mm.
expensive the deeper you go. So like just working an hour on like 1 foot of core, you're looking at like around $100.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that the reason why you were so mad when someone just like basically, what was it? They messed up the whole box that you had. I'm forgetting the exact wording for
Uh,
it.
okay, so when the drillers take the core like out of the rod and put it in the box, like the tube, it's like a straw. It's like a tube. You have two ends. Okay, it's very easy to get turned around and flip it upside down. And me looking at the core, I'll catch that. But that there cuts into time. I have to fix it.
Oh, okay. And that was the reason why you were also upset because then now you had to spend more time that you probably shouldn't have just trying to rearrange things that should have been arranged from the beginning.
Yeah, like it's like any problems I would have for logging and drilling core, they are fixable, but it costs money to fix it, and money in this case is time. So it takes time, which results in takes money. So you want to do things right the first time. Shit's gonna happen. I never I never really get pissy about it and stuff. Shit will happen and stuff, but it's a matter of like if they do it constantly, if it's like the same guy, does this fuck up ever learn? You have to look at it situation by situation.
That is true. I guess it also depends on the magnitude of what was done as well. Because even if it was just a first time offense, if it was like a massive fuck up, then
Well,
yeah, I would be pissed as well, regardless of who it is.
yeah, for dealing with drilling contractors and stuff, it's usually a 24-hour operation, so you have like two or three shifts of guys and stuff, and it's very easy to pick out. It's like, okay, they drill this footage during this shift. I have an error at this footage and stuff, so I can Like me and the drilling manager, we can figure out, it's like, okay, who was on that shift, and it's like, okay, you talk with the guy, tell him not to do it again, and if you have enough strikes, that there builds the case of like, okay, you're not working, get the fuck out.
That yeah, that I mean that matters for I suppose most jobs. Though I suppose in your case, it's like massive fuck ups are just so much money down the drain. I mean, I can understand it is about materials like, say, for example, even gold, like you were talking about with forgetting the name of it. Was it Briex?
Yeah, Briex.
All right. Um, I mean, yeah, you can't exactly have a major fuck up all the time or constantly be fucking up in a job like yours, because you are right. Time is money, but also it's a lot of money. It's not just like a few pennies or anything like that.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
like,
I'm guessing the thousands or if not millions sometimes.
oh, I've ran like multi-million-dollar drill programs.
Ugh. Ugh.
Oh,
I can't. I can't.
oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember when I first started and stuff. Like, the sheer numbers of, like, the sheer dollar amounts kind of blew my mind and stuff. But after a while, it's kind of just like, this is literally just the cost of doing business. That, you got to pay people to do shit. That's what it comes down to. And the end of the day, you have to, like, hopeful. Like, here's the thing. Hopefully, the math adds up and that you make more at the end than what you put in.
This does sound more and more sound like investment at the end of the day. So I do understand now why you have to make all these reports. It's starting to come together a bit more in my brain. I'm not very good on the subject of financials other than I just have to save money.
Well, here's the thing. Like, my professional ethics exam literally came down to laws, ethics, and there was literally no there was no geology problems on the exam. The exam was literally laws and ethics.
Whew. Yikes. Oh my god. Uh
Yeah. But again,
ugh.
yeah, it is because it is literally investing, because those reports you put out are going to investors. That's literally it. The reports we put out go to investors. So you have to tailor it for the investors, for them to make informed decisions on their investment.
Yeah, that it's just the fact that you have to take a whole exam about something that's not even completely entirely about the specialization you chose and was just laws concerning that specialization
Oh
just
shit! Oh
throws me
shit! Oh
completely off
shit! There was
guard.
a whole segment on intellectual property laws. Like copyrights, trademarks, and all that shit and stuff. I had to learn that
Huh?
for the exam.
Copyrights for what?
Laws, literal, just laws. It-
Copyright for laws.
yep.
What? I don't understand.
Okay, so since the ethics exam is largely a legal exam, so because of that, there we had to make sure we knew the baseline of international laws and stuff dealing with reports and whatnot. So uh, you wouldn't think that trademarks and copyright and stuff would factor in, but it actually kind of does. Again, because of reporting and stuff. So it's all it was is to establish a baseline of knowledge, so that you would know what to reference. So, like, for example, if I were to write out a report, and I don't know, trying to think of a specific case. Like, say if I were to mention a new technique that was proprietary and stuff, uh, I wouldn't actually technically be allowed to do that, because it would
Uh-huh.
because it wouldn't be related to the report. Like, say for example, it's like I would want to justify how I got this number and stuff. I wouldn't be able to do that, because it would be intellectual property of the company. So I wouldn't me as a lowly geologist wouldn't be able to say that, but a but the press manager would.
Okay.
So it kind of comes down to learning to know your role.
Okay. Um, if anything, that makes me a bit glad that I chose a profession that doesn't require me to do that. I think I'd get very lost very fast. I think I would probably do something I wasn't supposed to, like, probably pretty frequently because I wasn't I mean, I probably pay attention to all the things you've learned, especially concerning copyright. I can't believe you'd have to have the right to say something. But, um, wow.
The thing is, I made it my life goal to never sign a paper. Here's because I would always pass off the buck to my boss, kind of thing. Like I had several opportunities to become like a senior geo, and I was like, no, I'm going to hide in my corner. You deal with all this nonsense. I'm just going to look at rock. But I am aware what goes into the system. So because I am aware of the system, I elect to ignore it.
I like to ignore it. It's better not to deal with stuff that you don't need to. If it's more of a headache for you, then it's probably not worth it.
Well, I would periodically have a bunch of engineers come to me that's like, hey, buddy's out of town. Can you sign for this? I was like, no, go ask other guy. I'm not going to sign this. It's like, and the engineers will be like, why? Because I don't have liability insurance. Take a hike.
Because you don't have liability insurance. Oh,
Oh yeah,
uh,
oh yeah. Professional liability insurance is a thing.
yeah, no, I'm aware. It's just, huh, you don't?
Well, I don't have to sign papers, so I don't. I elect not to pay into it. I don't do it, so I don't pay the insurance. If I have to do it, I'll pay the insurance. That's all there is to it. It's not like having a car where I'm legally required to have the insurance. I'm only legally required to have the insurance if I'm actually signing papers.
Okay, that is true. It's not like there's any liability for you if you're not actually actively signing or saying, "Oh yeah, this is definitely true. I give my active approval for this." It's
Yeah,
not like you're saying
yeah,
that.
yeah. Like if I had to, yeah, I'd get it in a heartbeat because it would be part of my job. But since I've so far been able to coast by and not having to do so, then hey,
Might as well keep at it.
yep.
Oh, wait, does that Oh, okay, but I guess it doesn't factor in just giving them advice on what to do, I guess, I suppose.
Like yeah, like even like off the cuff stuff. Like I don't have a problem with doing that. Like having like a new engineer come in and be like, hey, can you give me a hand with this layout kind of thing stuff? And I'm like, sure, yeah, sure, I'll give you a hand, and I'll mentor them on like how the system works kind of thing. If none of their engineering peers are around stuff, because when it comes to mining and stuff, the mining engineers and the geologists kind of go hand in hand.
That is Oh, actually, Creevy actually asked a pretty good question for this. Here's a question. Are these USA laws or Canadian? I know they're both similar, but there's some fun differences. Me and you both know we live in the great empire of Canada, so
Well, here's the thing. Even though the Briac situation was a Canadian issue and stuff, it reverberated across the entire world as far as scandals go, and pretty much any country that was worth their salt implemented similar laws. So I know how they require the legal requirements and what's expected, how shit works in Canada and stuff. And I've actually looked into the American stuff, and it's literally copy and pasted most of the stuff. So it's pretty similar. Like if you're in the states and you're being a geologist in the states, just look up like the geological, like the just look up the USGS, and it can usually put you on the path to figure out like the specific regulatory body of your state. Because like in Canada, the federal law, the way it works in Canada for geology is that the federal law mandates that the provinces have to manage it. So like the federal law says you guys manage it, and then you have to go province by province.
oh, it's province by province. Okay.
Yeah, so for example, if I were to move over to Quebec, I'd have to change my registration. I'd have to swap over my registration from Ontario to Quebec.
Quebec.
Actually,
Quebec.
Actually, I think last time I checked, Ontario and Quebec actually had a mobility agreement between them, but I might have changed. I haven't looked at it in a while. Like
A
for
mobility agreement.
some provinces had mobility agreements and stuff, but it changes, so I'd have to look at it at the time.
Oh, okay, I see. It's just so I guess it'd be easier for you if there's that mobility agreement still was taking place, that you could just immediately just I guess not immediately, but it'd be much easier for you to go to Quebec and just swap out your registration, I suppose.
Well, they're kind of loosey goosey and stuff. Like I think like as long as you don't work more than 6 months, after 6 months, there's like okay, put up or shut up. You're gonna have to change. You know, like for I could go over to Quebec for a summer contract and I wouldn't have to change. It would just be less than a 6 month work term, so I wouldn't have to change my registration and stuff. But if I were to go longer than that, then I'd be on the hook for that.
So it's dependent on time and how much time you spent there.
Yeah, and I swear to God, the numbers change all the time and stuff. That's why I don't really pay attention to the exact minutia of the requirements because I swear to God, they change every other year.
Oh, all right. So sometimes it's 6 months, what, 4 months? Does it get lower or does it get higher?
I don't know. I've seen it both ways. It's really stupid. There's like no real reason to do all these fine tunings and whatnot. It's just like, why am I even paying my dues if you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing?
That's true. You might as well just look it up when you need to and not actually keep tabs on it. What's the point of keeping tabs if it changes every so few seconds?
That's the way I look at it.
That's the way I look at most of my life.
Why would you go? Why would you go anywhere near Quebec? We
Mm.
I am it's just I am a stone throws away from Quebec and stuff, so the option is always on the table. And plus, I do work with a lot of people who come from Quebec.
I mean, same. Literally same. I mean, I could go to Quebec at any point in time, I suppose. It wouldn't even take that long. I think that's the same for both of us, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not going to exactly dox myself, considering I'm pretty sure you're probably in Ontario too, and Ontario's bigger than most countries. So
Yes.
saying we're in one of the largest provinces of one of the largest countries on the planet, I'm comfortable in not getting entirely doxed and stuff. So I'm
Well, I don't think I'll get doxxed either in this context. I mean, it's a lot of ground to cover.
yeah, stop, woman.
What do you mean, stop? What did I do? What did I do this time?
You are waffling on whether to say where exactly in Ontario you're at.
Oh, I wasn't going to say anything. I was just saying, I'm pretty sure we're close. But then again, I don't know the exact location of Quebec either, so you're gonna have to take this with a pinch of salt. I barely know where I am.
Do any of us know where we're at the end of the day?
No. No, not at all. I'm terrible at geography. I think I've said this before. I'm extremely bad at geography. I can barely tell where I am. Hell, I barely understand the places I go to sometimes. I'm like, "Oh, I've never seen this before," when I've been frequenting that exact place for 7 years. Fantastic. Ugh,
They can't dox you if you don't even know where you're at where you're at.
that's my entire point. I don't even know how to use half the technology on this planet. Like, do you really think I'd be able to dox myself if I don't know how to?
Oh, trust me, I'm sure you can find a way. We can all find ways.
That's I mean, that's true, but, like, if I don't know where I am, if I don't know how to use social media and I barely post on anything ever, other than the one particular account Sigma found. That's on him, though, that's not on me.
I don't know,
He bears
I don't know. John Belaya called me out a couple of times of like, "Oh, Zenlar, you're saying a lot of things about the town you're at." I am saying a lot of things, but am I saying the correct things? Like, do I have two
Yeah,
McDonald's?
exactly.
Do I have two McDonald's or do I have three McDonald's? Ooh.
I have no idea how many McDonald's there are. I in fact, I don't even in fact, I don't even know where most of the McDonald's in the entirety of Ontario even is. Hell, I think I've only like explored like a percentage of it because it's just so big that I didn't bother.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, oh, I live in a town with more than one McDonald's and more than one Tim Hortons. That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
I don't think it narrows it down at all. There's Tim Hortons and McDonald's across the entirety of Canada. I mean, there's more. I mean, okay, maybe you could figure it out through the amount of Tim Hortons there are in the area.
I have yet to come. I have me personally driving throughout Ontario. I've yet to come across a town that didn't have at least two Tims.
You're right. That is so true. Absolutely.
I swear to God, I have not seen a town with just one Tim's. If like it's either two or nothing.
Normally it's 2 and above, actually.
Well, okay, you know, I mean, two and above, two and above. If not, if they don't have a Tim's, then they don't have a Tim's.
They don't have a Tim's. We don't exactly consider them part of Canada. I'm joking, but mhm.
Hint there to the south, South Ontario.
Uh, they don't have a Tim's, it's a truck stop. That is so true. That is actually completely true. If there's no Tim's there, you can just consider it a truck stop. It probably is, actually.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I know specific regional chains. I won't mention. Like, I won't mention the
Mm.
regional pizza chain I have here because that would narrow it down in a heartbeat. But saying McDonald's and Tim's, that doesn't narrow it down.
Oh, I mean, as long as you don't mention those specific chains, it should be fine.
Yeah, because like I remember watching Pippa a couple times and stuff, and she'll say like these very hyper specific regional chains of like convenience stores and like in
Uh,
like the southern states, and like it's like Pippa outside of Texas, there's not that many sheets. I'm sure we can figure out where you're at.
yeah, uh-huh. I mean then again, it probably just slipped out of her mouth.
Yeah. Oh wait, does Ontario have its own pizza chains? Ah, there's a few. There's a few,
There are.
but
It's
they
not only just pizza chains either.
well, yeah, it's not just pizza chains, but also here's the thing: like everywhere has pizza chains. Everywhere, pizza's pizza.
Yep, as long as you don't mention the exact chain, it doesn't really matter if you say, "Oh, there's a lot of pizza chains around my area."
Yeah. Well, I'll say one thing. I miss living in Nova Scotia because when I went to university, I went to university in Halifax, and I literally lived on the same block as the King of Donair. I miss
What?
I miss just being able to waltz down at ass o'clock in the morning and pick up a Donair.
Damn. Damn. That must have been the life now, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I went to university during Hurricane Juan and White Juan, and White Juan specifically, the power was out in Halifax for like 2 weeks and stuff, and every restaurant, including King of Donair, was cooking and clearing out their entire stockpile and just giving shit away. And me and my friends and living right by King of Donair, we went there with like baskets, and it was just like bringing all this food back home, and we had like our propane camp stove, and we were eating like kings.
Damn. Well, then, yeah, I mean, they don't really have a choice, especially during a typhoon or something similar to that. You kind of have to. It's like, what are you going to do with it eventually? You're probably not going to be able to open shop for a while. It's just going to like sit there and rot. Might as well sell it for as much as you can.
Hero
Looks pretty
Prime,
nice though.
Hero Prime. I only know Halifax for exploding once. Yes, there was that one time.
All of Canada knows what that is for for good reasons, but also because it's funny.
Well, it's funny in that we saw that Canada Heritage minute like a million times.
Yeah, we really have. I like no offense to anybody who like I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just kind of when you hear it over and over again in your courses, regardless of which course it is, and it just gets drilled into your brain, you can't help but like let out a small giggle every single time it comes up. But geez.
Isn't there a
Isn't
mystery
there?
pit that clearly man-made in Newfoundland or something? I can't remember the island. I don't remember off the top of my head any mystery pit and stuff, but we do have the tar ponds in Sydney.
Bombs and
Oak Island. Okay, yeah,
Uh,
he was talking about Oak Island.
oh, okay. I was thinking about that as well. I was like, it is it Oak Island? Probably.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think it's part of the missing treasure thing.
Oh, right. And we're like they dug around to find like this mysterious thing that would make them rich instantly. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah,
Doesn't make any sense, but you know.
I'm just having all these random thoughts in Nova Scotia now. So Pippa was playing GeoGuessr one time and stuff, and I shit you not, one of the GeoGuessr locations was Sable Island, and I recognized it because of the ponies.
Are you serious? Is that really the reason you recognized
I
it?
swear to God, it's the instant the Pippa got that geolocator question like that. As soon as she dropped down, I was like, I recognize those ponies. Those are Sable. That's Sable Island, and that was the answer.
That was the answer. I can recognize this island by the sounds, by the looks of their horses. Oh, Jesus.
Well, again, growing up in Nova Scotia and stuff, there's only so many little tourist spots and stuff, so you hear about it all the time. And when I was in university, me and the guys would make weekend trips around the province to go to all these little geology spots, but we'd also hit some of the more touristy spots too.
Oh, must have been fairly fun. Haven't gone
Yeah.
on a trip without my family, so I wouldn't know.
Now I remember one time we went to the Bay of Fundy and it was low tide and we actually went out to get some again geologists on a field trip. So we went out in the middle of the Bay of Fundy to get some rocks, but the tide was coming in, so we actually had to huff it pretty fast because again the Bay of Fundy the tide's coming fast. So we were just like literally just hauling ass to the shoreline. I think we were like waist deep in water by the time we got to shore.
Damn, okay.
Oh yeah, like the brochures and like everything you hear about the Bay Fund Day, it's like yeah, the tides are high and fast, but they don't sell the point of how fast they are. It is fucking fast.
I suppose they wouldn't be writing that down after all. Hey, gotta get all the tourists, but damn, to be waist deep in water, and that's how long did it take you to like get out of there? Roughly, an estimate amount.
Well, when we noticed the water started coming in, I think yeah, I think it took us like maybe 10-15 minutes to haul ass to the shoreline.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and actually, as I had to say, also on that trip, Buddy brought his dog, and his dog went into the bush, and we heard a yelp, and then the dog comes out, face full of quills. And it was just like, oh, you dumbass dog, you just had to go pick at that porcupine, didn't you?
Oh my goodness. What,
We
did you spend like a couple minutes just like picking out the pines afterwards?
No, actually, well, the way porcupine quills work and stuff is that they're barbed and they work their way through, so we can't exactly pick them out. So we had to call
Oh,
that
that's so true.
we had to call that trip early so that the buddy could take his dog to the vet to
That.
actually properly get them out.
All right. I almost forgot they have like porcupines themselves have like barbs on the end of their like on the surface of their quills that if you oh god, quill, I'm sorry. The moment they dig themselves into your skin, you really can't get them out unless you want to hurt yourself by forcing it out. So,
Pretty much. You have to like there's a way to do there is a way to pry them out and stuff, but yeah, it's just easier, especially on the dog, to just take it to the vet, get a shot, and then just let the vet go to it.
yep. I mean, like it's better than just like YOLOing your way through and essentially just hurting your dog the entire time by just pulling out the quills.
Yeah. Oh, you're a
It's
Newfie? Don't call me a fucking Newfie. I got mistaken for a Newfie in my entire life. I'm actually from Cape Breton.
Why are you so against that?
Okay. Here's the thing: the Cape Breton accent and Newfoundland accent and the Newfie accent are fairly similar because they are high tempo, unstressed syllables, so they effectively sound the same. But again, it's like a regional tribal thing and stuff. So it annoyed me being called a Newfie when I wasn't. But I told the story before. The instant I went to university and stuff, I had to kill my accent because no one could understand me.
Oh man. I felt that though. That was basically me, I believe. Like when I was first starting out and I wanted to go and I think I learned it in kindergarten actually that nobody can understand what a British accent is in Canada for some reason, yet we all hail the Queen.
Well, I find that kind of weird and stuff because Canadian media is an unholy amalgamation between Canadian content, British content, and American content. So it's not like there's no British influence in Canada because we do get a lot of British TV.
Yep. Why do you think I grew up with a British accent?
Well, no, it makes sense. Like I understand.
But not everyone does.
Give us the accent in full force. No.
Um, no, no, no. If I do it at full force, it's ugh. Don't forget the French programming from Quebec, bro. I told you. I think I've said this before. I do know how to speak French. I'm not the best at spoken French, but I am incredibly good at understanding what's being said in French. Francophone schools are just how it is. It's painful. It's all around painful.
I don't know. I grew up with Acadian French, which is the better French. Like I've actually talked with people from literal Paris, and they can't fucking understand Quebecers, but they can understand me just fine.
Yeah, because the Quebec accent is different from France.
The Quebec
It's
accent,
different.
the Quebec accent is just so fucking bad.
It really is. And every single time I hear it, I'm like, I don't want to say anything, but mm, it's not good. It's not great either. It's
Well,
just
I've dealt with a bunch of Quebec drillers, like a lot of Quebec drillers and stuff, and even like after like a decade, you think my ear would get used to hearing Quebec or French, but no. Every time I have to like pay attention, it's like, what the fuck are you saying?
no, yeah, that's my exact point. That's why whenever at some point, I played Quebec French and actual France's French, and I played the both 2 videos, right? I watched them separately. I played the Quebec one, and I was like, "What the fuck am I listening to?" And I played the one from France, and that one is the French is much faster, but oh my god, I could understand it so much better. It was literally an entire documentary about how you cook I think it was about potatoes. I don't actually know. I think it was about potatoes. I watched an entire documentary about potatoes in French, but it was France French and not Quebec French, Canadian French.
I just want to answer
Mm.
Sigma Yi. Sigma Yi. Acadian French is the older version of French. My favorite comparison for Acadian French. Acadian French is like Appalachian English. Appalachian English is more like ye old English. Like the modern British accent is new and weird. But if you want the way old English used to sound, you have to go to like Appalachia, like like deep Appalachia. Acadian French is kind of the same thing. Like it's more archaic version of French. Like a lot of the words are older too. Like instead of like achet, it's like ajet, and stuff like that. So it is more archaic, but it's way more understandable than fucking Quebec French. Fuck, I hate Quebec French.
I hate Quebec French. I really do. I really, really do. And to anyone who is Quebec, who is from Quebec, if anyone surprisingly is here, no offense, but your French sucks. I'm going to stand by that. It sucks. I hated it when I had to learn everything in French, and it was all in Quebec French, and I wanted to die.
Oh, I am
I
so
wanted to
sorry to hear
cry.
that.
It was so, yes, it was pure, unadulterated pain because they would have certain types of ways of speaking that if you spoke in that specific way, you were basically challenging your teacher's authority in the classroom or you were disrespecting him. And I had no idea that was the case. So I went around speaking like it was totally normal because I've heard it be said in, like, France and nobody's saying anything about it. But then the moment I started speaking about it, like, and using the same, words, conjugations, even, like, d pronouns, depending on how I conjugated, my sentences, it's like they get suddenly pissed at me, and I'm like, "What did I do?"
One thing I've noticed about Quebec or French, it's very fast and loose with the tenses, like the tenses.
Yeah.
Like they're very fast and loose, even though there's a very clearly defined system in terms of the grammar.
I know, that's strange to me too because we have so many rules. There's like a whole book of it. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like this small little book of just like an entire like and it's just conjugations of different things like imparfait, imparfait passif. And you get even to the further ones that are just even more annoying to just get through. And it's like we have all this, yet we speak like we're drunk half the time.
Well, I grew up in a very mixed English and French community and stuff, so uh, I mostly grew up on franglais.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, technically, I did too, although they didn't really allow it in the school that I learned in. You get demerit points, I believe, or maybe what I don't think it was demerit points, but I think you did get in like in trouble or like no, you did get demerit points in certain classes if you weren't speaking proper French. They'd be like, c'est franglais, arrête ça," and I'm like, "Why? I didn't do anything."
Well, I was in French immersion for my early schooling and stuff, but I got out of that the instant I had an option.
Ugh, I wish I did. I mean, like, I don't have to learn it anymore in university because thank God I'm not taking the courses for it.
Why would you?
I wouldn't. I really
Well, no, I
wouldn't.
like no, not you specifically. I mean, just like in general, like who would?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, then again, if you're so good at French, might as well just take like the one French classes you have at like whatever institute you're at and just pass it with an easy A because you're gonna get an easy A anyway.
Oh, funny language story. So as an art elective, I took I was going to take Japanese, but it was conflicting with one of my geo courses, so I ended up taking Mandarin Chinese and stuff. And coincidentally, one of my buddies on my floor I lived at in residence uh, was taking French. So I was like, "Hey, you teach me Mandarin Chinese, I teach you French." And here's the kicker: we never did because we would just play Diablo 2 all the time.
I fucking knew it. It always goes down to Diablo, huh?
Yeah, it was just like, yeah, we should really work on our languages and stuff. But it's like, hey, we're just gonna
Did you
land.
pass well
We're
though?
hmm?
Did you pass well though? Like
I
good
remember.
grades?
I remember passing. I don't know about passing well. And I think my buddy. I think my buddy was the same too.
I it makes sense. I mean, at least did you learn some Mandarin Chinese that you can still use now?
I remember that it is a tonal language, and I can count up to 10.
And I can count up to 10. Yeah, it is a tonal language. I think that's the case for a lot of Asian languages though. Though that don't take me up on that and say that's definitely the case. But somebody's gonna call me out for like, oh, you're making it seem like all Asian places are like, no, bro. That's just what it sounds like half the time,
Well, in
especially
ter-
for
well, in
Chinese.
well, in terms of Mandarin Chinese, it is a tonal language, and the grammar itself is actually ridiculously simple and stuff. But no matter how simple the grammar is, it's still a tonal language, and it loses a lot of points for that.
Yeah, that's That's definitely true. Now that you're speaking of that, what other Asian languages actually are tonal that
I
I can like
don't know.
think of? I can't think of it either. I really can't. I don't know why. Even though like I know it's like
Okay, so according to Google, the list includes Mandarin, Vietnamese, Thai, Meitei, Lao, Hmong, Cantonese, Punjabi, Chittagonian, Yoruba, Igbo. I've never heard any of these ones.
I haven't heard uh some of those that you've said at the end, yes,
I,
but I have heard the ones in the beginning.
I recognize Cherokee.
I don't. I didn't. Where's that from?
Cherokee is a Native American language.
Oh, right. Oh, from Canada. Right. Okay, now I'm getting it. I'm remembering it now.
Like, I don't know. Here's the thing
As a
with
Canadian, I'm
language.
not allowed not to know.
Well, here's the thing with language. Language is a transaction, and in this case, it's a transaction of information. So you, at best, you only need to know English and whatever dominant language is where you're at. So if you know at least the minimum of two languages, you can get by anywhere. So for in Canada, knowing English and French, you can get by. You can get by with anything.
That's I mean, especially in Quebec.
Yeah, like like growing up in Cape Breton, I learned a bit of Gaelic because there's a big Gaelic population there. Like I do remember a few words in Gaelic, and I have a bit of Micmac heritage and stuff, so I learned a few words in the Micmac, but I forget most of them.
All right. Did it help you out there? Well, of course it helped you out there.
Yeah. Well, whenever I drove through the native reserves and stuff, it was fortuitous to say hi to the gas station guy in his language and stuff, and that would perk him up.
Oh. Oh yeah, because they do like I mean, let's be honest, everyone likes it when you try to learn their culture.
Yeah, unless you're the modern perpetually perturbed generation, and that it's appropriation. It's like no, they actually like it. The Mexicans like
I
Speedy
hate
Gonzalez. Deal with it.
I hate God, the entirety of cultural appropriation still falls dead on me. I don't understand it. They're all like, "No, you can't do this specific thing." But then all the people you hear that from are like white people or like
I.
Americans.
It's not even just white people. It's upper class white people.
Specifically upper class white people and other types of individuals who ended up getting tainted by the thought process of those people, which is really very sad because you're trading away your brain cells to instead go for the option that just doesn't make any sense. Who cares if I'm wearing a sombrero? Nobody. The Mexicans don't care. In fact, I'm pretty sure they love what I'm doing right now. If I were to wear a sombrero. And then there's and then there's just like, oh, you can't wear a poncho with it. You can't like shake maracas with it either. That's racist. What? When?
I,
Why? Why
I,
why is that racist?
I know the last time I got culturally appropriated vibe checked and stuff, I whipped out a collage of our prime minister, and I was like, "Look, I'm just following by example."
Justin Trudeau, he's just not right. Let's
Uh,
not like let's not forget those ads populated everywhere. I still occasionally get them.
I do too. It's blowing my mind.
It's crazy how often it shows up that like anyone from Canada knows what that is. Anyone, like anyone from Canada. You say Justin Trudeau, he's just like we will know immediately what ad you're talking about and from where and the exact length of the ad.
Well, again, I have issues with Canadian media, specifically the CanCon quotas and stuff. Like, how familiar are you with Canadian broadcast laws?
I'm actually not that familiar with Canadian broadcast laws. I did tell you I grew up with just like listening to British news on like the back end, right?
Okay. All right. So TLDR, Canada, in its infinite wisdom, does not want to be superseded by American culture specifically. So what they
Yes.
did is that they legislated a minimum Canadian content requirement on Canadian broadcasts. Now, how that is calculated, it depends. Like, for example, a show that's made in Canada would be a 1-to-1. But if you want to bump up, what I'm getting at is I'm going to explain the Canadian Heritage Minute. So the Canadian Heritage Minute is worth triple points.
Mm-hmm.
So that 1 minute, that 1 minute Canadian Heritage counts as 3 minute CanCon. So that's why we saw those all the time growing up on TV, and that's why they played it so much and stuff, because it bumped up the numbers because it was triple value.
All right.
It's literally that stupid.
Okay. Canadian broadcast laws. Most laws completely just okay. That
Yeah,
you're that's stupid. That's so dumb. That makes no sense.
no,
That's
I
actually
yeah, I know it's
okay.
stupid, but here's a kicker. It actually does tie into something I have mentioned before. So the company that Pippa is with is Face Connect, and that is a Canadian based company. So here's the kicker: does
Oh, I
a
forgot.
Canadian VTuber company fall under Canadian content laws?
Probably?
Probably, but no one has brought. Effectively, no one has bitched to the Canadian Telecom Corporation yet and stuff. But I imagine that might be an issue. That might be a thing to look forward to someday, of seeing Sakana brought before like the CanCom board.
Oh my god.
there's a
Oh my
there's
god.
a not 0% chance of it happening, and I'm all for it.
The fact there's a chance of it happening to begin with is hilarious.
Well, as bad as Canada is, I'm eternally thankful that we're not British.
Yes, I'm also eternally thankful of that.
Yeah,
Always, forever.
yeah, yeah, because I remember either last week or a few days ago, I covered one of my news segments. Uh, Literally, you British police are allowed to effectively break into your house and steal amount of goods equal to what you owe them in terms of the television licensing fee. Yeah, and there
What?
was yeah, they can break into your house and steal your shit.
I Wow, I love the British. Even till this day, they still have their whole thing bent on domination, huh?
Well, to be fair, this concept is called civil asset forfeiture and is not limited to the British. The RCMP can literally steal from you. If they suspect anything you have on hand would be related to a drug transaction, they can impound it. For example, your car, your wallet.
Ugh. Ugh.
If you're walking around with a shit ton of cash, by golly, they love taking that from you. And American cops
Oh,
are the same thing too. Literally, every single police force on the face of the planet now have on their books rules that allow them to enact civil asset forfeiture.
we can steal as long as it's within our rights.
Pretty much.
I love that. Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like that article I read about the license cop going around to Buddy's house and saying he's going to take stuff that he's owed and stuff. That's kind of just like kind of on the nose.
Yep. Definitely, I would say. But jeez.
That
Ugh.
that's for America too. Yeah. Yep. Legal robbery. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
That's how it always comes down to, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like I remember my mom one time got pulled over for suspected DUI and stuff, and she
What?
had
Okay.
okay. I'm going somewhere with this. So she had respiratory issues and stuff. So they tried to get her
Oh, okay.
breathalyzer. They tried to get her a breathalyzer test, but she had respiratory issues and stuff. So they effectively got her for obstruction of justice for not being able to breathe to blow out the like a full set of lungs for the tester.
What was the ending result to all of that?
The ending result is they literally stole her license and registration without telling her after letting her
Oh,
go.
okay. Fantastic. What'd she do after that?
After that, she got pulled over and is like license and registration, and then she couldn't find them, and then eventually came out in the wash that they still had it.
Bruh.
Bruh, yeah, yeah, and she had to go to the DMV to get it reissued because they wouldn't relinquish it.
What the fuck?
I know it's so fucked up.
Oh, God.
Good old eminent domain, pretty much, pretty much.
Yep. Yep. If a US cop did that, they'd get so fucked. Well, it honestly depends on who they did it to. I'm sorry, but we all know that.
Yeah,
Mhm. In
but
Canada, it's not exactly the case, although we still kind of have the whole thing with, uh we're still getting like, Canada still gets a shit on for the whole thing that they did to the natives a long time ago, and we have a whole national anthem and something not only just national anthem, we have, like a literal TLDR before we start any course in all of Canada where they're just like, "Yes, we have to honor this specific sacred place as the place of the natives of Canada because we fucked with them so badly, but we got away with it." Unlike unlike literally every other country out there that's probably done the same thing, we somehow got away with it, which is terrible in hindsight, but you can kind of see Canada's ways of attempting to subvert any sort of criticism towards Canada by doing so. They're I don't even know if I can honestly say they're doing anything by doing that, but
I don't know. Anytime someone comes to me with that shit, it's like, motherfucker, my ancestors are Acadians and Micmacs. I am native and lesser white. So it's like,
you might as well use that to your advantage. You can use it to your advantage and like, okay, literally being not Canadian or not at all like just don't be American and don't be Canadian in and
well,
of itself.
well, no, like as
And
far
you're basically fine.
well, yeah, like in terms of the Canadian white guilt tripping stuff, I had my outs. You have your outs by
Yep.
being a flip.
Uh-huh. I mean, being an Asian alone already gives me shit tons of power.
Well, truth be told, you are Schrodinger's ethnicity, so you're POC when convenient and you're white when convenient.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of just how it works, isn't it? Just whichever is more convenient at the end of the day.
Yeah, yeah. Well, here's the thing: like, if people take advantage of the system, I can't blame them because it's a shit system. So you might as well make the best out of a shit situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, okay, if you even remotely just like I think we all have come to this conclusion, all of us who are not white or specifically have some sort of blood that makes us not white. You're not gonna pick, "Oh, I'm white" on any of those, like, surveys that they give you or anything, any forms. You're gonna be like, "Are you, like, a protected, uh, like, nationality?" Of course you're gonna pick that one. They're going to accept you more. That's how it works. It's not even, like, bullshit or anything like that. If you're, say you're black in America, this is going to get me so much hate,
Who
but
cares?
they will consider you more. The whole reason for that is because they don't wanna be impartial or they don't wanna be, like, biased towards students who are white. They also want black students to be within their midst. Same goes for any other like, nationality. If you are not white, just choose the other nationality that you are. You are most likely to be considered because they don't wanna come off as racist.
Ah, but my young leaf flip, that is the corundum. It's not that they don't want to be racist, they want to be the correct kind of racist.
That's the point, and it's still racist.
Yes. And that's the system they want.
Well, I mean, of course, if they're gonna play by that system, I might as well like use it to my advantage, right?
Oh, I know. Again, like I've seen a bunch of people work the system and stuff, and I ain't even mad. Hate the game, not the player.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just it's not our fault if that's what they want to be doing to begin with, right?
Yeah.
We're just
Well,
playing by the rules.
well, like here's the thing. Like I could have easily checked off the native check mark on quite a few things. I could probably I could have gone for a status card. But here's the thing. I don't identify as that, and it would feel wrong to me. Even though I technically could, it would just feel wrong to me.
Well, yeah, because morals will stop you. Though, like, not everyone has morals, unfortunately.
Yeah, that shit's dying a hard death.
I'm trying to be morally correct. It's not easy when everyone around you is usually an idiot.
Well, now here's Grandpa Godzilla's life advice. Uh, bar none, maintain a godlike work ethic. If you maintain a godlike work ethic, they can't touch you. Like like in the last job I had, there was so many times my supervisors wanted to shit can me and stuff, but I would outwork them. And I would outwork most people and stuff, and I would have like really good work ethic and stuff. And it's just like, are you going to fire me for perceived slights? Or are you going to fire me for like lack of work and stuff? Either way you cut it, you have nothing to work with. So sod off.
That is true. I mean, you're right. As long as you have a good work ethic, it's not like anyone can punish you for anything. You wouldn't be doing anything wrong to begin with.
Well, no, again, that comes back to like how I said I wouldn't sign certain things because it would be wrong and I would be liable. And it's like you're not doing. It's like you're like I literally had a supervisor do this to me one time. It's like you're not doing this here stuff. Why? It's not in my job description. It's not in my contract. I'm not obligated to do so. Talk to me a
So,
contract renewal, and then we'll look at it. And it never came up.
of course, it never came up because then they'd have to issue the fact that, oh, I probably have to pay him more.
Exactly. And the cherry on top of the shit Sunday was that I would still get pay raises anyway and stuff because there was such a high attrition rate and stuff. And it's just like, oh shit, Zenlar is going to quit. It's like, okay, here's pay raise. Stick around for a bit longer.
Play the system. Always.
Oh god, I love fucking with the system.
It makes you feel so much better as a human being too when you fuck with it because oh that system's been fucking with everyone. Might as well fuck with it back.
Well, it's one of those little things that you have to pick your battles and stuff, and you have to know your limitations and like what you can get away with and stuff. And figuring those things out does take time.
That is true.
Like my first few years, I was like, yes, sir, please, sir, may I have another, sir? But then that there died a hard death.
Well, I mean, because then now you know fully what your worth is. You have the experience to back it. It's not like there's anything that can scare you that much now
No,
that you're where you are.
well, especially after all the shit I've seen over the years and stuff, I'm like, motherfucker, this place should have been shut down ages ago. But I'm just gonna shut my mouth and I don't give a shit.
It doesn't concern you, doesn't cause you a problem. Then again, why should you give a shit, right?
Well, here's the thing. Like I'm when I do work, I am honest about it. I'm here to convert my time into money.
Of course.
I'm not going to bullshit that. And actually, for those of you entering the workforce, that is a very, very good shit check. In that you go to your job interview and stuff, and it's like, and you get the song and dance of "Why are you here?" And my filter is that I will tell them why I'm here. I'm here to convert my time into money. And that's a very good way. Like, if they don't like that, then I'm not going to like working for them. And if they accept that, that means we're going to get along just fine.
Honestly, if you're first starting out, then you kind of still have to pad it a little bit and be like, "Yeah,
No,
totally. I
no, you
killed."
actually don't. Here's how you get your foot in the door. You don't have to play lip service to anything. All you have to do is answer the very important question. I'm willing to work cheap.
That you're right. Fuck, you're right. That's so true.
Like, all the song and dance doesn't mean shit as long as you're willing to work cheaper than the next guy. That's all it comes down to.
Yep.
And then
And if
once
you are, they're going to hire you.
Exactly. And then once you have enough experience to back that up afterwards and stuff, then you can start being a little more picky. But even then, if you tough it out long enough, stuff the pay raises and stuff just come anyway. Because here's a little secret and stuff. Anytime they hire someone new, the human resources will do a check in comparison of what this person is worth and what they're asking for, and see what everyone else is making. Because if people start talking and people start noticing a major discrepancy between the salaries and stuff, there's going to be issues and stuff. So usually what they do is to keep everyone happy and stuff is that anytime someone new starts, they'll rebalance everything, and effectively everyone gets a raise and stuff and kind of evens out.
Yeah, so that they don't complain about it later.
Yep. So it's really just take your hits the first few years and just tough it out, and then it works out in the end.
As it should. As it should.
Again, I'm
Also,
going
I fully agree with Vorpal here as well. Your coworkers will also sometimes support you if you have a good work ethic. Yeah. Yeah. If you're shitty and you have bad work ethic, nobody's going to support you.
yeah, yeah,
Unless you have a good personality, I suppose.
yeah, and it also depends on the job. But going on the coworker thing and stuff, yeah, you learn very quickly working with people, like how to work with people and whether or not you can work with people or not and stuff. Like, there are a few people that I worked with over the years that I probably would have murdered if given a chance and stuff. But I also had more than enough of like, okay, I get along with you just fine. We're best buds. Let's work on these projects.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the same for me as well. It's just I like to hide my hatred very, very well. It's gotten to the point that I'm very good at convincing myself that I don't hate them. But then when they do one wrong thing, that hatred just comes flooding back and I'm like, "God damn it." Ugh.
In my case, I have a double edged sword in my case, in that I'm a literal sociopath. So I don't care about your feelings, and I do not care, and I make it well known that I do not care.
I do not give a fuck.
I legitimately do not. Like, I here's the kicker. In the last place I worked at, I worked there for over 10 years. You want to guess how many times I got called up to HR?
Hmm.
Take a guess. Mister
Uh,
Sociopathic doesn't give a shit. How many times did I get called up to HR?
5, 6?
Zero.
Oh, okay.
Because here's the thing. Anytime here's the kicker. Anytime someone's going to start shit, is they are going to start shit. I never start shit.
Ah, yeah. No, I'm getting it now.
Yeah. So, and again, you have your buds there to back you up too and stuff, and everyone knows how the office politics work and stuff. So it's one of those cases where, like, the couple of times someone would come to me and it's like, "Oh, you're going to start shit? You want to know how this is going to pan out?" And they'd usually back off.
Of course it does. I mean, like, you're right in that context completely. But, I mean, say you're working with people that probably have just started working in the workforce. They aren't too savvy about that at all. And the amount of times people go over to like tattle on to you to HR or hire or anybody or even managers or even people who like aren't even managers but at least somewhat above you and them is absurd. It's like, oh, they hurt my feelings. Oh, they're not speaking English. What the fuck? Why does it matter that they speak English on their break?
Well,
Or like, oh, they're talking about me. They could be talking about me. They could be shit talking. Bitch, nobody cares. I'm sorry. But like, if that is your problem when working here and it's not to get money, but about how people perceive you, maybe you need to take like a back seat for a second and
well,
just
okay, let me draw back the curtain on HR because I knew the people who worked at HR, and one of them was my buddy's wife. And here's how HR works. If you go to them with a problem, more often than not, history has borne this out. You are the problem. So the instant you go to HR with a problem, you are on their shit list.
mm-hmm.
Because you're someone that's going to ruin their day.
Yeah, because now they have to take care of all this bullshit that they didn't want to deal with.
Exactly. And this is the kind of shit they don't teach you.
Mhm. Oh, no, that's yeah, no, I kind of figured that out within, like, the first week when someone tried reporting somebody when another new employee after me was trying to report somebody else, and I was like, why are you all fighting?" And then I heard one of the managers mumble underneath their breath, cursing in so many different ways that I was like, "This is beautiful. I love it."
Well, yeah, like what Sigma says, HR likes stability and stuff. If you are going to rock the boat once, you're probably going to do it again.
Yep, and they'd rather you don't do that,
Yeah,
and you probably shouldn't.
yeah. Like for example, for my PPE exam, even though I had like a bunch of legislation and IP law and stuff like that, one of the course requirements for my exam was conflict resolution. I shit you not, that was literally on my exam. But it is an important thing for conflict resolution of like the order of operations of how you work things out. And at the end of the day, the reality dictates that you two, like the two people in question, either hash it out or they don't, because escalating it really doesn't do anything unless it's going to get someone killed or lose the company millions of dollars. Outside of those two specific things, they're not going to give a shit.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably not even that big of a deal most of the time anyway.
Yep.
And you can probably resolve it yourself as well. I mean, unless it's actual crimes that are being done, like, okay, then yeah. I suppose HR cares a bit more, but any other situation, yeah, I wouldn't expect them to care. It's just not worth their time when they have other things I suppose they have to do.
I don't know. One of my coworkers was a lady from Australia, and she was good folk and stuff, and she was tough for a. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be blunt. Geology is not kind to ladies, especially the male-dominated work environment. You can insert all your hullabaloos about sexism and stuff, but literally, men and women are made for different jobs, and geology is kind of one of those ones you have to be really tough as nails lady to get through it if you follow.
Mm.
Okay, so
Is
this
it because of the the difference in treatment or
no, it's kind of a mentality and stuff because it is a physical. At the end of the day, it's a physical job, and most physical jobs go to men, and men work a certain way. So if you're going to be a female geologist working in with men and stuff, you kind of have to play by you have to play their game and stuff because as far as unit cohesion goes and stuff, it's kind of like military. So if you know, like women in military, like in combat roles and stuff, like order breaks down, and
Mhm.
in terms of working like physical labor, in my case geology and stuff, order breaks down and stuff because if she can't do the work, and stuff. She's going to have to get one of her co-workers, usually me, to do stuff for her and stuff. And then, it comes down to the cost benefit analysis of time management that we discussed before.
Yep.
But getting back to the initial crux, again, it's a mental work environment kind of thing stuff. So, guys will joke, guys will, horse around and stuff and like wisecrack and, just deal with the shit we have to deal with day in, day out. And most women can't really do that. This one could, with one exception. This Aussie chick, she was great. One of my best buds, one of my best workers I ever had. Great. However, we had this one helper who was a bit of a schizo. And
Okay.
she was scared to work around him. And he would literally fly off the handle like no one's business. And she was the target of this guy for quite a bit and stuff. And I would stick up for her, and I was like, all right, look, this isn't working out. We need to get rid of this guy. And then he would start fucking around with me. And I'm just like, okay, you had me pissed off before, but now it's personal.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So I think I told the story before. So this guy, he had a bad habit of dropping boxes and then just slapping.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. So he would drop these boxes. He would slap everything together, but not telling anyone. And I called him out more than once. And then the one time, like the last time this happened and stuff, it was in the middle of an ore zone, like a really important ore zone that, this was important. Of all the boxes, you do not drop this one. And then I called him out on it. And after that there, he was out the door because, again, millions of dollars.
Yep.
But here's what I'm getting at. It was a shame that it took a financial reason to get rid of him as opposed to a potential physical violence on our female staff. You see what I'm getting at? Of the bullshit?
Yes. Yeah, I do get it. I get it. I mean, it's a little disappointing that that was the case, but most people don't care unless monetary value is involved.
I know, but that brought my piss to a boil and stuff because like I like this chick. She was a good folk, and it's just like, all right, like throughout this entire ordeal, she was threatening to quit because it was a literal hostile working environment, and how the way socials are right now is like, oh, we got to make it good for everyone and like a safe space and all that shit and stuff. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
put up or shut up. Here's a clear case example. Deal with it.
That's true. It's just most people just don't. And like I said, only when money is involved do people start actually giving a fuck. Especially if it's their money involved or their time. That's the only time people really care. Even if you're getting berated and shouted at and being mistreated so harshly, if it's not affecting anyone else but you, normally nobody cares, which is so unfortunate, but there's not much you can do at that point other than, I suppose. I mean, for me personally, I mean, yeah, I face discrimination myself. What can I do, right? But you kind of just deal with it or you leave. So her threatening to quit, yeah, I can see it. And also she was pretty good hands for work as well, so I can also see why you well, not just only for that reason, morals as well, right?
Well, yeah, like more morals, like the principle of the matter. It's like, look, you're picking on a chick. That's not cool. You're picking on it's like one of my buds. That's also not cool. And then it's just like, and of course, me being a self-centered sociopath, it's like, okay, now you're affecting me.
Which is a problem.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'll do everything within reason to help you out and stuff because I'm not a total asshole. I will help you out. But if you get on my bad side, then I'm going to end you.
Oh, yep. I mean, that's the same for me as well. I mean, I only help when if I know I can. because there's a certain like amount that you can help for anyone really, and also depending on the circumstances too. You can't just limitlessly give help anyway. Sometimes it'll affect you more than it'll affect them if you were to help. So sometimes you're gonna have to take the L and just not, but also, I mean, you could still try in like the smallest of ways. But
Well, again,
personally, for someone I hate, I
well,
wouldn't
again,
change.
it does come down to time is the be all end all. It's like, is
Yep.
putting the time into helping this person going to be beneficial in the long run, or is this going to be a time sink? Like, that's kind of the most important arithmetic you have to do, and you have to commit to either doing it or not doing it.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, you're right. It is always come back down to time, but
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
you wouldn't put your time in someone you hate.
oh God, no. But like, I'm seeing Sigma in chat. The people don't understand that you're at the workplace. Keep the childish behavior to the high schoolers. The sad fact of the reality is, no one ever outgrows the high school mentality. That's just a fact of life, and that's just something you have to deal with, unfortunately.
Yeah, you either suppress it or you figure out a way to hide it somehow. That's just how it works. Cuz you'll get petty eventually, right? Everyone gets petty. Everyone will make very petty decisions. I guess it's a bit worse for me since sometimes I do have to work with high schoolers. Not fun, to be completely honest.
I don't
They
blame you.
they they my goodness. Oh god. One of the things that even I like went wide-eyed at my workplace at one point was one of them went to the back because they needed to get a change for like I think it was $100 bill, right? But they walked to the back of the store with the $100 bill in hand. And I had always had this resonate in my mind through a YouTube video I had watched. You're not supposed to walk with some away with the money ever, ever. And I looked at them and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And they're like, "Oh, I'm trying to get like change for it." And I'm like, "No, no." And then when my manager came in and he also was just like, "You shouldn't have done that." You can just see them get like visibly upset because they were trying to help and they were trying to help, but it's not like deep shit can happen if you go around doing that. They can accuse you for all sorts of things, right?
I know.
Like, "Oh, this
Oh,
is a fake. Oh, this isn't real. Oh, I didn't hand you like a 50. I handed you 100." Uh, then it gets messy.
yeah.
But they don't really seem to understand that.
Yeah, this is one of those life lessons I wish they would teach in school. The concept of chain of custody that goes for all workplaces and workflows. The chain of custody concept is an alien concept to many people, and that infuriates me.
Yes, it really, really is an alien concept. In fact, it's so foreign sometimes that people don't even know it exists even when they're like all the way into their 30s, which is like, why not? Why do you not It's it's not that difficult to understand that you can get into some shit if you were to follow it, but I guess not. I guess
I,
not.
I don't know. In my case study, there's a lot. The chain of custody is a nightmare because, like, let me just go through a rough example. Two drillers look at the rock. I look at the rock. Actually, the helper looks at the rock, opening up the box. Then I look at the rock, and then the core cutter looks at the rock. Then the guy who crushes it at the assay lab looks at it, and then the guy who fires up the assay looks at it, and the guy who puts it into the database looks at it and stuff. And like, that's like, well, pushing a dozen people looking at that one sample, and at any point in that chain, something can get fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. And then now you have to wonder, "Oh, okay, so who fucked up?" And then it just becomes such a pain in the ass.
Well, like, this comes back to the legal requirements for reporting and stuff. Like, for example, we had some cases and stuff where, like, this number makes no sense. What are the situations where this number would make sense? Okay, we now make sense of the number. We cannot use this number now because of that degree of uncertainty, so we can't use this number in our report. However, we can use it internally to do our work.
Yes.
do you do you see all the songs and dances that go into some of this shit?
Yes, I do, and it's very painful. Very, very painful.
I know. You think that looking at rock would be ugga bugga look at rock and stuff, but then you have to bounce being like a lawyer sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew it wasn't just looking at rock sort of thing. Even I like it's minerals, right? Minerals are very, very important. I know this especially as someone who takes both a chemistry and biology courses. They're very, very important. What they do is extremely important. So I wasn't thinking of just you're looking at rocks and that's about it. No, I was pretty certain there's more that goes into it because considering the amount of explosive and toxic and venom toxic things that I handle in a chem lab, mm, yeah. I can understand if you had to go through a couple hoops for some of those things. They're expensive.
I know. Like I actually did uh go over some contracts and some requirements and stuff, and just doing like I said, like just doing my job costs millions of dollars and stuff, and I've seen the numbers, I've seen the breakdowns for these supplies and this labor cost and yada yada yada, and it's like motherfucker, this shit ain't cheap.
No, definitely not. I mean, I get that from just seeing how much labs might be be using up with their amount of budget. It's just phenomenal to me. It's like, wow, we're putting all this money. But then again, it is for something that would, I guess, pioneer humanity a little bit further into a
Well,
more
just
technological world, I
well,
suppose.
Well, just to talk about lab work specifically and stuff. When we run our assays, we had okay for doing expiration reporting and stuff. You have to use a third party assayer, so like an independent guy, like an independent assay lab is the only thing you can use for reporting stuff. However, for like production work, just for like internal stuff, we had an on site assay lab, and of course, since it was on site and in house, it was way cheaper and stuff. And now
Mhm.
I'm not going to say that we would send some exploration stuff to our own lab sometimes, but we did.
I mean, it's easier.
Well, it's easier, quicker, and cheaper and stuff. But the thing is, if you were to get caught, that's a big capital N no.
Ooh. Well, yeah, of course, because you're not supposed to, and also all the other laws again involved.
Yeah, but just to put it in the context of how much geological assaying costs and stuff, you're crushing up rock, and you have to clean. Like you've done sample prep work before in lab, so you understand it. But to explain to chat and stuff, so in between samples and stuff, you have to clean all your stuff, and some of the stuff is consumable in the test. So it's like a one-time use. Like for example, when we smelt down the rock into glass so that we can pass it through the laser and stuff, that ceramic crucible is used to melt down the rock and stuff. That's a one-time use, and you have to keep buying new crucibles. That shit adds up
Yeah, of
a
course.
lot.
Yeah, definitely it does. I mean, like to take this into context into a more of a chemistry lab, we use up a lot, and I mean like a lot of different things in the lab. It doesn't matter what element it is. Honestly, I guess it does, though all elements on that periodic table cost like a shit ton if you want it in either its pure form or in a form that's genuinely dangerous to handle. But you use that up and you're using up like hundreds of dollars every single time you use anything. That doesn't come back, just like you said, especially for you and your crucibles. It's like Like, that's just so much, and so you can't normally fail, and they give you a set amount of what you can use to begin with, because obviously they don't want you wasting 10 grand or something because you kept failing the experiment at a specific part. At some point, if you just keep failing, like, that's on you. You deal with the data you have, and now you have to work with it.
Oh, don't get me started on that shit because we would have constant, like, everyone, every person, like every geologist I've ever talked to and ever worked with and stuff, there is no consensus, absolutely no consensus when it comes to sampling methodology. It's like, oh, you're taking too much. Oh, you're taking too little. Oh, you should have more buffer zones. Oh, you should have more blanks. You should have more checks and balances. Like run more blanks, run more standards. It's like blah blah blah. You're never going to please anyone because there's not. The only thing that's written in the law is how you report it, not how you do it.
For us, it's how we do it because we do measure that specifically. Because, say, for example, you do put more than you were supposed to, that can be dangerous. You can potentially not just hurt yourself, but everyone around you in the lab, which is why we have like set measurements that we take, and then we take reports, and then like we write it down and we see what the reactions are. We have to see at what level and point is actually safe enough for us to actually test within a lab, which is why we normally have like set samples and how much we can actually use. This is not the case in a biolab. For a biolab, that the only reason they do that normally, if you're not working with anything like viruses or bacteria or anything like that, if you're not making a culture, then I suppose it's not, it's more in line with a chemistry lab. But a biology lab that doesn't involve that, hell, God. The only reason they do it is because they don't want you wasting everything all the time. They'd be like, "Yeah, can you not? We're gonna give you this set amount of samples for one reason only, and it's because we don't want you wasting any of this." And that's literally the only reason. That, or it's because the people who had been facilitating your lab w- were also the people who were making the samples you were using to begin with, and they only made a set amount and they didn't want to make like more, right? And it's
Yep.
usually that type of lab. Like you do one type of lab and you get that, and that's it. That's all you get. They prepped for it, but they're not going to make you more if you fuck up. Just it's just not how it works. You can't redo the lab later unless you're working in an actual laboratory where you quite literally have to consistently redo your experiment to see whether or not your hypothesis is correct. But
I'm
I
just
suppose,
I'm just
yeah.
thankful for modern techniques and stuff because I did a couple of labs for like the chemical methods for assaying results and stuff, and fuck, I wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy. But nowadays and stuff, all you have to do is melt that shit down the glass and stick it in the machine, and then it shoots a laser through, and you just the computer does all the work, the calculations, like, oh, you have this kind of elements done.
Done.
Actually, when I was doing my thesis work and stuff, I remember the first time me and my supervisor we went to the XRF machine. Actually, no, it wasn't an XRF machine. It was an electron microprobe. And a funny story, we put in our samples, and like 3 or 4 hours later, we're like, "Why is this taking so fucking long?" And we found out afterwards that the guy who used it last didn't remove his samples, so it was rastering their samples and our samples too.
Oh,
So
wait.
my supervisor just said, Zenler, just go home. It's like, thanks, boss.
I'd be so pissed if that happened in the lab. I'd be like, who the didn't clean this equipment? I would be so upset. I'd be seething about it the entire day. Man, I'd probably even go out of my way to find who it was that fucked it up to begin with. God forbid, do not mess with the equipment. Don't do it. Don't leave it messy. Leave it clean for the next person. Doesn't matter where you are, you have to keep it clean, else you incur everyone's wrath.
No,
Everyone's wrath.
no, I know, but in that particular instance, I was also kind of on us for not noticing. It's like, yeah, there's some stuff here. We should have noticed that there too. But it was kind of like on them and on us. But it was just like my boss's face. He was just ready to just like kill something. It was just like, uh, well,
No, yeah, I completely understand though, right? Like, Ugh,
Revine, Karen, Milith.
I'm not a Karen. I'm just do your due diligence in a lab. Don't fuck it up for everyone that comes after you. God. You know how some people don't even clean up acid spills properly sometimes in labs? And I'm like, how the fuck did you get into like how did you even get into a university or a college and you don't even know how to clean up after yourself? You know how dangerous that is? And like they don't do it. Or how some of them don't even know how to use some of the equipment. Oh my god, don't even get me started on some of the glass equipment that they keep shattering for no reason. Stop shattering it.
No, I've been there. Like like I went to university on a biology scholarship, and the guy who gave it to me was coincidentally my intro to bioprof and stuff. But his specialization was embryology, and I remember him taking me to his lab one time to show me his research and stuff. And the instant I stepped through that door, he was like, "Okay, Zendar, I'm going to show you this. Don't touch anything." It's like, "Okay, boss."
Yes, please don't touch anything. Don't touch it. You don't know how to use it. Don't touch it.
Well,
God, I don't even know how many times I had to say that to people.
well, again, his specialization was embryology and stuff, so it was like live cell cultures and stuff. So it's just like
Yes.
it's
Oh, yeah, indeed. I think I know how he would feel if someone touched his sample. Because if someone touched any of my samples, if I were doing bacteria cultures, you touch that shit and it messes something up, we're through. I don't care who you are, we're through. It's so difficult to keep those things alive.
yeah, which in hindsight is why I'm rather thankful that like I do the work I do because like for my thesis and stuff, I was just dealing with like clays and stuff. So like my prep work was in like like the upstairs lab, which was like dirty, dusty, and the fume hood was like 50 years out of service and stuff, but it was still kicking and stuff. So it was just like cleaning my crusher between samples and stuff, and like just huffing fumes and whatnot, and like all dusty. It's like it's gonna be a miracle if I get even proper numbers out of this here stuff, but it's what I have to work with.
It is what it is. That's
Should
how I normally view it.
Well, like I remember specifically, we ran out of cleaner, and the next shipment wasn't for like another week or something. So I had to
Uh,
use like acetone. I had to use acetone out of this big brown jug that was missing its label,
what?
and it had sharpied acetone on the side and stuff. So
No. No.
I was I
No.
was high as a kite, and I could feel every single nose hair for weeks after that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No, the moment I heard that, it's like, "Oh, it doesn't have a label." I immediately wanted to slam my head into a wall. I was like, "God, you ever see that in a chemistry lab? The first thing anyone's going to do is probably retreat from the room because now we don't know what the fuck just happened. We don't know what's in the air. We don't know what we just unleashed. Oh, shit."
I think I told the story before, but I helped clean out our department when we were doing inventory and stuff. And in the part-time professor's room, in the drawer was a bunch of rock samples, and one of them was uranium.
Uh, 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 I don't know if you mentioned this, or maybe I'm just not remembering things properly. But what the fuck?
Well, here,
Why?
yeah. Like here's the thing, like it, bottles, like proper MINDAT, like data safety sheets and all that stuff. Like the modern standards for that there was a little loosey goosey back in the day and stuff, and that goes double for like just rocks. It's like what? It's like what's this rock? I don't know. We have to identify it, and then I shit you not, like when we found that particular rock, I was like, "Yeah, what's this rock?" And then like the head lab guy was just like, "I have a hunch," and he whipped out the Geiger counter. He literally just whipped out because that's what identifying property for certain minerals and stuff is radioactivity and stuff. So he whips out the Geiger counter and it's like, it's like, oh, okay, that's uranium. And we were just like, whoop, okay, put that away.
No. no, I'm gonna take at least a couple steps back, if not more.
Well, you have to think that someone has been working at this desk for years and stuff, and that's been in there for years. Granted, the dangerous radiation is stopped by, like alpha gets stopped by like piece paper and stuff. It's fine.
Yep.
It's not like super concentrated refined uranium stuff, so it's not going to kill you. And it being in a drawer, like the radiation is not actually going to make its way through the wood. But it's
Well, yeah,
like,
it's not even that big of a piece either. It's not like it's going to do much.
well, yeah, so like even just handling with your hands is perfectly safe and stuff. You just don't do for a long ass time. But it's the thought of like no one knew this was here, huh? Kind of thing.
Huh. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's still like when you first just. I mean, I guess more over the shock factor. I suppose, right? It's just
Well,
like, oh, okay, it's uranium. Great, putting that away now.
well, yeah, like we all had a big chuckle over it and stuff because we had our suspicions of it because like the color, the habit, and stuff. And it was just like then the seal of the deal, and it's like okay, it's radioactive, and it's just like yeah, okay, our lessons played through, and now we have, and then we put it in proper storage and properly labeled.
Yep. And then now you don't have to touch it again, probably,
Yeah.
normally.
Well, I'm kind of blasé when it comes to radioactive minerals because I know how this. I know the physics. Like I know how the shit works and stuff. And yeah, it's like what Gray says is at least it's not the demon core. Like like natural radioactive like minerals and stuff. You like people work with them all the time and stuff. All you have to do is literally the only PPE you have to work with for mineral exploration for like uranium and shit. All you do is wear rubber gloves and that's it. That's all you need because it's not that concentrated. It's not refined. You're perfectly fine.
I mean, yeah, that is. You're right. As long as it's not like a demon core or anything. I suppose
Yeah.
everything should be fine.
Well, again, it's like the emotional ignorance and fear. It's like yeah, it's a thing to be concerned about and stuff. But once you understand it, it's like okay, this is not going to kill me unless I lick it every day, kind of thing and stuff. If it's just sitting there and I just poke at it once in a while, it's not going to kill me.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I suppose it's a little I guess the instinctive reaction I have for anything is mainly because I'm both in bio and in chemistry is just that if it's dangerous, don't fuck with it. Doesn't matter if it's your first time or if it's just like occasionally. Do not fuck with it. Never fuck with it. It's not a good idea. You shouldn't try it. Just
Well,
don't try it. Because
well,
for us,
well,
it's not just, it's making actual reactions happen too, and I could potentially unleash like poison into the air.
well,
Mm,
yeah. It's like my favorite go-to example. It's like firearms. You have to build up good habits. The instant you lapse and build up bad habits, and that's when bad shit starts to happen. You have to build upon and hammer home the good habits and stuff. But the longer it goes and stuff, it is a level of complacency. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it is some level of complacency and stuff. But I tend to look at it more as a better understanding of good enough.
yeah. I mean, when you eventually develop enough knowledge and the experience about it, it's not as terrifying, and you can be a bit more, I suppose, lackadaisical isn't a good word for it, but I can't really think of any other word
I
to
know,
describe
I
it.
know. The closest one I go to is just complacency, and that is effectively what it is. But it's kind of a loaded way to say it.
Yeah, it is. Like, really, I can't think of a good word to say. Complacency is definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah, like for example, like every place on the mine site, I had to get signed off. Like you had to get a module for everything and stuff. Like for example, I would have to go to the mill to run samples to the lab occasionally and stuff. And to actually even enter the mill, I had to get certified to actually enter the mill and stuff. And there's a lot of things, but the most important one was this is the cyanide tank. This is what the cyanide tank alarm sounds like. You hear this, you fucking run.
Yep. I can imagine. Jeez. I mean, like it's either death or, you know, I mean, most of the time just it's either death, right? Every single time whenever something they tell you specifically about, it's a life or death matter. Of course you're gonna run. Of course you're gonna do whatever it is. I mean, like, you're not gonna panic about it because you already know. I mean, certain people still do, but you know what I'm getting at, right?
Well, yeah, it's like what Gray just said in chat. He lived near a power plant, and anytime he said to people outside of town, they're like, "Oh my god, you live there?" It's like, yeah, that's no big deal.
Yep. I mean, as long as something doesn't happen, like as long as it stays the same as it normally is, and you don't see any real noticeable changes. If it doesn't change, you're fine. Probably nothing happened to begin with. Not the same in chemistry, though, because some of those things can happen and you don't even know that they happened, and now everyone's fucked.
Brigal gets it. Brigal gets it. If you hear anything, run because the only outcome is you die.
Yep.
In some instances, that's literally it. Like I
I
know,
think it's the case in chemistry almost all the time, but it depends on the reaction, really.
my case is working underground. If working underground, if you hear a snap or a pop, you clear ass because there's a rock face ready to burst.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's all fun and games until you're like a mile underground in like literal hell conditions and stuff, and then you get a face full of rock shards.
Ouch.
No, I swear I've told the story before. One time, my buddy laid out a drill program and he oopsied one of the holes where it was going to go and stuff, and it actually broke into an active stope and stuff, and miraculously no one was there and stuff. But if you were standing like right there as the drill pokes through the wall and stuff, you're going to get shotgunned with rock.
And either severely injured or dead.
Pretty much, and more often than not, like I have heard and seen horror stories of like other mine sites because they drill this stuff into you pretty hard and stuff, and they do have like modules and stuff. It's like that Red Letter Media video, surviving edge weapons and stuff. They have like literal cases and stuff in mining safety. There's literal cases and stuff. Is like this is what happens to a guy who gets a rock blast right to the face and stuff, and then you'll see like the post surgery pre and post surgery like pictures and stuff. And it's like ugh.
Ooh, gore.
Effectively.
Ugh. But yeah, no, I get it because chemical spills on a human body isn't very pretty either.
Oh, I'm well aware of that fact. I've worked with so many acids over the years because acid and base reactions are a diagnostic characteristic for identification of certain things and stuff. So I've worked with some pretty potent acids and bases over the years dealing with rocks and stuff. And yeah, I can attest that shit do be nasty.
Very, very much so. Oh, jeez. In my field of work, the first thing I learned was if you see rats run away, always follow them quick. As someone who uses high concentration muriatic acid and high temperature caustic soda, just don't get splashed. You're right, just don't get splashed. But if you do get splashed, ow. Gotta see what happens. Get someone's clothes and they ignore the itching. No, never ignore the itching. Don't ignore the itching. If you itch in a chemistry lab, doesn't matter. Just like clean yourself up or go to like anybody who's currently overviewing or like anybody that's near you and be like, yo, is something happening to me right now? More often than not, your skin is probably literally like melting off.
I have a funny acid story.
Oh.
Okay, so one of my interim jobs in between geology work, I worked at a recycling sorting plant when I was out in Calgary. And for whatever reason, we suspected that there was an auto shop that was tossing like brake pads, engines, and like car batteries into their recyclables, and of course we had to pick that off the line. Now here's where the acid comes in. I remember one time I was removing a car battery off the line and stuff, and the thing broke in my hands and spilled all over me.
Oh,
Yeah.
pain.
No, no. Here's the funny thing when it comes to lead acid batteries and stuff. It actually isn't that bad on the skin and stuff. However,
Yeah, on the skin it's not, but as
no,
a yeah.
no, actually, I washed off just fine and stuff. Here's the funny part of the story and stuff. I washed off all my all my skin and stuff and just fine, fine and dandy. I cleaned off, but I didn't consider my work vest and my shirt. So so when I got home, when I got home, I didn't have any burns. However, my shirt and vest were shredded.
Yes, because it works better on
Yeah, so I was just like, no, I literally when I got home, I was like, why the hell is my shirt falling apart? Oh, right.
Oh, I forgot. I fully forgot.
Yeah. I
I
had
mean,
to,
baking soda is a good way for neutralizing, just don't do it on human skin, obviously.
well, yeah, you don't do it on skin specifically because of the reaction.
Oh, yep, of course. I mean, unless you kind of want to know what happens, then I mean, I'm not advocating for it, but
Hey, chat,
mm.
there's this thing called exothermic reactions, and there's this, and its sibling reaction, endothermic reactions. Either it puts off a lot of heat, or it takes a lot of heat from you. Either way, whatever flavor you pick, it hurts.
It hurts. It's either burns or frozen. Either one. You can have either. Both are equally as painful.
Yep.
Oh, thank God I'm not mainly in chemistry. I was considering it at some point, but I was like, no, no, I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Very glad I didn't.
I'm really bad at balancing equations, so I always stuck to chemistry and stuff. But on top of that, when it came to the labs, I'm very klutzy.
Oh, I mean, there are times I'm only klutzy sometimes in bio labs. So I know what you're getting at. Sometimes I might like overuse too much sample and I'd be like, wait a second. I don't think that's the correct measurements. And then I look it up and I'm like, oh yeah, that's not the right measurements. And it's because someone fucked with the tools. It's always because someone fucks with the tools. Why?
I,
Sorry, it's bringing me visceral rage every single time I think about it.
I'm actually having happy memories of my bio labs and stuff because I don't know why, but my particular group that I always was with in bio labs and stuff, I was always the designated dissector guy and stuff. So every dissection lab or any time we'd had to deal with specifically biological material that we had to get hands on, every time was like, okay, Zendler, crack it open and show us. I'm like, okay.
I got you.
I don't know. Maybe because I'm a son of a fisherman, so gutting fish and crack and processing crab and lobster and stuff. Kind of just I've grown up with my hands in innards of so many different animals over the years and stuff. I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever, crack it open.
I mean, like, you're the one that's most, like, more used to it, so I can assume
Well,
why they made you do it, but still, it is
well,
kind of
you,
funny
well,
considering
like
fishermen.
I'm not questioning the logic and stuff, but it kind of eventually got to the point. It's like, you guys want to try? Come on, just do it once.
No. And
Well,
I'm guessing they said no.
well, no, there was never takers. And I remember I remember like our main, I remember that particular year we had two major dissection labs. One of them was on a squid, which was kind of my wheelhouse, and the other one was a pig fetus.
Okay.
And I cracked so many bacon jokes on that one. I was just insufferable. It was great.
Only bacon jokes all around. Well, then again, it was a pig.
Yeah. Truth be told, my nose was kind of numb to the alcohol and formaldehyde towards the end there.
As it is, I mean, if when you're working with them in general, it does kind of tend to numb like all of your senses concerning taste and smell. For some reason, taste. I don't know why it's taste, but sometimes
Yeah,
my mouth gets kind of numb.
yeah. I'm just looking at Vorpal. I'd rather the squid laugh me out. Well, here's the kicker. I actually gutted squid before and stuff, so I knew where everything was
Oh
at the
my
beginning. But
god.
so that was an easy lab for me. But I knew specifically where the ink sac was, and I shit you not, I went to one of my friends like once I dissected and had it open and stuff. It's like, hey buddy, poke this. Why? Just do it. It's like squirt. It's like ah.
Whenever something like a squid dissection happens, my first thought process is always giant axon? Giant axon! That's because I'm a nerd. You know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I do. My particular thing for cephalopods is the test. I have a major fixation on a test, and I don't know why. It's like, hey, this invertebrate has a bone. Neat. I'm going to focus on this for no particular reason.
No particular reason other than it interests me.
I know. I really like cuttlefish beyond the fact that they're cute and adorable and stuff, but their test is really fat for no apparent reason. Like this little tiny cephalopod has this giant test.
Well, what can you do? I mean, oh, we all kind of look there. I know. I
I,
know.
I know, but that's like the funny thing and stuff. And then I see like diagrams for like for like a giant and colossal squid and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, that thing is so tiny. And yeah, that's exactly where the brain goes, and it's just like, and I'm just like, this amuses me. I have regressed to a 5-year-old.
Wow, so small.
Yeah,
If only you could be bigger.
I don't know. True, as far as invertebrates go, I do have a soft spot for cephalopods and stuff, and I feel bad for them, especially especially for octopuses, because yeah, most cephalopods don't live that long and stuff, and they're such intelligent and creative critters and stuff, and they only live for like a year or two, and it's just like that's a crying shame.
I agree, honestly. If octopus had probably lived longer, I mean, we'd probably see like another species with a consciousness on a similar level to us in terms of intelligence.
Yeah, and I really feel bad for their digestive system. They got dealt a really shit hand when it comes to their digestive system. For those who don't know, cephalopods they can only eat little things and take little bites and stuff. Otherwise, they'll die. And the way it works is their nervous system is a ring around their esophagus. So if they eat
Hmm.
something too big, they'll literally snap their brain in half.
That's why, yeah, that's why even octopus, even though like you see them, they're just silently kind of munching on whatever it is they have. It's just so cute when you see it from a perspective that knows nothing. You think, "Oh, they're taking cute little itty bitty bites." No, no, they're doing that because if they don't, it physically will kill them.
I know it's so fucked up though. You know like I'm going to assume. Have you watched the YouTuber series Casual Geographic?
Yes. I
Okay.
used to watch that way too often.
I love that guy and stuff, and I really like his videos, specifically the ones where evolution fucks over certain animals and stuff, and like the cephalopod thing and stuff. And my favorite one is that boar that will gore itself with its horn. Okay, TLDR for chat and stuff. There's a pig in Africa. There's a boar in Africa where its tusk will not always, but more often than not, will curl up and pierce its skull and pretty much kill itself. But the sad thing is that only happens later on in life, and before then, it will breed. So the trait will never, the trait as intended will never breed itself out because the deed is done before it becomes terminal.
Painful.
Isn't,
I mean, there's certain things. Isn't that like okay? There are quite a few animals with horns and tusks themselves that if it grows out too much, they do still do damage to themselves. I think it's only that born specific where it's literally made to kill them.
well, no, it's not made to kill them. That's the
Well, not
end.
made to kill.
It's not. It's the end result. Because at the end of the day, evolutionary psychology is the science of sex and stuff. And to get the deed done, there's so many stupid, like inconsequential traits that are favored in terms of reproduction. Like, there's a million and one examples, but my personal favorite is the fiddler crab. The fiddler crab has this giant fuck off claw that impresses the ladies, but he can't use it even to eat because the claw will goes past his mouth and stuff, so he can't pick up anything and eat. He has to use his little tiny nub one to eat and stuff. And that giant claw is just to impress the ladies and nothing else. And it's so fucking stupid.
Oh, yeah, isn't that it's kind of similar to what is it? Freaking I'm forgetting. Was it peacocks? I think it was peacocks. Yeah, right. Peacocks. Specifically the males. They're so bright and colorful that there's literally no point in anything like camouflage. You can spot one from a mile away. They're all gonna get fucked. But then again, their feathers are a bit different from your said example because from what I remember, don't their feathers actually confuse predators?
No. Okay, so here's
Or was that
so here's the peacock equation. The peacock survival method is literal. This goes for most birds. The bird's survival mating strategy is to look big and garish and stuff to impress the female, and and they do that as a shorthand to show that they are fit and fit to survive. Now, the peacock is the easiest example because, oh, this bird is big and flashy. How the fuck does it survive? It survives by being a tough, angry, vicious motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And to look that garish and still survive predation and stuff shows that you're the biggest, baddest literal cock to walk. And that's what gets that's what gets the peahens going, and the system works.
It does. Normally it does, but at the same time, it's just like, in general, if any animal had even a slightest brain cell like humans would, yeah, no, it wouldn't work. But this is why avians completely baffle me. It says me, who's freaking Corvid. I say this, God, I don't even know my own.
Well, truth be told, corvids are very vanilla as far as birds go. Like, the crafty critters and all that stuff. But as far as plumage goes, it's like, which one's which?
Nobody knows. Half the time, some people don't even know the difference between a crow and a raven, which is kind of funny.
I've always known that, like, I just look at the beak. It's like, do you have the little tuft on it? Okay, you're a raven.
Exactly. That's how you should be looking at it, but not a lot of people think that. They're just like, "Oh, blackbird, probably a crow." Or I mean, it depends on which one was more popular to them when they were young. They're like, "Oh, crows are more popular to them," then they just assume all blackbirds are crows. Oh, the ravens were more popular, then they just assume all blackbirds are ravens. It's either of the two.
I don't know. Again, I've been an outdoors guy my entire life. As much as I like being a shed and stuff, I do, I did start off in biology and I did end up in geology and stuff. So outdoors is kind of, part and parcel and stuff. So, like I just know this stuff and experience and just general interest because, even though I look at rocks for a living and stuff, I am still interested in biology.
Yep. I mean, like, I'm not an outdoorsy person at all, to be honest.
You were born for the lab.
I was. I hate going outside. God, please, just keep me in the lab, please. Please, please, please. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to touch grass. Hal, half the time, all the people in my lab are constantly like, "Well, you should touch some grass," and I'm like, "No, no," with a capital N. No, I'd rather stay in the lab. I'm doing whatever the hell. Unless it's a lab that I absolutely despise, and usually this is really boring biology labs that I don't want to be in,
I don't know.
which happens more often than not.
You would absolutely despise geology labs and stuff because a lot of them are outside.
I mean, then again, a lot of biology does happen outside. You have to take like actual like data of behavior of different animals normally for if you're taking that specific part of biology. But still, I don't like that. There's literally a bird course. And I'm not talking about a bird course as in a bird course that gets you easy grades. Like a legitimate course on birds, and it's just bird watching.
Ornithology is a thing.
I know. It's just that that's not what it is. It's just bird watching.
Oh, so it's not the science of birds, it's literally just bird watching. Okay, I get you.
Yes. And so I was like, this is both a bird course and a bird course.
Well, at least it's not African basket weaving interpretive dance bullshit.
God forbid, no.
Like I can get behind bird watching, not it being a course, but as far as fluff courses go, you know what? It gets passed for me because it's actually enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it can be, depending on the context, for me, it can be enjoyable, but
Xandlar, ever visit the American Midwest? Really pretty out there. Nope, I haven't been to the States since I was a kid, and even then, that was just in the Boston. But I have lived out in Alberta for many years and stuff, and I made frequent trips out to the Badlands.
out to the Badlands.
Well, north of north. I want to say north. North of Calgary, there's a little town called Drumheller, and that's where the dinosaur museum is at.
Oh yeah, I think I visited there.
Yeah, it's the country is really pretty, and the rocks are pretty, and dinosaur town.
Wasn't there like a specific like attraction there too for dinosaurs?
I don't know about attractions, but I do remember one of the there's a giant concrete T-Rex statue that you can pay a fee and go up the stairs into.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that though.
Mm. And I just remember going to the museum a bunch of times, and there's this little rock shop just off the highway and stuff. I would love to go. I love going there because rock shop.
Rock shop, and you well, mostly everything about you is rocks, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Vorpal, sorry you had to experience Boston. I was like 5. I was like 5, so this was like late 80s, early 90s and stuff. It wasn't that bad yet.
Uh, it hasn't gotten bad yet. Oh, well, by the time I was born, it's probably already really bad.
I don't know. Truth be told, my only real memories of Boston was visiting the aquarium, and for some godforsaken reason, I remember having the time of my life eating microwave popcorn and strawberry pop.
Microwave popcorn and strawberry pop.
I don't know why the flavors just stuck in my brain all these decades later and stuff. And to this day, I've yet to find a just plain old strawberry pop. I swear to God, they don't exist up here.
They don't know you don't have strawberry fruitopia or something like that?
No, Fruitopia doesn't count. I'm talking about like Strawberry Crush. I can't find that shit anywhere.
That existed?
It did. I think
I've never seen that before.
I don't think it's in this market. I swear to God, they still produce it in the States. I swear to God.
Strawberry Crush.
It was fucking delicious, and this was like sugar, not like high fructose, not high fructose corn syrup. It was literal sugar pop. It was great.
I need to see what is this? The only thing I've ever seen is the orange and the what was it? And the grape one. That's all I've ever seen. I've not seen a strawberry ever in my life. A strawberry crush?
Yep. Yep.
Never.
Oh. Oh, I found a candy store in Canada that carries it. Obviously, it's an import. I got the
Of
bookmark this
course,
for later.
it's an import. Of course.
Yeah, so sweet Canada candies and treats. They got strawberry crush, they got pineapple crush, they got grapefruit, peach, watermelon.
I think I've heard the watermelon one.
I might have to give this a go. Now I'm just reminded of another candy I had growing up. Have you ever heard of the candy Cadbury's Astros?
Cadbury's Astros? No, I've heard Cadbury's eggs.
Cadbury. Well, I'm looking for it and stuff. Pretty much what they are. They're kind of like M&Ms and Smarties and stuff, but instead of just a solid chocolate center, they have a cookie ball in the middle.
A cookie ball? That sounds delicious.
Let's see.
So it's
Copy.
not like the Cadbury creme eggs. Like I remember those. Anyone remember the Kinder Surprises? I don't think those are allowed to be sold.
They're allowed to. The United States doesn't like them and stuff, but certain markets carry them and stuff. They're still fine in Canada.
Yeah, they're fine in Canada, but I remember in the United States specifically, there was a whole ordeal about that one. I don't know why though. I can't remember why.
Yeah, I posted a picture of the Astros in my general channel and Discord and stuff. So they're just chocolate candies, but the only thing is that they got a biscuit center, and those things were my crack cocaine when I was a kid.
What the heck is this? I've never seen this before. Why have I not seen this?
Because they discontinued them in Canada like decades ago.
What the fuck? I'm actually disappointed.
They're still made in certain markets. I know they're still manufactured in South Africa and stuff, but and a lot of candy stores do carry them as imports.
From South Africa?
Yep.
Damn. Okay.
I know that's the reason why I don't. I saw them. I saw them in a specialty store once, and I got them out for nostalgia's sake. And then I looked at the distributor and seeing what it would cost me to like buy a crate or something. I'm just like, oh, as much as I love them, nope. The import fees are stupid.
No, genuinely no. Not the bang for your buck that you wish for.
Yeah, like I'm looking at this can of Strawberry Crush. It's literally just a can, and it's like $3.
Just.
I'm just like,
yeah.
It's like, how desperate do I feel like to relive my youth and rot rest my teeth?
It depends on how. Depends. Truly depends. I mean, there are times where like I'll go into the United States to get like certain things that you can only get there because of the nostalgia from like only when I travel there though, because normally I don't travel or go outside if at all. So agreed. Yes, very much agreed. And so whenever I go out either with family, normally family, actually only family. I think the only time I've gone with a family friend was still with family. But any case, I would just get the things that I deeply remember that are nostalgic. Do any of you remember those Kool-Aids in a bottle? Those plastic bottles.
Yeah, I remember those.
Have you ever had one of those? Yeah, they're beautiful. They're gorgeous. I love them. They tasted so much better than the ones in the aluminum packs. Ugh, the ones in the aluminum packs are so gross. But the ones in the bottles were perfection. They were perfection. And so anytime I had the chance and I went into the United States, because they never sold them in Canada, I would just buy myself a pack of either blue, purple, or red, because those are the only ones I liked anyway. And then I came back and that's all I would be drinking. Just because it tastes good. But also, yeah, I wouldn't be able to buy it or like
in any other way. And if I wanted to import it here, it would cost way more. Blue is best Gatorade. You're right. You're right. You're so right on that. But I mean, it's only when you get the chance to buy it that you'll buy it, right?
I don't know. There's certain things that are like seasonal. Like first, again, to reach into the Canadianisms, I wish that a Dorito would have their ketchup flavor year round and not just as a seasonal promotion.
There are certain chips that make me feel the same way. Though I don't really eat ketchup chips, so I don't know. Maybe you can shit on me for that. I personally like sour cream and onion, and I know so many people who are like, "Why?"
I don't know. Sour cream and onion is actually my favorite flavor. So hey, besties.
Yes, I love that flavor, and everyone always looks at me like, "Ew, why not get ketchup?" And I'm like, I mean, ketchup's nice and all, but I like sour cream and onion.
Oh, speaking of sour cream and onion and Doritos, did you know that Doritos has the sour cream and onion flavor that again they also seasonally do?
Yes, I do. I've tried it before. It's actually not that bad.
It's
That's
okay.
It's not amazing, but it's still sour cream and onion, so I like it. And you're right, sour cream and onion is great. Stuff's real good. It's good shit.
I don't
Oh,
know. I don't know. The main thing I hoard whenever it's in season, as it were, is Pepsi Throwback because that's the Pepsi with the sugar and not the corn syrup.
Pepsi is the sugar, not the corn syrup.
It that is a very important distinction.
It is very important because it changes the taste very, very much.
Yeah, I know both are bad for me and stuff, but yeah, one clearly does taste better and is technically not as bad.
Technically. Then
I'm just
again, I mean, it's freaking Coca-Cola. What am I what am I supposed to say?
and I never. Truth be told, as much as I say I'll hoard Pepsi Throwback when it's in stock, I'm not a big cola guy.
I'm not either. I don't really drink it often. I do drink Mountain Dew often though.
Oh God.
That's just 'cause I like it. I'm sorry, it tastes good, okay? I like the fizz, but I have never tried spicy. What the is spicy Mountain Dew? I've never heard of this. What is
It's
this?
spicy Mountain Dew is just cinnamon Mountain Dew.
Ew, what?
Oh,
Huh?
cinnamon flavor is great. What, you never had Fireball before?
N no. I just okay, listen, I don't mind the cinnamon as a taste, but like cinnamon Mountain Dew, I've never heard of that.
Okay. So apparently Vorpal says it's not. Okay, just for the record, I have tasted. I remember there being a run of cinnamon flavored Mountain Dew before because Mountain Dew does all these weird fuck up flavors and stuff. And I do remember having cinnamon one once.
Oh, I think the one they were talking about was the flaming hot one, and it's freaking red. What is it? Is this Cheetos? Did they have like a collaboration with Cheetos or something? That's what this looks like to me.
Well, Cheetos had a collaboration with Kraft Dinner. Actually, I think they still make it.
Yeah, they do. It was like that flaming hot like mac and cheese.
They have a regular version too, and it tastes just as bad.
You may link a pic. Sounds like flaming hot Doritos. Flaming hot Doritos was good though. Oh, it instantly just. You know what? How about I bring up a picture on stream and let's see. Let's see if this is the one that you're speaking of. Let's save this as an image.
Just save it to your downloads and open it as an image source. That's usually the best way to go about it.
That's what I normally do with it. It's easier that way. Image sources, but it takes me a few minutes. All right, and then it's right here. Oh, comes out as an
Oh, I just have a thought. I just have a thought I want to rant about. Okay, so I'm pissed off that they reissued 3D Doritos because I remember eating Cool Ranch 3D Doritos as a kid all the goddamn time because those things were fucking delicious and stuff. And I was so excited for 3D Doritos to come back and stuff, and then I fucking got pissed that they only brought back nacho flavor and not Cool Ranch 3D Doritos. I'm sad.
Cool Ranch was nice. I liked Cool Ranch, but that's mostly because I like things that are similarly tasting to anything that's sour cream, ranch, or basically both of those two.
Yeah. Oh god, I did have this before. Yep, I remember having this one too. I'll try any weird flavors of pop that come out and stuff, and I do remember this one specifically.
I try every cool flavor of Kit Kats, but that's about it. Only because the Japanese like making really weird flavors of Kit Kats,
Okay, here's the
and their
thing.
matcha one is pretty good.
Now, here's the thing with Kit Kat stuff. Only specifically Japanese Kit Kats taste great. But even like the oddball flavors they have in North American stuff, the fact is it's North America manufactured chocolate, and that there's always shit.
Yep. Yep. I mean, that's entirely why I like Japanese versions of Kit Kat. I mean, it's the best version of Kit Kat out there, okay?
No,
Time for
okay,
first break.
okay, Vorpal, they do have Cool Ranch Cool Ranch 3D Doritos. Unfortunately, that was only an American release and not in Canada.
What the wait, really?
Yeah, when
Oh,
they
no wonder I only remember it in America.
Yeah, so when they re-released the 3Ds, they only did nacho flavor in Canada.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's BS.
yeah, it
I
sucks.
think everyone liked the Cool Ranch one though.
I can
Maybe
attest.
I'm
I
wrong.
like it.
I like it too. It's amazing. I like how everyone's like we hit like a peak of viewers in my stream specifically. Only when we're about to take a break, which is hilarious to me.
Okay, so 5 minute break.
Yeah, 5-minute break so that I can grab myself a glass of water or maybe like a cup of tea.
Okie dokie. Break and back. I,
Oh,
I,
my audio is good. All right.
I hear you just fine. I'm back from my BRB screen, or else I wouldn't be able to talk.
That's what you wanted to.
Okay. Okay, just to let chat know, the way I have my setup is I have my microphone going to OBS, I have a shit ton of filters in OBS, and then I output the audio from OBS to Discord. Now, the only scene I have my microphone detected in OBS is just my regular streaming scene. And my BRB starting and end screen, I don't. And that's how I don't have a hot mic incident when I'm on those particular screens. The downside is that you can't hear me in a Discord call because that's where the audio is being routed. It's very convoluted, but I find it not only do I have the better quality because of the filters, it also acts as a failsafe because of, hot mics.
Yep, and you don't want to end up saying something you don't want, or maybe having something divulged that you don't want. I guess I don't have that problem because I have a way of dealing with that myself, but works out.
I don't know. It's convoluted as it is. I again, like some people remember, I had a episode a few weeks ago where my microphone just didn't want to work, so I had to resort to using filters in OBS to normalize back to what I was.
Man, I wish I was there for that stream. You probably started that stream either when I was like at work or taking courses.
Ah,
Man, I wish I was there for that. Um,
and
you did eventually end up getting it to work with like all the filters in OBS. That's the whole reason, like why you're wiring it there to begin with, right?
well, yeah, it's kind of funny because I grew up with like analog signals and VCRs and shit, like running my NES through a VCR to get to the TV kind of shit and stuff. So that was like physically routing all the signals and stuff. And here it's just all like programs and applications and stuff. Like I will shill the absolute fuck out of Voice Meter, the program, and their companion program, Virtual Audio Cables. Those things are amazing.
I use both. I
Well,
use both.
yeah, it's like preaching to the choir kind of thing and stuff. But again, like I remember trying to use Voice Meter like years ago and stuff, but like the interface scared me. But this time around, I was like, okay, I kind of have to just to get the system working. But then again, as with everything else, I just found a YouTube tutorial and I was like, oh, that's how it works. Okay, derp.
That is exactly what I did too, but also with a friend because as you can tell, YouTube videos might not be the best way for me to learn how to do anything. I'm not very good with technology once again.
Oh God, I just remembered I was supposed to look for that
The
the OBS filter tutorial. Yep, I
Oh,
did.
right.
No, I found it.
You got it?
Yep, let's see. Got got the clean link. I'm going to post it into our chat. Yeah,
All
so
right.
it's a video by the video nerd, and I've seen this guy before, and this tutorial it walks you through the steps of what audio filters to use in OBS and stuff, and it literally fixed my problem stuff. Now,
I should probably go through this tutorial. It'd probably make my audio sound better. I don't even know. I don't think my audio's bad once again. I really don't think it's that bad. But then again,
well,
this is
no,
coming from somebody with no idea what's going on.
well, I'll equate it to this. Like I had a problem and it fixed my problem. In your case, you don't exactly have a problem, but probably adding these filters would make it better.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look into doing that right after this stream.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like me doing this VTubing thing just started off as a literal shit post and just for shits and giggles and because I'm bored and stuff, and it's just all for funsies and stuff. And again, all these little things I'm just learning along the way and stuff, and it's fun. It's fun to learn.
Yep, as it should be. Well, for me, it's Honestly, I- once again, if anyone ever looks into the reason why I became a VTuber, it's going to be the funniest rabbit hole anyone will ever go down. Like, genuinely.
Yeah, your sequence of events in all of this was less than ideal.
Less than ideal, but now I'm here, and surprisingly, nobody has taken that terribly. I haven't taken it terribly. Don't know what happened to specifically her I will not name.
Well,
Probably off doing
well,
something stupid.
well, again, at the end of the day, she was a literal kid doing I'm sorry, a basic bitch con. Like, look, I went to school. I went into the science program stuff, but the university I went to was a business university and stuff, and pretty much all my friends outside of my geology courses and stuff were business students and stuff. So I saw this basic bitch kid level scam stuff like day in and day out, and it's just old hat to me and stuff, and I'm just like, this is a scam and a lazy one at that.
What's funny is that it wasn't in the beginning. It genuinely wasn't. That's the scary part, that she actually was willing to do all of this. Like, legit. Not as a scam, but actually do it legitimately.
No, I don't buy that. I really don't.
It's hard to buy because, I mean, I was the one mainly talking to her, but, surprisingly, she really did put in the effort and the money.
Well, yeah, it's like it's effectively any kind of investment and stuff where you have to put a little to get a little and stuff, but that also goes for cons.
Yeah, of course. It's
Uh,
just, like, it's from my point of view, and nobody really knows what happened from my point of view as well as I do. I mean, yes, I've given multiple screenshots and I've shown what's happened throughout the whole ordeal, but uh at least in the beginning she was being legit about it. Towards the end,
well, the only
that's
say
where it got it.
the only how would I phrase this? Uh, the benefit of the doubt I will give. In the beginning, it was probably biting off more than she could chew.
Yes, it definitely was. She probably didn't realize that until uh that one stream where I smacked sense into her as well, and I was like, "Are you stupid?" She is. She is.
Oh,
She always.
while I'm thinking about it, I'll also paste to you a tutorial for voice meter. I'm sure you already have voice meter set up and stuff, but it's a nice little resource to have bookmarked.
Yeah, just in case something goes wrong and I have to do it all over again.
Yeah, pretty much everything I've had to YouTube to learn stuff. I literally have a folder called streaming and stuff, and one of the subfolders is literally just tutorials.
To make sure that if anything screws up, you at least have the tutorials to fall back on.
Well, like, I don't know how savvy you are as far as history of the internet goes, but I'm from the fruit farms and stuff, so I am a firm proponent of archive everything. Like all these videos I have bookmarked, I also have local copies.
I mean, like, I archive anything I do, but anything anyone else does, probably not as extensive as all of you do. I mean, I told you all, I just sat in my own small, tiny little corner and just ignored the rest of the internet and was just like, "I don't like that. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving." Uh, that was just my history on the internet, and then now I'm here. Uh, basically, anything that like, if that incident hadn't happened, once again, I would not be here.
Yeah.
I would not even have considered being here. I would have been just going on with my life, being like, "Yeah, things happen."
Yeah, Gray in chat. I mean, you were our local archiver at some point. Yeah, like here's the thing. I still do upload the archives of Pippa's streams that get taken down. Like I just don't like back in the day I would make a post of like Captain Godzilla presents, and like here's a stream that I archive, and I made a big show of it and stuff. I stopped doing that after a while because one, it got boring, two, it got insufferable, and three, it's just like, okay, everyone has the link at this point to my CryptPad file, so if not, like I got to post it everywhere. So if you need an archive, and there it is.
There it is. Works out. I guess I don't I don't do that. I don't like to I don't have a lot of space on a lot of the things I have, so wouldn't be able to do it irregardless, but maybe I should start archiving things.
Well,
Probably.
Well, I kind of, even before the fruit farms and stuff, I was always an archivist and stuff. Like I would, like I was the local anime bootlegger, in my little hometown and stuff. Like I would record shit off the TV and like with a second VCR make copies, and that's how I made my pocket change.
That's how it is. We really lived in very different eras despite not having too much of a difference between age.
I don't know. Well, like I grew up like in like the late '80s, early '90s and stuff. That was my kid time and stuff. And I imagine this is your first run of university, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So yeah,
Mhm.
what I'm getting at is, even though it would have been a teenage pregnancy and stuff, I'm old enough to be your dad.
Yeah, that is true. That is very much true.
But here's what I'm getting at. Due to the factor of being a fucking leaf and stuff, no matter where you're at in time and place in Leafland and stuff, we are behind the times. So anything I would say you would appreciate on a certain level, because on some certain level you have gone through it yourself.
Yes, because being a leaf means you're literally in the past. Just how it is.
Yeah, because like I remember having tech class in school and stuff, and we were still running MS DOS, even though like Windows 95 was out.
Oh, shit. God.
Yeah, because like I remember, like I vividly remember this. One of the local convenience stores where I grew up and stuff had like a couple of computers, and you would for like a toonie would rent out like an hour of like internet time, and I would spend so much time there with like a note, a binder, a paper, and like a pen, and I would go to like NintendoPower.com and like write down like just in my sketchbook like maps and like cheat codes and stuff, because that was the only option.
I think I kind of remember this too. Though I distinctly also remember comparing it to how it is in the Philippines. Everyone already knows I'm a flip, so it doesn't matter. But we there's a similar thing. It's just literally a computer cafe where you just rent out time there depending on how much money you give. And that's just all you would do. You would play games on there, doesn't matter what it was. You could even like it was just like free for all there. Mostly everyone there was playing like something like League of Legends or like an MMO or
Oh,
even like a first person shooter.
Oh, I am well versed in the concept of internet cafes and stuff, but you have to remember this was like early '90s and stuff, and some little podunk backwater fishing village in Cape Breton and stuff. So it's like, like even 56K modem dial-up speed was just like, oh my god, this is the fucking future.
This is the future. Then again, once again, Canada is always behind and always will be behind.
Well,
I don't know why.
in defense of Canada, we do have a population versus landmass issue, and that's an issue that we'll always have, and we can never get rid of.
Yeah, that's it's not like it's conceivably possible to begin with.
To be fair, as much as I will rag on Elon Musk for a lot of things and stuff, but the Starlink program and stuff, I'm on board with and stuff, because that is a practical solution to like our particular specific problem of like, how do you get high speed internet to the middle of nowhere? I know, a little tiny satellite.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I heard of it too, I mean, then again, once again, not good at technology. I just thought, oh, this would be useful in Canada, especially where every place in this godforsaken country will obviously shit on you for terrible Wi-Fi connection, speed, anything. God forbid. Anytime you want to go anywhere, it's always like that. You will find at least one place in each city, each town where this like if you go into it or you're even near that specific area, your connection just dies. You just and you're not even in the middle of nowhere. You're still in the town.
Well,
Oh,
funny.
I don't know why.
Well, funny story. My one of my best friends, when we were in university, he worked at a call center and stuff, and he was the inbound tech support guy and stuff. And I remember him telling me one call he got was a guy that was, I shit you not, in the middle of the desert, and he was like, "Why am I getting bad cell reception in this desert?" And he, without missing a beat, he was like, "Sir, look around. Do you see it? Do you see a cell phone tower? No, and that's why you're having a bad signal, because there's no nearby towers."
Canada. Oh, Canada.
Well, like, I tried to explain this concept to my mom, because like where she lived at was in a valley. It was in the valley, and she wanted to save some money, so she got rid of her landline. And I told her, "No, Ma, don't get rid of your landline. If you're just going to use your cell phone, that's going to be a problem for you." And she didn't listen, went ahead and it's like, "Why are my calls always dropping on my cell phone?" It's like, "Mom, because you live in a valley and you don't have line of sight to the cell tower. Of course you're going to have bad connection. That's why that's why I told you to keep the landline." Eventually she put it back in and stuff, but it was still, for a while there, it was just like, ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess your mom just didn't realize it off the straight, like, top of her head. She's just like, "Oh, yeah, I mean, it's possible because everyone can connect to each other, like, through, like, a cell phone nowadays, like,
Well,
all the time." That it just kinda slips through your mind that some of these other essentials are kind of needed for it to work.
well, I love my family, but explaining certain things is difficult and stuff because I'm just like, it's like, mother, father, you have grown up with radio your entire lives. This is literally radio technology. Dad, you worked radar on the boats. You have to understand, you need line of sight. If you're not bouncing off a satellite, you need line of sight. Do you understand the concept?
Exactly.
Like I
I mean,
suck
it
at,
even slipped in my
but
mind.
well, yeah, it's like I suck at physics and stuff, but it's just like it's light. You need line of sight. End of story.
How it is.
Like
Some
I,
things are so much simpler than how you expect them to be.
well, yeah, like I grew up during the transition, like the great internet boom and technological revolution. That was my genesis in life. Like I grew up with that there, so I went through all the growing pains and stuff, and it was kind of just like business as usual and stuff. But even still, like after the fact, trying to explain certain things, it's just like this isn't a scary thing. It's not as complicated as you think it is. Like even teaching my parents to like, okay, this is how you plug in your phone to charge it and stuff. You put the cable into the phone and then you put the adapter into the wall. Like the power cord is not just one cord now. Now it's two pieces. It's not that complicated. It's just two pieces now.
The way the world has evolved gets ever more simple
I'll
or
be
ever
qu-
more stupid.
I'll be quite honest. I'm legitimately surprised my mother was able to connect my NES to the TV when I was a kid. I don't know how it happened,
Huh? How do
but
you do that?
it's one of those things. Like I saw how inept my parents were with technology, with my computer, like my computer when I was a teenager, and like their phones as the smartphones became a thing and stuff. Looking back, I'm just like, how did they hook up the TV and VCR? If they're that bad with this stuff now, how was it back then? It boggles the
No,
mind.
yeah, right? It feels like it would be so much more complicated back then. So how did you hook up an NES to a TV?
Well, it's like it's not like the number of wires and cables and connectors. Like the shape and the colors are different, sure, and stuff, but still plug into here. Match the red with the red, the yellow with the yellow, the white with the white. It's not that complicated.
And then you finally get it, and it's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's still surprising when it's your parents that do it, and most parents are very, very bad with technology. Unfortunately, unlike everyone else who constantly has to deal with parents asking them how to do something with their phones or any sort of technology out there, mine rarely do for the sole fact that they know that I am incompetent.
Well,
So
all you have to do is like just bat your eyelashes and like, hee hee, I'm just a girl.
I don't know what's going on.
that totally doesn't fit my concept whatsoever.
I don't know. Like I've known like guys that are like pushing 100 who could totally body me on certain technologies and stuff because everyone knows this old geezer. There's always an old geezer who's always had the latest and greatest technology since like the 40s, and that continues to this day. And they're like, God, you are a sage in every sense of the word. I'm in awe.
From the beginning till the end, their knowledge knows no bounds.
Well, I've always kind of wanted to be that guy. So like I won't ever buy the latest and greatest because I'll let I went through the format wars, all of them. I went through all the format wars. So I'll let things hash out in the time and pick the winner and stuff, but I do try to somewhat keep up with things even if I just am aware of things. Like VTubing.
I think VTubing. I still barely understand what VTubing is.
Well, again, this is like old internet culture and stuff. It's literally a an audio video and stuff where you just have a picture on the screen and someone talking and stuff. Now the picture can move. That's the only real difference.
And the fact everyone is neurodivergent.
Well, that too. I'm a gray in chat right now. It's modern puppeteering. I mean, literally, I rigged this model myself and stuff, and I went in with the mindset of I'm making a literal Muppet.
Well, that's what it is, though, isn't it?
Yes, that's all it ever was. Because I've seen a lot of VTubers over the years, and it pains me to say this at this point. Like, oh god, VTubing is getting old. But I've seen a lot of VTubers over the years and stuff that get hung up on the stupidest of shit. Like, for example, I don't give a shit about idol culture. I don't even give a shit about VTuber culture. I just want an animated puppet to talk with and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still don't understand any of the culture at all. I mean, I want to understand it because like it feels like it'd be fun to like figure out what everyone else is talking about, but I haven't really gone around to doing so.
Okay, do you want the really TLDR for everything?
I would enjoy that, yes.
Okay, are you familiar with music idols?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically Japanese music idols are the progenitor.
AK-47.
Yeah, AK-47. So that culture is a progenitor of VTubing because VTubing initially started in Japan. So it was an offshoot of J-pop idols and stuff, and a large amount of that culture carried over into VTubers. Now, since VTubing has taken off in the West, there has been a divergence from that, which is, where I'm leaning on the end of that particular scale. However, I'm not going to fault anyone for having fun with that thing, for that particular culture. If you like doing that, fine. I'm not going to stop you.
I don't think I'd like to play into that culture
I
at all.
no, just chatting with you. I know I get that. That's why I'm kind of leaning into that. So like the quote unquote traditional J-pop VTuber stuff. I know that's not for you. So, like, do research on it and just be aware that, quote unquote, aware of the history kind of thing, know your roots, as it were, and stuff. But, just do your own thing and have fun with it.
I mean, that's what I'm doing anyway. I'm just here to have fun.
Yeah.
And
And,
after the stream, I'm pretty sure I'm affiliate.
well, it's all good fun and stuff. Like, and as far as like the Western end of VTubing stuff, literally, it's just an unholy combination of Western streamer culture plus like the VTuber thing that came out of Japan and stuff. But my usual go to for an explanation and stuff is that this is just theater, and of course the go to example for theater in modern times is pro wrestling. You know exactly what I mean.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah. So like the whole is this a character? Is this real life? Like, you know, you can. It's all up to you and how complicated you want to make things.
I'm not a very complicated person, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Or maybe that's
exactly.
fortunate.
Yeah. Again, so like you're in school, so this is just a fun little hobby.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I am still going to mainly focus on my studies because that's kind of the important thing here. I mean, like, okay, like, once again, I'm not expecting to pop off or anything.
Yeah.
I never expect anything.
I don't know, like the if I'm being completely honest, the whole number thing is a giant scam. Like here's an example.
It
I'm
is.
just I'm just looking at my feed right now, and Kirsch was bodying Henya like by a couple of hundred now, and just a few minutes later, Henya jumps up to like 3.4K.
Huh.
Yeah, like I know how the audiences break down and stuff and whatnot, but like the numbers really don't mean anything. Like for example, I have actually part of this of having fun with this and stuff. I am utterly fascinated with the metrics and stuff because like I'll have a live stream come out with like X number of views, and the X number of views will go up over a couple of days, but then it'll get cut in half like on the third day kind of thing stuff. It's so weird.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
I like learning things, is what I'm getting at.
I do. I do
And
too.
and
I'm just not good at it.
I know, but trying to understand the ghost in the machine because there is a ghost in the machine at this point, and trying to understand the ghost in the machine is interesting.
I mean, yes, it certainly is. Just, mm, mm, I don't know. I mean, I looked up Kirsch right after you said it too, and I was just like, I was gonna go onto the stream and compare, and I was like, never mind, I'm too lazy for this. But I mean, you're right, the numbers are a scam. It's not like I'm looking for numbers to begin with. Once again, I'm just here for the fun of it. I remember 8 to 10 years ago hearing that YouTube cracks down on views when they jump to abrupt. They do? They do? What? I haven't heard of this.
Well, no, okay. There. Have you heard of the dead internet theory?
I feel like I've heard of it, and I feel like I've definitely read it, but I don't think it's stuck in my brain.
Okay, the TLDR on that there is it's an oversimplification, but the long and short of it is that the internet is nothing but bots now. It's all bots and algorithms talking to themselves.
Mm. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that brings back some thought processes that I remember and memories. Yep, I remember this.
Yeah.
I was a little confused on it though.
Well, okay. It's called the dead internet theory and stuff, but here's the thing. It is a legitimate thing, because this is literally our world economy, particularly the stock markets. There are no humans involved with the stock markets nowadays, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
All right.
No, seriously, all modern brokers right now are effectively managing algorithms and stuff, and a lot of quote unquote the machine does all the work nowadays and stuff, and that's really scary.
Yikes.
Yeah, and I've actually covered this in a couple of my news articles and stuff. They are railroading this really hard on military applications.
Oh, in what specific fashion? Most likely ones that aren't good.
The exact ones you're thinking of.
Of course it is. Why did I ever why would I ever think otherwise?
Okay, I do have a couple of articles lined up. So, literally, the United Nations the other day put out a memorandum on AI development and stuff. And I shit you not, the American Department of Defense went, LOL.
Oh, that's even better.
Yep.
That's even better. No.
Yeah, Sigma. Unless a human can short and long in 2 milliseconds. Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to.
Fantastic. I love humanity. We always it's always when it comes to something that can violently kill another that we put all our love and attention into.
Or make a buck.
You're yeah. Or make a buck, either one. It's
Some,
either one of the two.
sometimes both. One of my favorite movies is Lord of War for a reason.
Just from the title and sound of the title alone, yeah, I think I can understand.
Okay, the long and short of it is, it's a Nicolas Cage film, and it's a fictional dramatization of the literal Lord of War. Do you remember? Okay, I don't know how much you're on geopolitics. A few months ago, there was a prisoner exchange between Russia and us, and one of the prisoners exchanged. Actually, it was. Do you remember the NBA player who got caught with weed?
Yes.
Okay, the guy that the Russians wanted back for her was the major arms dealer that was the inspiration for the movie Lord of War. He's an ex-Ukrainian. Pretty much when the Soviet Union fell, he got a hold of a lot of his buddies, bought a shit ton of military surplus, and pretty much became the world's arms dealer for many decades.
Jesus. Okay.
So
And that's who they wanted?
we traded that guy for the melanated individual who was smuggling pot into Russia.
Okay, so why did we do that?
Because we are dumb. We are dumb.
Are we are dumb. Why would we do that? That's such a dumb decision. What? I okay.
Yeah.
There's so many ways that was just such a bad thing to do.
Yeah, because Biden wanted woke points. Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to. Is they wanted a virtue signal.
Everyone that's woke and has virtue signaled in their life are absolutely worthless to me.
Yes, but we traded some no-name WNBA player for the literal Lord of War.
Once again, we're stupid.
I know, but I remember when this here made the rounds. I'm like, no, they're not. They're not trading that guy. I'm like, oh god, they are. It's like, oh god.
Oh no. How much humanity has fallen.
But I recommend watching the Nick Cage movie. It's actually really entertaining. It's over dramatized for what it is and stuff, but it's a very entertaining film.
I will definitely watch it then.
Yeah, Pipka in my chat. You two are Canadians. We again. I'm including you, motherfucker.
I'm including all of us.
Okay, when I say the we in this instance, I mean the West. Okay?
Because the West is stupid.
I've been a political spark for my entire life and stuff, and the modern age is interesting. And I'm living the ancient Chinese proverb of "May you live long enough to see interesting times."
And certainly it is an interesting time to live in.
I am entertained. I have no skin in the game. Laugh or cry. I've said this before.
Uh, I'm going to prefer to once again laugh
Yeah.
at the misery that is reality.
Royal English, we filthy commonwealthers.
Filthy Commonwealthers.
I,
Fuck you.
I still remember bringing up the Commonwealth issue when I was on Proctor Stream that one time. It was just like, he had to think about it. I'm like, motherfucker, do you even know your country?
It's Proctor. What can we say?
Uh,
Intellectual in some aspects, and then in completely other aspects, he falls flat on his face.
I do have issue with Proctor. Unfortunately, I've seen his type many times and stuff, and there's a specific term for this, and it always escapes me, and that bugs the piss out of me. But he overcompensates for his upbringing by latching on to intellectual pursuits.
Oh, okay.
You know the type. You've met this type before. Don't tell me you haven't.
I have a couple friends that I can say I know of that are like this. Actually, quite a few of them have made a name for themselves. I'm not gonna name them because if I do, one, it's not me doxing them. They're kind of well known out there. But two, if I mention them, you will all immediately probably figure out who I am, which is a bad idea on my part. But yes, I know what you're talking about, and I mean, they all have become rather successful in what they do, but the kind of it's a bit annoying, to say the least, in how they conduct themselves sometimes. They're like, "Oh, yes, I know this. I'm better than all of you because I know this specific thing that you don't." And I'm like, "Okay, great." I I mean, I don't normally say anything or, like, shit on anyone who does. I just you know what I mean. It's
No,
just
I do know what
annoying.
you mean. I am a firm proponent on fake it until you make it. That's a tried and true strategy. However,
Yes.
I, I spent over a decade teaching kids out of university and stuff, and effectively it does come down to buck breaking and stuff. It's like you have this preconceived notion of how things are, and that's not how things are. Like, I don't care how many books or scholarly articles you've read and stuff. That's not how the real world works. There is a very well defined schism between academia and the real world, and
Yes.
it infuriates me to no end.
I mean, I don't know if I've ever had the problem, but, like, uh, I think maybe we have discussed this before, but I think we did, but I think I said to you straight up off the bat that I kind of realized it pretty fast, and then I just adapted to how it should have been. Because I mean, like, if you don't adapt to it, like, straight away, you will struggle later, and then it reflects poorly on you later on, and then fucks you over a bit more even later on. So, like, might as well get used to it now, but I do get what you're talking about. Yeah, Vorpal's right. Is you're the buck breaker here, but also adapt or die. Um,
Well,
always adapt or die.
well, yeah, it's like, oh, I was taught this way. It's like, that's nice. That is a way of doing it, but that's not how we do it.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to okay, do as the Romans do.
This is a very, very fucking alien concept nowadays, and I don't fucking get it.
I'm very confused why it's an alien concept too. Because it's like if you're stuck in that specific area, then like do what everyone else is doing. Don't be
Okay, this is gonna sound harsh, but don't be unique. One everyone comes to the harsh reality that you are not unique. You're not any more special than the person sitting right next to you on a bus. It's we're all living life, and you need to understand that. You have to adapt. You have to fit in at least somehow. Like, you don't even have to fully fit in, at least somewhat. Attempt to.
Well, unfortunately, this is a life lesson that is not learned until well after the fact. Like the law of the jungle does not exist in school. Straight up, it does not exist in school until like your house is being foreclosed and like on your first job kind of thing and stuff. Reality doesn't sink in of like, oh, I am a cog in the machine and I am absolutely worth nothing.
Oh, yep, 100%. Purple. But mom said I'm special. Mom might be a bit wrong. Unfortunately, we all wish we were special. We all wish we were like the amazing anime protagonist in all the mangas and bullshit that we read. But really, will we ever be? No, most likely not. I mean, even the people up there that we always see, like on like their high, tidy, annoying thrones, whether it be like presidents or billionaires, they're also just people that, in a sense, are also kind of in the cog. That is reality. We're all just living in one machine. They're just bigger cogs.
I'm all for simulated reality at this point.
I would like that. Please, please make this. Please. I would absolutely adore if this was just simulated reality. I'd be like, oh my god, now I can live my real life.
Okay, I have to ask. Uh, Best film: Matrix, Existence, or The 13th Floor?
Uh, I mean, personally, I did like The Matrix the most, and I know that's so mainstream. I
No.
know, but hey, I was a kid and I liked action, and the one specific scene we all know tickled my brain in a way that made me very happy. I would have said 13th floor. I'm not gonna lie with you. I would have.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that okay. Matrix, going with Matrix is the kid answer. Going with the 13th floor is the adult answer. And as much as I like Cronenberg, I don't know what the fuck he was doing with Existence.
I still don't know what's happening with that movie. I would rather I honestly, I think I'm happy not knowing. I You did know I was going to probably pick 13th floor, but, like, I decided to hang on a little bit onto my onto a bit of the childish side of me and was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to the Matrix just for a little bit longer. It's probably gonna change later, and I'm gonna be like, 13th floor," because I realized. But that time is not today.
Well, you know, like it's kind of like beating a dead horse and stuff. I just like the 13th floor because it's literally a technological film noir. And I am a big ass sucker for those.
And my entire concept is built on something like that,
I
yet I
wasn't going
didn't
to
pick
point
it.
that out.
That is so ironic. My entire concept is built on it, and it's not what I chose. I know. I'm aware. I realize.
Okay, Vorpal, I'm not. We're kind of spoiling the twist of the 13th floor, given the subject matter and comparing the other films and stuff. So you kind of get the plot twist and stuff. Truth be told, they don't explain, like the main plot twist of the 13th floor until a little ways in stuff. But even knowing what you're getting into and stuff, it's still a good film.
Yep. I mean, it is a really good film. I mean, not to say that Matrix isn't a good film, but we all know that it kind of let us slip into our minds that we want to be heroes. We want to be dodging bullets every single time. That's why
My
I picked it.
my main beef with the Matrix films is that George Lucas did the hero's journey better, and that pains me to say it. All the Matrix is the hero's journey with a bunch of philosophical bullshit slapped on top of it, and if I wanted that, I would just watch Star Trek.
Like, oh wow. That's damn, okay. Didn't have to do it. You didn't have to destroy them that hard.
I'm sorry, but The Matrix is a glorified Twilight Zone episode / holodeck episode from Star Trek. That's all it is.
Okay, it wasn't as bad as Twilight, okay? Nothing is
No,
as bad as Twilight.
no, not Twilight. Twilight Zone.
Ah, okay, yeah. No, yeah, you're right. That one I agree with. But I was like, why are you mentioning Twilight here? What does this
No,
ever have to do with Twilight?
no. The Twilight Zone television series, the sci-fi anthology series, Twilight Zone.
Yep, I know that one. It definitely is. It runs like it. Oops.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just spoiled because, like, all the books I read as a kid were like Harlan Ellison, Ray Bradbury, like the old sci-fi pulp stuff. Like the old
Oh,
guard.
I should probably start getting into those. I'd probably find myself enjoying them. But most of the time I just get my hands on web novels that are made in the current time that I haven't really gotten around to enjoying.
Well,
Uh,
I'm a big sucker for history, and a lot of modern things I find end up being better when you have the context of the inspirations that lead into them. Like, for example, I'll pick on Goblin Slayer. I know every single tiny, insignificant inspirations that went into Goblin Slayer. Like, okay, Swordsman is guts. That character is that character. That archetype's that archetype and stuff. Like, I get it, but I have the appreciation, I have the knowledge and appreciation behind it and stuff to appreciate it even more. That's an old.
yeah.
That's probably the oldest manny thing I've ever said. It's like do your research, kids.
I don't know if I have have an equivalent to that, but yes, definitely do your research. I mean, the same thing goes kind of for games, right? I mean, if you don't play the past versions of a game and then you play the newest one, you kind of lose all the nuance to it and all the inside jokes that you would have only gotten if you had played the previous ones. Which, I mean, I'm just equating this as an example to something that I have experienced and I understand better, but th- that's basically what it is, right?
Well, are you familiar with the YouTube production company Red Letter Media?
Once again, more names that I know, but can't fully remember.
Best of the Worst, Half in the Bag, Rich Evans.
Fuck, yeah. You just
Okay,
have to say the specific words and I know.
okay. So Rich and Jack did a little side series called Prereq, which was their little video game spin-off series they did on RLM for a few years, but they stopped doing it after a while. Anyway, what I'm getting at is one of their episodes they did was the 2016 Doom, and
Oh.
that particular episode was a long retrospective, which I recommend as for recommended viewing and stuff. Their take on that there was like, hey, this is a good old fashioned boomer shooter. And well, Doom 2016 is an old fashioned first person shooter, aka a Doom clone. But
Mhm.
it refines the like the art to like its zenith pinnacle and stuff, and it doesn't have any of the modern mechanics of modern first person shooters and stuff. And I really like the line they had was, "This is what Grandpa's talking about." And this is required playing so you have a better appreciation for what you have now.
I agree. I mean, things Oh, wait, hold on, really? Grace says it's today is Doom's 30th anniversary. It is?
Yep.
I remember playing that myself. Damn. Congrats. 30th anniversary. I wish.
Every of these decade anniversaries I see, I'm just like, oh god, it is.
Every single time. No, I mean that's me for like literally everything. I'm just like someone tells me and I'm like, "Really?" Then I look it up and I'm like, "Oh my god. It
Well,
is."
well, my own little corner wheelhouse. Next year is the 70th anniversary for Godzilla.
Oh my goodness. You better have a very, very, very special stream for that when that happens. I'm
Honestly,
anticipating it.
honestly, I'm probably going to have a stream the instant I can find a decent any cam torrent I see. The first cam torrent I see for Godzilla -1, the instant I watch it, I'm probably going to do a stream and give my opinions on it. I have all my torrent
Very
bookmarks
special.
open up, and I'm refreshing them every other hour because I goddamn want to see that movie, but I'm not going to drive all the way goddamn to Toronto to watch it.
Yeah, no, please don't drive all the way to Toronto to watch it. God forbid.
Well, I just made a
You want to
doctor's.
stay stuck in traffic for like 5 hours straight? Have fun.
Well, it's not even that there. I'd have to drive all the way from up north in the middle of winter.
Yeah, no, it just no.
Uh,
No, no, no.
well, no, like yeah, you know how it is. I know how it is. And just to reiterate for chat, Canadian roads are shit even in summer because they're poorly maintained. Throw a bunch of ice and snow on that, there, you're taking your life into your own hands.
Uh-huh. Which is why anyone who's ever driven on Canadian soil is like a literal veteran when it comes to roads. Do not
Actually,
question them. They know what they're doing most of the time, unless you're talking to the new people who just
actually,
come to Canada, have been there for 1 or 2 years, they're bad.
I wouldn't wish my worst enemy to drive in Toronto right now. I'm thankful I haven't had to go to Toronto in years at this point, but I wouldn't want to go now, especially with the protests on the Gardiner Expressway.
Oh, right. Those. Yeah, I've seen them.
Yes,
Pain. Sometimes I just drive through Toronto and I'll be like, fuck.
honestly, I'm at that point in my life right now where I'm like, you know what? I don't care anymore. You're going to become a statistic.
A statistic. A consequence in my way.
There are days where I am tempted to vibe check someone with my brakes if they're tailgating me. Now, if you're a protester in the middle of a goddamn freeway, honestly, you made your choice.
You're right. Absolutely. God, I hate it when they tailgate, specifically in Toronto. It's like, please stop.
Vorpal, why are they protesting? Haven't heard about them. I'm going to give you a hint. It's called current political events we're not going to talk about.
Indeed, it's a very sensitive. Let's just say.
Well, truth be told, I just have to remind chat since we are leaf cucks and stuff. We do have compelled speech laws, aka hate speech laws. So no
Yeah,
freedom of
we're
speech here.
not allowed that. No, not at all. In fact, regardless of who you are, you will get in trouble. Canada is very interesting when it comes to that. Basically, don't be a prick, because Canada is watching if you're Canadian.
I don't know. I just remember having this conversation with my parents repeatedly over the years and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, Canada's such a nice place." I'm like, "Ma, you grew up in the States. You had the First Amendment. We don't have that here. How can I get this through to you? We do not have free speech in Canada."
There is no free speech. I like it whenever anyone tells me, "Oh, it's free speech here. We can say whatever the hell we want." No, no, you can't. No, you can't. Everyone seems to always confuse Canadian and American laws here, and I'm baffled because you hate America so much, but you think we follow the same laws? Huh?
Well, my funny my okay, I know I've told the story before, but my funny thing is the people's perception of Canadians and stuff when it comes to behavior, like the stereotypical polite Canadian, that does not exist. It's the exact same equivalent of the polite Southerner in the United States. It's like
It's so
yes,
funny.
we are polite because we get beaten as a kid if we're not polite. You know,
Very much so.
so that's how polite we are. We are polite under penalty. So, of course, we are complete raging assholes.
I mean, nothing we can do really in that situation. We're kind of forced to not be well, I mean, we're assholes in the context of where we can be assholes. Anyone who tells you that Canadians are nice are fucking with you. We're not nice. There's no, "Oh, I'm so sorry," or, "Oh, it's okay. I'll just handle this here. You don't have to apologize. Everything's just fine." No, 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 it's not. We all hate you. There's a level of hate there. There always will be.
Well,
We're
like
we're
like working with the Australians and stuff. I remember the one time the manager came in and stuff, and he was like, "Wow, the instant your back is turned, you guys just rip out." I'm like, "Yeah." But we actually got along just fine because I'm the asshole who will just badmouth you to your face, not behind your back.
which works. It's better to do it that way than, figuring it out later.
Yeah, like I do understand the concept and stuff. It's just not how I roll.
Yep. I mean, I can be blunt too, but I like to avoid being blunt. I think you realize that.
No, I do realize that, and I do respect that. Everyone does their own thing, and I'll never hold it against them unless it interferes with my own thing, and then that's where we have a problem.
Yep, I mean, in a similar fashion to me, it's similar in a sense that I will keep to my own and I won't say anything and I'll just do whatever unless it starts involving me and becoming a problem, then the whole I'm to myself no longer applies. I just don't like confrontation in any sort of capacity. God, I hate drama. It's annoying. I don't want to see it on my feed.
I
Ugh.
am entertained of drama, but my philosophy is that I have to elect into it.
Yep. I mean, that's the only real way of doing so. Also, I swear to God, they they probably haven't had to deal with the frogs if they think all Canadians are.
Well, I do mention this from time to time, and it needs to be reminded: the Convention exists not because of the Germans, but because of the Canadians. It's
We got so many different things.
it's not a war crime if it's the first time.
It's not a war crime if it's the first.
I know I'm the history guy here, but honestly, have you heard of the shit we did during the First World War?
Let's holy shit. Bro, we are menaces to society. We're actually terrible.
Okay, for those of you in chat who don't know some of these stories, for example, when the Germans were starving in the trenches, what Canadians would do is we would put out food out, and when they came out for the food, we would shoot them. And everyone remembers the Christmas miracle where everyone was peaceful and la di da. That was not the Canadians. We didn't sign on that. You came out of the trench during the truce, we shot you.
We are and nobody remembers this either. You want to like nobody ever mentions this ever. Ever. It's like Canada has done nothing wrong.
I know, and I don't know which Canadian sold their soul to Satan for this, but God bless them for doing so. We have the best PR of all time.
We really do. Like we still do. Like anytime we get into like some shit with another country, yes, people will shit on us, right? They will shit on us, but eventually they will come to forgive us very quickly right after.
It doesn't really matter which country it is either. If we have a conflict with a certain country, at some point there will be like a consensus and they will forgive us. Unlike how some countries will just repeatedly hold a grudge. We don't have that. In fact, don't we get like from a specific country, we get like a whole basket of fucking poppies every single time it's Remembrance Day
Uh,
because they're so thankful for what we've done.
Specifically France, and specifically for Viney Ridge.
Hmm. I don't. I really don't know. How did Canada end up in this situation?
Like in general.
Yeah, how did we get such good PR? I really don't know.
Well, okay. It's very obvious, and it's very obvious, and it'll hit you like a sack of bricks once it's pointed out to you. Um,
America,
no,
honestly.
Britain specifically, because
Yeah, right.
because we were okay. Out of all of Britain's colonies, we were always the favored child. Like the United States gets all the press because they fought back against Daddy and won. But with Canada, we were the good child and stuff. And anytime Britain did anything, looking at the world wars specifically, when they gave out the call, we answered, and we did so, honorably and all that shit. But you know, we always were the we were always the Luigi to the Mario, whether that was for Great Britain or the United States. We were always the Luigi to the Mario and stuff. So, like Mario always got the press and stuff, but we were there too. So even with the good and the bad, they got the press, including the bad and stuff. So we kind of skated by that there because they took the hit.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was implying. I was just like, I had a feeling it was always just because, yeah, we're near these two powerhouses. Yes, we're there, but because of the two greater evils, nothing really comes upon us as a bad, as one of the as one of the three that are actually equally as bad as the other two, right? No, they think, oh yeah, that's just this random country who's kind of there trying to do their best. They're not doing much. They're good people. They're a good country. Yeah. If you knew what we've done, if you knew what's been happening,
Well,
just
yeah, well, yeah, like like all the like news and politics and stuff that you could talk about and whatnot. It really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter if we're being quite
it
honest.
doesn't. It doesn't, but it seems to put a couple people into shock when they hear about it, specifically Americans
Well,
and the world government.
well, again, is because of preconceived notions and stuff. Like I told the story before. I legitimately thought the Canadian accent was a literal joke until I moved to Ontario. So
That must have hit you in the face.
well, yeah, that's the thing. So, like, with that understanding, it's like, okay, I can kind of get how, like, specifically Americans would have this idea because, LOL, we are just a joke. Because for literal decades, like especially the 80s and 90s and stuff, Canada was the skit comedy factory for American television.
As we are.
Hey, I grew up on skit comedy. That's all great stuff and whatnot. But unfortunately, it did have the effect of like burning into the public psyche of like, hey, a boot, shit.
Hey, a boots. And it never ends. And now that's how what everyone thinks when they think of Canadians. Eh? The old A at the end too. God kill me.
Truth be told, the A thing I shit you not, I hear the A thing more out of foreigners coming into Canada than native Canadians using the A. And I can only speculate that that is because of the media and perception of like, oh, that's how Canadians talk. I swear to God, that has to be it. That's the only logical explanation because I don't. Okay, to be blunt, I don't hear Whitey say A at all. I've met like one
No.
guy. I've met one white guy who goes A. That's it.
The end of their sentences.
Oh god, this one guy I know is a literal walking stereotype, and I'm like, I understand now. I understand where stereotype comes from. It's from assholes like you.
Just from assholes like you that make us look so bad. I don't understand.
The cherry on top is this guy in particular is a functioning alcoholic, so it just keeps on going.
It gets on even better and better. Does he fit the stereotype of being a nice Canadian too?
Yes,
Oh my fucking god.
like I I don't think I'll dox myself by saying this. Like he's the head curator of one of our local heritage mining sites here and stuff. And every summer for the like the local town holiday for the mine and stuff, I shit you not, he'll bring a brick of silver, like a giant fuck off heavy need two people to move brick of silver and just plop it on the display. It's like, hey, look at my silver. And it's like, that's nice.
Very
Nice.
cute.
It's like, nice flex there.
It's just oh god. Canadians really are a mix. We're a mix of both actual Canadians, foreigners, natives, and actually, you know what? The natives are the real Canadians here. Let's be real. Um, we got the pseudo Canadians who we all expect are Canadians, but are really not. The natives are the true Canadians. Then we have the foreigners, and we are a real mixed bag, aren't we? Of stereotypes, normal shit, and then absolutely god awful. What the fuck is going on?
Truth be told, that North America as a whole, even the states are the same. If we're being completely honest, as far as the mixture and perceptions go.
I mean, yes, true. It's I mean, you're right. I mean, that's kind of the basis of both Canada and the US is just entirely mostly immigrants.
Yep.
That's all we're known for.
And
We're known as a country that doesn't exactly have its own culture.
this is actually a sticking point for a lot of people, especially in academia and stuff, because like I'm sure you remember the Muslim Canadian ad campaign back in the day.
Mhm.
Like all those like I am Canadian commercials and stuff. That literally defined a generation as far as Canadian identity goes, and that's a goddamn beer commercial. I don't know how to feel about that.
That was a beer commercial. Wait, hold on. Oh, hell. I can't write. That's why when you mentioned it, I was just like, wasn't that a beer commercial? Isn't
Yeah.
that what we were basing that off of?
Yes, the modern Canadian that. And it was an ingenious marketing ploy because that actually hit a collective nerve in Canada. It's like, okay, what does it mean to be Canadian? And honestly, it kind of boils down to not American.
God damn it. Never end.
You laugh, but that's the cold hard truth.
It is. I'm laughing because I know it's true. God damn it.
Laugh or cry.
Once again, I'm choosing to laugh. I'm showing it with my actions.
Uh,
Oh god. Really?
okay, so tie things back. So, what's on the docket for your next year course load other than the organic and inorganic? Like what? Like okay, what are some? Do you have any electives next year?
I do actually. I am taking Victorian English. I'm taking like an English course concerning like books written during the time of the Victorian era in the British Empire. And I have wanted to do this for so long. I adore the British Empire. That sounded wrong. That sounded terrible. Um
I just like the Victorian era. Actually, no, I liked more than the Victorian era. But when I saw that there was an elective specifically for that, I absolutely booked it. I was like, it's mine. I'm having this elective, and I'm going to learn everything that I want to out of the British Empire and its history because I have seen so many YouTube videos of it. I've seen so many shorts. I've looked up like genuine documentaries, and I've done my absolute best to try and figure out how it was like in the Victorian era, and I'm still just not there. I don't have it to a T, and now that there's a course for it, I can finally learn all that I want, and it's like my brain is so happy. Oh, we're just
I
playing
am
now.
happy for you. However, I am contractually obligated to say this one utterance. Nerd.
Stop. No. Okay, maybe I'm a bit of a nerd. Okay, maybe not a bit, a lot, or a really big nerd. But I just adore Victorian era stuff. Why do you think one of my favorite mangas of all time takes place in the Victorian era?
No, no, no. I get it. When I was out in Alberta, I actually ran in the steampunk circle, and again, the primary steampunk aesthetic is Victorian England as
Uh,
the aesthetic.
that's why I like steampunk too.
Yeah. Actually, I do remember going to a little short course on steampunk and stuff, and it was really interesting. So, fun little tidbit and stuff. Can you even comprehend how difficult it is to get a steam boiler license in this day and age?
Yeah. I would assume it would be difficult due to how old the technology is.
No, it's not difficult in because of the old technology. It's difficult in that no one fucking does it anymore. So good
So
luck.
no one remembers how to do it, so that's why nobody can pass on the knowledge.
No, again, it's
Uh,
not what you think. So because no one does it, no one teaches it and stuff. So there is no pressure for legalization to have the certification stuff. So it becomes a matter of legalese in that, okay, why do you want to be certified for this?
why not?
That's not a good answer.
Exactly.
It's like the firearm question. It's like why do you want a gun? So to defend myself, that's not the correct answer. The correct answer is target shooting. So for a Steam ticket and stuff, it's like why do you want it? Because that's not a good answer. Why do you want it? So I can service my grandpa's old steam powered tractor. You know
Yeah,
that's the kind of answer you want to give.
it's a complete lie, but at least it's the answer they want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, since I have a understanding of science and stuff, I do appreciate stuff because I remember going to this course and stuff, and I was like, I'm jiving with this, I get it and stuff. But I remember seeing a couple kids get excited. I'm like, oh God, you're gonna blow off a thumb. And like like the guy giving the short course was like, okay, I see some excitement, let me temper your expectations. And he had a bunch of props and stuff, and one of them was a small, like a literal thumb size pressure vessel and stuff. And he was like, all right kids, this is a small steam pressure vessel and stuff. If this explodes, it's going to take off your entire hand. Okay.
Nice.
So, and then you hear, then like you've seen like these videos and stuff on YouTube and stuff of like steam locomotion, steam engine horror stories of like a steam boiler exploding.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's put in the context of like, okay, this little tiny thumb size thing can take out a hand. Now, if you scale that up to say like even a tractor, you imagine that thing popping off. Oh boy. And then you go to full size scale of like, steam locomotives, which is like some of the biggest steam engines you ever have outside of ships. And it's just like, oh God, like the pressure, the physics involved is just mind boggling.
Yep. I mean, like, the physics behind it. Then again, I'm good at physics, so I understand it. But I mean,
since it's not hard to learn and it's just nobody wants to teach it.
Yeah, Vorpal in chat. Much like the UK, Canada has a license for everything. Like for example, like my friend who works maintenance at a hospital and stuff. He is actually ticketed for boilers, and which is the modern equivalent of the Steam. Like there's so many different kind of tickets you can get for certifications and stuff, and like he got the modern equivalent, which is for boilers specifically and stuff. But there is still on the books for steam boilers as opposed to just modern boilers.
Because there's a difference. And Canada likes having those differences.
And somebody in the government needs to justify their position.
It's just by their position. Every day, never ends.
It's one big scam, and you and I aren't in it.
That's all I hope for. I never want to be in it.
Yeah. Actually, I do have. I wouldn't say friend. I have an acquaintance who actually works for CSIS, and he tells me the weirdest stories.
Damn, okay. What are those weird stories? I'm now a little bit interested.
Okay, just for context for some people, CSIS is the equivalent of Canada's FBI and CIA, kind of merged into one. Okay, so they do. So my buddy actually does a lot of data processing and stuff, and so he has to compile reports for like his boss and stuff, and like running all these surveillance stuff and counterterrorism and all that jazz and stuff. But I shit you not, him and a couple of his buds actually do get paid to sit on 4chan and stuff.
Oh, all right.
Well, the joke is 4chan is just one giant fed pot at this point, and I heard it from the horse's mouth. Like literally, some feds do get paid to just post and read 4chan and the other boards, including the farms.
I wish.
Man, that'd be the.
Do I actually wish?
Well, no, because at that point, it again is that point is work. So as much as you would have fun, it's like, oh, image boards and the internet and forums and stuff, but then you're getting paid to like, okay, I got to look for troublesome behavior, go through your checklist and go through your scripts and stuff. It's actually an involved process. It takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah, it would, but also I once again don't know how to use technology. Wouldn't be a good job for me. But I mean, scrolling through the forums would be fun, but I suppose having to do it as a job would be, eh, right? I mean, that's the whole thing with a lot of people who are going around. Uh, uh, I believe I actually heard this from somewhere. I think this might have been from a VTuber. I don't know which one it was though. But the whole reason that they didn't sing and they didn't use it for specifically like advertising or actually making it part of their career is because they didn't want to start hating it. So they didn't. And that now is just like a side hobby that they occasionally post covers for. And I was like, that's actually quite smart. I agree with that.
Well, yeah, like I know me, I've said this before, don't make your hobby your job, because then it stops being your hobby, it becomes your job. Like, I look at rocks, but then I come home to play video games and watch VTubers. This is a hobby. I don't want to make it a job.
I mean, I still am completely unsure for this one.
I don't know. You do like do it for fun. Always try to do it for fun. But if you want to make more of it, like some like a lot of the early VTubers and stuff were in university and college, and they just did it as a hobby. But then eventually, for a lot of them, it actually did end up being their career. So you know what? Good for them, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Good for them. Honestly, I don't know what I would be. Who knows? Maybe something will happen and maybe this might end up being like a career for me. I don't know. Honestly, I still don't know. I'm just here and I'm chilling. Yeah, I put the money into this, but honestly, uh I just kind of like the fact that I'm finally on screen. That's all I really enjoy.
I, on the other hand, am a fucking cheapskate, and I cannot conceive of putting one bloody cent into any of this. and stuff. Like my camera and my microphone is just shit I've had for Zoom calls with family and stuff. And you know, drawing this model, I did it all in GIMP. Rigging it, I did it all in Live 2D. I ain't gonna pay anyone to do this shit when I can do it myself. God damn it.
Exactly. I mean, like, I'm gonna try learning. I really should try learning how to use Live 2D.
Well, like I'm not gonna fault you for it is a time thing stuff. So if you value your time more than a few bucks and stuff to say like here you do it for me, perfectly logical and acceptable thing to do.
Yep.
But again, coming back to the topic of like having more of an appreciation for like the medium or the thing you're interested in and stuff, even if it's not your final result and stuff, playing around with the Live 2D software and like VTube Studio and stuff like that, just to learn the how the sausage is made, will give you a better appreciation for the craft and stuff. I know I certainly have a bigger appreciation for like the VTubers I watch because I'm doing this shit right now, and I understand that yeah, it is a thing.
This shit is hard. This shit is really hard.
Well, anytime I hear a VTuber goes, audio balancing is hard, I'm like, praise it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's very, very hard. I still don't know how I did this. I don't even know how. Like, I swear to God, if I hadn't done this, I'm telling you right now, this mic would sound so bad. It would sound like garbage. Oh,
I don't know, you sound fine, but all it takes is one ghost in the machine, like what happened with me, and then it's all like.
yeah. And now it's all gone. And it's fully pain. It's a pain to do. I don't know. I don't remember. I think it took roughly like 3 or something hours to get this set up because I didn't know how to do anything. And then the one friend was just there kind of sitting there like, "What are you doing? Why are you being stupid?" And I'm like, "I'm exhausted." And they're like, "Fuck you. I'm even more exhausting having to deal with you." And I'm like, "Shit." Once again, I need a person who's good at uh technology. If you are that person, please send a message for the sake of my sanity.
I don't know. Different people have different skills set. Like in your case, you need a tech wrangler, and like my go to example would be Kershey. She needs a social wrangler.
For what?
She's a autistic lady, a rare autistic lady, and she does not interface with people well. So she would rather have a manager deal with people, so she doesn't.
I felt that. No, she's valid for that. I just dealing with people is exhausting.
This is an aspect of VTubing which I find interesting because I hear this very often for a lot of VTubers and stuff. It's like I can't interface with people and stuff. Maybe because I am a cold-blooded sociopath and that I don't have this hang up, so I'll just say, "Hey, motherfucker, you want to do something?"
True. True. I mean, I will do the same, but I suppose it's a bit hard for me. Um, I have a hard time asking anyone to the one collab that happened with Arkia? I had a very hard time want to actually sending that message to him because I was the one who proposed it. And I was like, this looks like I'm being a leech. And so that goes around my mind every few seconds, but then I just kind of like force myself to do it. I mean, once you work enough in like either retail or the fast food chains, you kind of lose shame.
Yeah, like I don't think I had Shane to begin with. So like for example, I have like two or three dozen like DMs I sent out to other VTubers and stuff, just like, "Hey, you want to hang?" And all of them are on red. And you know what? I don't give a crap. I tried.
You tried?
I tried.
Well, maybe one day it'll work out.
Well, again, I don't want to make anything. I don't care about anything coming from this. I'm doing this for shits and giggles. I just want to chat with people and have fun.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm going to do a call out right now. Ooh woo to oh whoa. I want to have a science collab with you. You are an engineer. I am a geologist. We can make something work out. I work with your kind all the time. I know we can do something. Come on.
Absolutely, we can. I mean, I told you I wasn't against collabing with you as long as you just like it's hard for me to hit you up. So, gonna have to hit me up because I'm gonna overthink it. I'm gonna be like,
Well, I know.
maybe not.
Well, I do know you have a social battery cooldown period and stuff. That's why I didn't bug you for like like a week or two and stuff. And it's just like, it's been a while. It's like, hey, want to do something? You want to do science chit chat or just hang out with life chit chat? And it's like, okay.
Thank God. I'm very glad you seem to know me well enough to reasonably base how long of a good social battery I have. That's actually surprising. I didn't expect someone to figure that out very quickly. But yes, around 1 to 2 weeks normally is how long I need to refill my social battery before I'm okay again.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't know you personally and stuff, but I've dealt with enough of. There's no other way to say it. You people. I've dealt with enough of you people over the years and stuff. Like, I get it.
Yeah, you know us and how we don't like communication.
I swear to God, I've no like again. I've come back to this. I've trained so many kids out of school and stuff, and there are so many. I am on board with the concept of autism is a fucking epidemic these days, and I've taught like so many autistic people coming out of school and whatnot and stuff. And it's like I get it, I understand. And watching VTubers and dealing with this, little quote unquote community sphere, medium, whatever you want to call it and stuff. Like I see this day in and day out. It's like I get it. I got paid to deal with it, so like I get it.
You do. You definitely do. Oh,
And
hell yeah, the science team.
well, yeah, well again, that's the way I phrased these collabs to you to just get the ball rolling and stuff. It's like, hey, you want to be science buddies?
Yes. Yes. Please. Please.
You know, 'cause
Not enough people want to listen to me rant about something science-based.
well, yeah, it's like I've been through this, and like I too have the itch to talk shop, as it were. And even though I've been out of academia going on 2 decades at this point and stuff, like I still understand the processes and I do have appreciation for the system and yada yada yada.
Yep. I mean, there always has to be that appreciation there. And just like do it like a certain alcoholic bought shoot your shot of beers. What happens? Is that what you were responding to previously?
Maybe.
Probably, perhaps. I'm going to assume yes.
I don't know. Okay, for those who aren't picking up what Sigma's putting down and stuff, he's talking about Tenma. Tenma is a refreshing soul in this day and age, especially in this VTuber medium and stuff.
I don't know who Denma is. I don't know
Okay,
who anyone is.
okay. Tenma is one of the uh, talents from the company Phase Connect. She's the same company and generation as the VTuber I frequently mentioned, Pippa.
Mm-hmm.
So they're buddies. They work at the same company, same generation, all that stuff. And Tenma's shtick is that she is a very small, very angry office lady, and that's her character. But truth be told, that's also her day job, and it does come out in her character. She's very small, very angry, and does not put up with any shit.
Good for her. Good for
Yeah,
her.
yeah, and she does she? It rubs her the wrong way of uh, autistic wallflowers such as yourself and Pippa and Kirshen. Like all you ladies who are into VTubing are literally carbon copies of each other. I swear to God. Not Tenma. Tenma is quote unquote normal and stuff. So she does have issues where it's just like, just talk to people. God damn it, just talk. And everyone's just like, no, I don't want to. Social scary. Going outside scary. And it's like, motherfucker, just shoot your shot.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
I
It's not easy. Like I see these tweets every time on my feed and I see all these people and they're talking and I'm like, how do you do that? I don't know. And then everyone's just like, "Oh, look at all these shit posts I'm making. Look at all these interesting posts." And I'm like, "How the fuck do I do that too?
no
I
no
don't know
no
how
no
to do
no
any of that."
no. But here's the kicker and stuff. You don't have to do that if that's not you. Like like you would have certain expectations of going into this here of like, again, it comes back to the idol history lesson for the VTubers and stuff. It's like a lot of VTubers have this preconceived notion of like, I got to be a J-pop idol. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. And even on the Western end of VTubing, it's like, oh, I got to be shit posting shitlords. Like, no, you don't. Just do whatever. You do you.
I'm just planning to do me. That's it. That's all I want.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. You
I'm
know,
hoping that's how it stays.
well, like I like what you've done so far. Like I like your aesthetic. I like your character. I don't care much for lore, but that's a me thing. I'm not a lore guy.
I mean, like the lore is happening. It'll show up eventually. I don't know. Maybe I'll make a webtoon off of this or something. I don't know. I have the art skills to do so, so it's not like I can't.
Okay, here's my one recommendation. Don't force it. If you want to do it, but don't force it.
Oh,
it
of course, I'm doing it out of my own time. I'm not gonna like if I'm not having fun doing it, I'm not gonna do it.
well, it's not even a time or fun thing. It's really hard to explain. Probably the best way I could put it, it has to be organic, especially when it comes to the creative thing of character lore or like your aesthetic and stuff. It kind of has to flow and grow naturally. Like
Yeah.
you can have a rough idea and like a like a back of the napkin kind of timeline or flow chart or workflow, if you will, for how you want to play it out and stuff. But what happens will happen, kind of thing.
Yeah, and then it'll just make history makes itself, I suppose.
Pretty
I'm
much.
guessing. Yeah.
Well, well,
What the hell is a lore crafting stream?
uh, you can do a Lorecraft stream just sparingly. Okay, a Lorecraft stream in this context is say like, okay, I'm going to do a short stream where I'm in character, or I'm going to tell a story in character. It's the pro wrestling thing. So if you're going to do like
Cringe.
yeah, if you're gonna do like Lorecraft thing, Lorecraft way is literally just saying you're going to be in character and do in character stuff.
I hope. Maybe. Who knows? I'm
Well,
also cringe.
well, okay. The whole cringe thing of playing a character stuff is if it's something you want to do, it is something you're gonna have to get over.
Uh, okay.
Like you do want. I'm asking you. You do want to. You do want to expand the lore, and actually do make this a character, right?
Yes.
Well, at some point, you're gonna have to rip off that band-aid and actually do it.
Oh, come on.
It's like listening to your own voice in a recording and stuff. It's going to be part and parcel of the process, and you're just going to have to deal with it, whether you like it or not. It's something you want to do, you're just going to have to do it.
Yeah, I know. It's just when I actually think of doing it, like, okay, so I'm planning, but then I think of actually doing it, and then I'm like, Do I really? Maybe not.
Okay, here's my personal recommendation for you. I know you want to do it. Let's do baby steps. Don't do it live. Do a pre-recorded video. Do like a lore fic reading kind of thing.
Why not like make an animatic then?
Well, again, that comes into play of learning animation software. Like, for example, like the V2, Live 2D is not the be all end all. There are actually other more dedicated animation programs that you can use your assets that would go into Live 2D rigging and stuff, but put those towards animation. The techniques and technology are there, and I have seen there are actually tutorials for this literal specific case.
Oh boy.
It's actually
I mean,
not
I
as
wouldn't mind doing it, but
it's actually not as bad as it sounds and stuff. Like once you have a few basic like movements and stuff, whatnot. Like again, for example, me, I just literally made them up and stuff. And if I want to record a video, I just have my scene ready to go in OBS, and I can just like talk and do a skit and throw like gifs and pictures and stuff, and I can get away with that. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be as complicated as a full animation and stuff. Like you can just have your PNG tuber talking thing and just like run a recording without chat and just be front and center of your background and stuff and be like, all right, today I have this case. This case came in and like do like a film noir kind of thing stuff. Like the sky's the limit.
oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm thinking about it and it sounds cool to do, but then I know for a fact that I'm going to fumble this so hard. I'm gonna it's gonna be so cringe.
Well, no.
I'm gonna
Again,
like
that's why I say take baby steps and lead in with like a pre-recorded video, because the thing with a pre-recorded video, you have this magical thing called multiple takes. And,
and editing.
yes, and so once you get comfortable with that, there and do like repeated like do like a like say for example do like a little mini series over like a period of a year or something, and like by the end of it you'll be like it'll be old hat to you, and then it's like fuck it, I'll just do it live.
You're right. Maybe I could turn them into like small shorts or something. Just post them on YouTube Shorts, call it a day.
Yeah, like I don't know, I, I'm constantly reminded I say like is too much as a filler word, but you can do whatever you want. Like just have fun. Just do it. Have fun, but do it.
All right. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll probably attempt to make one of those videos, but it's probably not going to show up anytime soon because I'm going to be like redoing the take at least 50 times. Cause
Well, no, like even if it's like your first video and stuff, like like the first couple of shitpost videos I did were just literally unlisted, posted to the forum and stuff, and they were just like haha funny joke things I thought about, and I did more and more and more, and the more I did was like like less takes. I found my tone of voice, like how I wanted to like land the jokes or like the punchlines and stuff. But for you, it would be
yep.
like it's like okay, do like small little dramatic readings of like your lore, and like your character writes itself the longer I think about it.
Huh?
Yeah, because you're the film noir femme fatale who happens to be the detective in this case. What a twist!
Oh, what a twist. Indeed. I'm not actually uh the villain in most scenarios. In most scenarios I would be the villain now, wouldn't I?
I'm just looking at my chat. Then I'm gonna go for the listen here noob meme. I don't want to be that meme. I don't want to scare her.
Boy, it's okay. I get bullied by everyone on here anyways.
No, truth be told, this is the thing I like about chat and this particular medium stuff. Like I'm in for the bants. Like I'm old school internet. I'm here for the shits and giggles and ribbing on each other and stuff. If that's not your thing,
Oh,
you
I've
have.
never
Listen. If that's not your thing, you need to lay down those ground rules. If you're not cool with it, you have to say so.
I'm fine with it. I actually enjoy I'm not going to say that in a strange way. I enjoy the back and forth shoveling between both me and my chat of slinging at each other. I was going to say this in a way that was extremely sus, and I do not want that clipped. I'm very glad that I'm not, that I caught myself at the final moment.
You are one of two chicks in Proctor's server who constantly go on about boys' love. Do not give me
Okay,
that. Do not give me that
listen,
crap.
that is different. I will not hold myself back on that. But the other stuff, okay, the other two incidences revolving around it too was both also by complete accident, and I didn't even realize that was what was going on.
Yeah, you're.
I have reasons.
Yeah, you remind me of one of my buds, in particular, actually the Australian chick. You remind me of the Australian chick and stuff because there's a lag time between what comes out of your mouth and registering what you said. That's why I love it whenever I see someone call you out and say phrasing, and then you're like, what? It's like, oh,
What did I do? I didn't do shit.
I'm a sucker for that kind of humor. It's like phrasing. It's like what? It's like, oh, I said that. It's like, oh shoot.
Ooh. I do this very often, so if anyone likes that, might as well just watch me fumble the entire time. I'll like say one sentence, not realize what I just said, go back, and then people will tell me, and I'll be like, "What? I still don't get it." And then it takes a few minutes to process, and then I'm like, "Shit. No. That's not what I mean. It's not what I mean. It's not what I mean. I swear."
I'm mostly just chuckling right now because of bar none, my favorite brand of humor is juxtaposition, and the juxtaposition of you, the actor, versus you, the character, and stuff is monumental, and I'm here for it.
God, I am nothing like my character.
Yes, that's why
I
it's called juxtaposition.
A lot of people were saying Gap Moe, and I was like, no, I'm supposed to be femme fatale. I tried so hard, okay? When I first saw the character, I was like, okay, I'm gonna play it exactly how it looks, exactly how I look. Go into the first stream, and I fucked up in the first 20 minutes.
If I'm being completely honest, it's less Gatmo way and more Chuny.
I'm not Chuny. Maybe I am. No, I'm not.
You're a 9.5 foot tall, maybe mutant, maybe cyborg lady. Let's not mince words.
Mm, I'm not a cyborg. I don't
Well,
know. I don't even know what I am. I don't even know if I'm like I'm definitely not a demon or anything like that. I'm not that Chuny.
and okay, just a little pro tip from my D&D days and stuff. Have have your character be a product of its environment. So if you haven't fully fleshed out your character at this point and stuff, maybe don't focus on that right now, and maybe build up the world to give yourself a toolbox to work with.
I do have it built up. That's the thing. I do have it built up. It's just uh as you can tell with my personality, just the world just it works and it fits with the character and I can definitely build off of it, but the way that I am will always sidetrack. I will always sidetrack. And then afterwards, we get to the part where I'm like, "Oh my god, my lore is so cool." But all anyone ever remembers is screaming tall raven lady, probably screaming about BL, probably screaming about like random Pokemon things, being sus the entire time, or like being absolutely shit at all the video games she plays. And that is it doesn't
I
work
don't know.
well
Maybe
at all.
I don't know. Maybe again take a page out of tabletop gaming and have in character, out of character. And going back to the previous example, maybe no ifs, ands, or buts, do a short recorded video in character and then streams when you're playing games or just shooting shit with someone. Then it's like, okay, out of character, obviously.
That's what I was thinking of too. Might as well just do it like out of character that way then. Like I agree. Vorpal seems to think so as well, that it goes pretty well and that it wouldn't be a bad idea. And I agree, it doesn't seem like a bad idea at all. So, I mean, it would theoretically I'd probably get more used to playing in character if need be that I need to actually do it on stream if I keep doing it in like short videos that I don't, you know, stream to a live audience yet, right? It's just hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never been a theater kid. However, I know how it works. So for you it just has to, you have to just get your feet wet a little bit at a time until you're comfortable. So probably the best vehicle, as we've probably agreed upon at this point, is stuff it maybe just do like the odd occasional when you have the time and feel up to it and comfortable and all that jazz. Just little shorts.
so I'm a Gap Moe appreciator. I did it. I don't know if you ever. I think I said this before, but I don't think everyone knows this. But I didn't know Mori Calliope was a VTuber. I actually
What?
thought she was an anime character. You don't know this? I said this in the server. So I thought Mori Calliope was like an actual anime character from like an anime because like the whole thing concerning her as like the like wasn't she like the apprentice of like a the Grim Reaper or something like that? And I
Uh,
was just like, that sounds so anime manga-esque. And that's what I thought it was the whole time. And I was like, oh, she comes from that one manga and anime. And I had no idea until I had finally gotten into VTubing that she was a VTuber. And I was so shocked. I was like, there's no way. So I was just imagining this whole anime and manga out of nowhere, and that's what I thought it was. I didn't know. I thought Mori was like an anime manga character this whole time, and I didn't know.
oh
I
my
didn't
god.
know.
Okay, someone has to clip this and send it to her. That would make her day so much.
What do you mean it would make her day? What?
Okay, okay, Callie is the biggest weeb of all time, and she's all about Japanese culture and all that jazz and stuff. So to hear someone get into VTubing and have the perception of her being an anime character first, as opposed to like a VTuber or a singer or something, and just like to be called "you are anime," that would just send her to cloud nine.
I I mean like I don't know what to say other than like that's she just has that aesthetic. That's just how she is. She has the pink hair, she has, like, the whole cool badass vibe to her as well. Like, what else was I supposed to think other than, "That's an anime character. That must be an anime character." There's no other working way around it. Like, I didn't know anything about VTubers, so I feel like, yeah, she would be an anime character. Like, I don't know what else she would be.
Overall, this is refreshingly adorable. I love it.
Uh, I didn't know. I don't know ever. Uh, a lot of the VTubers that like you'll all talk about, I didn't even know like at first existed. When you first showed me Pippa, I was like cute pink bunny girl, and I didn't think much more other than cute pink bunny girl. And then you gave me streams of her and then clips, and I was like, oh. Okay. So it's not only just cute pink bunny girl, it's a creator of chaos.
Well, again, yeah, that is the dichotomy between the character and the performer. and stuff of how much you want to have one way or the other. You can't have both. You can't have one or the other. It's all up to you and how you want to do things. Like, for example, in the Pippa case and stuff, she has been hardcore into VTuber since day one, since the ancient days, and she played it to the hilt, like the ooh cute little voice and stuff. Is like I'm an anime character and I'm a prim and proper idol VTuber, and that quickly died a horrible death, and the world is better off for it.
So oh right, I remember some of you guys told me that like some people like to play like into the whole cute anime cutesy girl archetype in the beginning and then just kind of fall off of that because like it just wasn't them.
Well, yeah, like I say, like people do have this conception of like what is a VTuber and stuff, and it's a very nebulous, murky, little wishy-washy concept and stuff. But there are some pillars to draw upon and stuff, and a lot of people go for the I want to be a traditional Japanese idol VTuber and stuff, and
I
obviously that's not for everyone. Clearly,
feel so bad over the fact that I know literally nothing about VTubing, so I don't understand that at all. I'm just there like, oh, it's just an anime character like streaming. That I don't know the culture, I don't know the history, I don't know anything. All I think is, oh, streamer, oh, anime character that they talk through. Great, cool. That's what a VTuber is. I'm pretty sure, and everyone already knows it, that that's the most surface level understanding of what a VTuber is.
well, yeah. Again, this whole thing, like as with anything else, it's only as complicated as you make it out to be.
Educate yourself. Ah, I'm
Well,
already educating myself. Slowly,
Well,
slowly,
well,
slowly.
some people just have dropped. Honestly, I swear to God, there are some streamers who do use VTube models and stuff, and they're like, "What is a VTuber?" It's like you are a VTuber, but what is a VTuber? What you are doing right now? And like, I'm not kidding. There, some people do have this disconnect of like, I'm not a VTuber. I'm not a cute little anime girl going ooh woo ooh goo. It's like, no, that's not
Woo-woo.
what it is. That's a preconceived notion of what it is, but that's not what it is. It's literally just that you are just commandeering a puppet on screen. That's all you're doing. That's not
So I
overcomplicated.
guess my understanding isn't too bad.
No,
Huh.
it's you are just a streamer with an animated avatar. That's all there is to it. Don't
Yeah, that
don't
was
don't
that was my whole thought process.
yeah, don't overcomplicate it. Just keep it simple. That's all it is. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I am a legally distinct radioactive dinosaur Muppet.
That is true. Godzilla. And you're gonna be making streams about that at some point too.
I don't know how much I have it in me to spur about Godzilla. I probably have to do like movie watch along and just stream of consciousness kind of thing stuff because I've learned, like for example, you're learning what works for you, and I've learned what works for me. In that, I am really bad at having a script or like a structure to go on. I just want to just wander. I watch VTubers for the tangents. That's why I watch Pippa and Kershit. I'm here for the
That's
stream of
fun.
conscious tangents. And you know what? What I watch is what I want to do.
Of course. I mean, ultimately up to preference, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, I think. I'm not sure. I still don't know what I'm doing, but uh it is preference based at the very least.
I'm a major proponent of practice what you preach. Like, if I don't like to do something, I'm not going to do it. Like, case in point, I've heard rumblings of like, hey, Zenlar, why don't you have background music? Because I don't like listening to background music while people are talking. That detracts from the
I
talking. It's
I
distracting.
forgot about that. I forgot about that. I think for the past 3 streams, I forgot to put background music.
Well, again, like a lot of people do like background music and stuff. It's not for me, so I don't do it. but I'm not going to hold it against someone who does it. Like, for example, if you're to magically turn it on right now, I say go for it. I don't care. It's your stream.
Time to magically turn on the noir music right now that doesn't at all fit the time and place. Oh god. Oh god.
Come on, do it. Press the music button. I dare you.
I have pressed the music button. It's there. It's the noir music that doesn't fit.
Okay. Okay, I didn't have confirmation because I have your stream muted. I'm just watching your stream and I'm just listening to you in Discord. So I don't have the audio feedback. So I'm pleased. I'm pleased to have this confirmation.
The confirmation is there. It's working. It fits your voice. I've been told that it fits my voice. The music both fits my voice and that people tell me that my voice does in fact fit this model. But the personality certainly doesn't. But either way, it works out.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You're live. You're talking with someone. You're reading chat and stuff. You have jitters. You have sensory overload. Blah blah blah. So you're not going to be
really bad sensory overload.
Well, no, that's what it does come down to. Is that you have sensory overload right now, and that you can't. You're not at that point yet to be able to juggle managing being in character. Like that's just the reality of the matter and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that because you're not there yet. You're just starting. You're new, and this is just a thing to get used to. That's all it is. There's nothing to be ashamed about.
That's true. That's true. It's just sometimes I wish I could be a bit more in character on streams, but it really doesn't show up yet. Probably later on, like you said. I would hope so. I'd like to establish my presence as a dominant mommy on the internet, but like, is that really going to happen? No
And
idea.
ladies and gentlemen, this is the feet moment. Instead of feet, it's going to
No.
be Dommy Mommy. You heard it here first.
No. Wait. No, hold on a second. Are you shit?
I didn't have to do crap. You did that yourself.
Hold on. Wait, but like, does that mean? Oh God, that means that's at some point, like in the future, I'm gonna be there's gonna be like a whole stream, just gonna be a role play of me being a dominant mommy. I swear to God.
Okay. This is a heartfelt plea from me. Please do not do that. Do not do that.
I'm gonna do it.
Please do not do that. However, as your character, as you've told me your character, and from what I've been able to perceive of your character, that is the personality trait you do want to go for. Yes, but do not, please, for the love of God, do not lean into it. Do not pander to the coomers. I beg of you.
I'm only going to do it at least like on special occasions. I don't think I'll do it often.
I'm not
Maybe
gonna
like it's just a one-time thing.
I'm not going to tell you how to do your job. I'm just going to make really strong recommendations.
Very strong recommendation.
I've seen this shit play out so much at this point right now. It's kind of old hat and I'm kind of numb to it and stuff. But you are the special little flower that has blossomed from the shithole that is the virtual asylum. And I don't want you to be snuffed out in the prime of your youth.
You say that before you make 10K in one stream. Oh my God. You know what? Speaking of 10K, if I actually get to 10K Twitch followers, why not?
No. Do not promise shit. Do not promise. No. Stop it.
No problem. Zenlar stops me from making bad decisions.
Oh, God.
The series. As it is. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get snuffed out. I mean, I'm honestly surprised. Basically, doesn't the entire virtual asylum consider me the one tuba? Like, I'm the tuba streamer of the virtual asylum now. I just exist.
No, okay. Your thing is you're the first openly associated one. That's the thing. Like the be all end all VTuber for the asylum will always be Pippa. I mean, for fuck's sake, she has a containment thread.
Oh, you're fucking right. Oh God. All of you have problems in that thread. I did read that thread. Remember how I said I would read that thread? I read that thread.
Yes, and I told you not to.
I did anyway because I make bad decisions. But you all are crazy. You all are crazy. No offense, but oh my god, I thought it was bad when I saw the meat, but this, oh my goodness. I didn't know it was that much. I was unfortunately proven wrong. It was as bad as I thought it was.
No, I'm with Pipkun in my chat. There's nothing inherently in and of itself wrong with the threat. And me, I'm desensitized to it because I've been on the internet for a long ass time. I am numb to it. But you have a good start. You have a good support network with a lot of people with experience in this and who knows how the system works and stuff. So I want you to have fun
I was
and be.
surprised.
It's like I want you to have fun and be safe about it. And my one warning is do not give in to the Coomers. Do not give them what they want. Do anything you do for yourself first. If it benefits anyone else, that is a bonus.
A bonus. All right. All right.
You do you. That is the be all end all. You do you.
Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind, but watch me make a decision that I know was bad, but I made anyway, and you're gonna come into my DMs and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck, Ravine?" And I'm gonna be like, I knew it was a bad idea, but I did it anyway." Just like the Pippa thread.
I am not in the habit of calling out people. Like I'm not going to go into your DMs and be like, "You dumb bint, what did you do?" I'm not going to do that.
Of course, I don't expect you to do that. I'm more expecting along the lines of, "Really?" Just like sort of disappointed, but also, yeah, you do what you do.
Uh, I've made my effort. I've said my piece, kind of thing and stuff. And you know, again, this comes from years of training people and stuff. Like I set you up to the best of my ability, to the best of your ability, and after a certain point, that's on you. I tried my best.
You're right. You're right. Let's hope I don't make bad decisions.
No, okay, no. This is a mentality you have to get over.
I'm gonna make bad.
You are going to make bad decisions and stuff, and the
Of
only
course I
difference.
will.
No, well, this is a fact of life. You're going to make bad decisions and everything and stuff. It's just a matter of the severity and whether or not you can weather through them or not. And the mentality is to say like, I am going to do it.
Indeed.
I mean, persevere, not make the mistakes. Commit to persevering, not the mistakes in and of themselves. I have to clarify this.
To make mistakes. I have to persevere in making all the bad choices that I could possibly make in my lifetime.
Do not take that. Persevere in and of itself, not the mistakes. Persevere in the perseverance.
The perseverance itself and not the mistakes.
Believe in me who believes in you.
Yeah, I'm trying, okay. I wanna wait, let me sound a little more enthusiastic. Yay! No, that sounds even more sarcastic. Never mind. Let's not entrust me with being moral support here.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm jaded and stuff. I'm seeing a lot of people come online right now. Okay, I'm going to pick specifically you, Murray, and Proctor. You are an electric bunch, and I don't know how to feel about it.
What does that mean?
What I mean is I don't know how my dumb boomer ass can figure some of this shit out and you guys can't. And this is hurting me on the soul level. It's like I want to help you guys make it. And I'm making that my goal at this point.
I mean, I mean,
I don't mean
yes, and I
I don't,
appreciate it.
Well, I don't mean successfully in the I'm going to see that you guys make big bucks. I mean, I want you guys to succeed in having the ability to have fun.
Especially in this. Especially in this. I've actually been told quite often that sometimes it's not fun to stream. I didn't actually know why though.
Well, it's not fun to stream if you make it work.
Mm. He ponders whether to eat you all or not, being Godzilla and all. Have you been pondering that anytime soon, Zenlar? You thinking of it? Launching?
Well, I
No?
do have feeder inclinations, but this is neither here nor there.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna write that down just in case. If I don't exist later on, Zenlar probably had something to do with it.
I don't know. I just have this as an avatar because it's the avatar I've used and stuff. That's kind of like the running joke at this point. It's kind of like an artifact of my PFP on the forums and stuff. And yes, I like Godzilla as like movie series and character and all that jazz and stuff. But I'm not LARPing as the kayfabe for I'm the Godzilla VTuber. I'm going to destroy Tokyo and eat people. That's not really the thing.
Destroy Tokyo and eat people.
I don't know. The only
I tune into that. I tune into that.
I don't know. The only thing in Tokyo I want to destroy involves a certain dog VTuber, but I'm not going to TOS your stream.
TOS your stream. Shit, damn. I don't even know what you're specifically talking about either.
Okay, for context, I'm talking about the Hololive VTuber Inugami Kurone.
Okay, I have to search this up. I told you, I'm really not well versed in this. Oh, it's this one.
Yes, it's that one.
I also thought she was just kind of okay. So this one's gonna detract from this. Kind of like ties into the whole Mori one, but um, uh, I
Yeah. She's the one that Mari collabed with for the "Don't Talk or Explode." She's the originator of the "Thank you, I am die" meme.
Thank you. I am time. Oh, yeah. That's what I remember her for too. But I think it was more so in like fan art format. I don't think I ever saw her on a stream, but I did see her in a lot of fan art with Mori, so I also thought she was like an anime character too. This is going to sound weird, but she looked like the side character sidekick, and Mori was like the main character of whatever the hell is going on. Like I don't know, maybe she was like a death hound or something. That was my whole thought process. Like maybe that's what this is.
You are a wholesome, fresh breath of air. I swear to God.
I don't get it.
You are
I don't,
adorable. You are adorable. Don't knock it.
okay. All right. Cool.
Uh,
Cool.
but no.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, but as far as the order of operations, Kurone debuted. She's one of the not the originals, but she's from an earlier generation of Hololive than Mori. She is Mori's senpai.
Wait, so like the cute brown dog is the senpai?
Yes, she is Mori's senpai.
That's so strange. Uh it's so confusing. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, so how is the cute brown puppy the senpai of the literal apprentice of death?
Well,
What?
again, we're not going off the characters. We're going off the literal. Like she was there. Kurone was there working first for the company, so she is the senior worker in the company. To Mori.
Oh, okay.
It is
Okay.
a literal seniority thing, not a character relationship thing. It's literal seniority.
Literal seniority. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the way
Uh,
so the way Hololive and some VTuber agencies work is that they'll release a generation of characters and stuff, and it'll be like, Gen 1, 2, 3, whatever, or they'll have a silly name or something. But the order of release and stuff, that's the baseline for seniority. Like who came first.
okay. Yeah, I've seen those. And I was kind of like working for that for a second, and like because you know my history, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, huh? And I was looking into what a generation is because I was like, okay, so generations are just, and then like I put it into my head and I'm like, okay, so this is when like a J-pop idol corporation decides to debut a new group of girls.
Yep.
And that's the musical group. And then they just keep going on and on and on just to make more money off of, well, musically talented girls. And that's what I thought it was. And well, it seems like I'm right. That's technically what it is, but they don't specifically, I mean, they're a group, but they don't work together consistently like a J-pop idol group is.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, Hololive is quite frankly the biggest schlong in the industry at this point and stuff, and they tend to set the tone and pace and standards, as it were, as far as VTubing goes. Like, they're the quote unquote, like, they're a Coke classic, and a lot of newer talents and agencies right now are kind of like new Coke and stuff, trying to do their own thing.
Huh.
Don't get me wrong, I do love VTuber culture in and of itself, especially even the uh, J-pop idol, like original culture, which is largely Hololive at this point. But then again, you can pick and choose whatever you want. Like you can have like the song and dance number VTubers and stuff, or you can have the chit chatters or the gamers or whatever and stuff. Like, one of the reasons why I like Corona and stuff, beyond just similar hobbies and interests and stuff, is that she's one of the her particular subgroup is called gamers, and that's what they are. She's a gamer. Like, she'll play like like days long streams of like marathon games, and that's great.
That sounds great. I don't think I have the stamina for that.
Well, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Again, like, I don't understand Moonspeak and stuff, so I'm kind of limited to clips and highlights.
Moonspeak.
I don't speak weeb. Simple as.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Weeb speak. Okay.
Japanese. I don't speak Japanese.
Unfortunately, I understand some weeb speak. Though I don't know a lot because somebody like I said, I did not know what an oshi was at first. I also did not know a lot of Japanese words that people seem to be using for VTuber stuff like what, why am I calling them mama? Why am I calling them papa? Where is that originating from and why?
Okay, that particular one there, uh, largely speaking, uh, it's familiar. It's to make things familiar and familial, specifically. So, commonly, VTubers will refer to their artist as their mama and their rigger as their papa.
Okay.
It's
What
just
about their gender?
it doesn't matter. It's more of a title. It's a friendly title.
Okay.
A lot of the stuff.
Interesting.
Truth be told, a lot of VTuber culture is ad hoc amalgamations of many different things, and there's not an internal logic to it and stuff. You kind of just have to roll with it, but there is some historical train of thought that does go into some of it. So, like, the mama and papa thing, it's like, okay, like, the mama and papa come together to make the baby, so the artist and rigger come together to make. No, that's literally it. The mama and papa come together to make the baby VTuber. That's literally what it comes down to. That's all it is. It's a cute way of saying it. That's all. There's nothing more complex than that. It's just a cute way of saying it.
Bro, it's the birds and the bees. At this point, just call them the birds and the bees. Uh, wait, I don't know. What? Okay.
Don't think too hard about it. It's just a cute little way of saying, you're artist and rigor, your mama and papa.
I was given birth to.
If you want to get silly about it, I am my own parents because I did my art and I did my rigging. I am an incestuous baby.
And it's not incestuous, it's self-cest. I'm not gonna lecture you on that. Let's not bring back my ties to my past. I'd rather not put that on stream right now, but that's self-cest. It's even worse. It's not morally incorrect though, because it's impossible.
Is it self-cest or is it masturbation? This isn't my first rodeo when it comes to porn logic.
Both. It can be considered both.
Mama Zenler, Papa Zenler, baby Zenler.
The whole family tree.
Yeah, it's one straight line. Funny how that works.
I gave birth to myself.
I am a phoenix. A really ugly, scaly phoenix, but a phoenix nonetheless.
Phoenix on the list. It works. As long as it works, it works. Then again, it kind of works in context with what you based your VTuber model off anyway. Literally, from what I know, nobody knows where Godzilla came from. Huh. Unless I'm remembering lore for it wrong.
Okay, the TLDR on Godzilla lore is that there are multiple timelines, multiple incarnations and stuff, but the baseline model, as it were, is ancient dinosaur survives some modern time, gets irradiated, and becomes a giant mutant.
Wow, so basically it was self-cess, but with multiple different timeline versions of yourself.
No, the real noodle scratcher, if you want to talk about Godzilla lore, is where does baby Godzilla fit into the equation? There's
question.
There's only one Godzilla, and suddenly there's two. How does that work?
I mean, I'm just going to assume this is like more biology stuff, and it's you know the specific lizard, the Komodo dragon, that can just basically like ovulate itself and just produce its own babies, but it's literally just a clone.
Yeah, virgin birth is very common in nature. The more you think about it, the scarier it is of how common it is.
Well, I mean, you gotta propagate it some way.
Well, evolutionary speaking, it is a dead end, so it is an emergency reproductive method and stuff. So it's a less than ideal occurrence.
Oh yeah, that's for sure, because we want genetic diversity. Oh god, biology, of course.
Yeah, I'm just looking at So in the '90s Godzilla series, the Heisei era of Godzilla, there's actually time travel involved and stuff, and it gets really squirrely.
You know all of the lore, don't you?
I've been watching this shit since I was a kid.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Well, I mean, from kid to now, still Godzilla. I mean, it was a good movie. I mean, I think the only movie I've ever watched was like a really old one, but I don't remember from which time it was. But it was very flicky, if you know what I mean.
Was it in color?
I don't think so.
Okay, there's only two black and white Godzilla movies: the original and the sequel to that one. Did the Godzilla suit look really scary, or did it look silly?
Kind of silly.
Okay, then it was the second one because the first one they used the way the camera speed and the way it was shot and stuff. They made Godzilla look big and scary, but in the second one they kind of pulled the camera out and they got lazy with it. And Actually, here's an even easier question to suss it out. Did Godzilla fight another monster?
I think so.
Then yes, it was the
Yes.
second. Then it was the second one.
Okay, then that's definitely what it was then. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's the only one I remember and recall actually watching.
Okay. Yeah. So the English name for that one was Godzilla Raids Again. I forget, but the monster he fought was Anguillus, which was the spiky armadillo one.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think I remember that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I kind of narrowed it down because there's only two black and white ones, and you say he's fighting monsters. So yeah, it's that one.
It's definitely the fight the monster one. I mean, okay. I mean, we already know from me picking The Matrix, I like action.
Action is fine. Like for example, I am legitimately looking forward to Godzilla X Kong New Empire because the marketing for that there is lit. They literally just the other day put out a press release for that movie saying there's multiple like 10 to 8 minute long segments of just monsters fighting. I'm like, thank fucking God. How long did it take for us to get to this point where we just come here for the monsters? I mean, come on.
We came here for the monsters, and we stayed for the monsters.
Well, the literal TV trope is called Just Here for Godzilla. Literally what it says. Just here for Godzilla. Stop with all this human shit. I don't care.
I mean, yes, that is kind of the whole reason anyone really liked Godzilla to be specific. Anyway, we like really big giant dinosaur that destroyed city.
Yeah, like I have a couple of like personal wishes for movies I want to see, and one of them is a Godzilla movie with no human POV. No subtitles, no monster talk like some of the Showa ones. No, just Godzilla going about having his adventure from his POV. That's it. You can make an amazing movie out of that.
You could. You just wouldn't be there. Just wouldn't be any dialogue. Kind of like, oh, I so agree with that, Uber. Like, bro, the Transformer movies, we had less humans in it. Perfection.
Yeah. Well, like I'll I have to use another Godzilla example. One of the IDW comic series was literally Godzilla in Hell. Very simple premise, very inventive premise, very entertaining premise. However, they fumbled it the last couple of issues by having word bubbles.
Ah,
Yeah, so pretty much Godzilla goes to hell. He fights all these demons and stuff, but eventually the angels come into the picture, and then the angels start talking. It's like, "Hey, Godzilla, you want to join our side?" And I shit you not, that's literally the plot of when the angels come to recruit Godzilla to their side and stuff. But then it really takes a turn, and it's just like, "No, you were doing so good. It was literally Dante's Inferno with Godzilla. How did you fuck this up?"
how did you work this up? They did, and that's how it ends, and that's how it is.
One of my pet peeves when it comes to media is wasted potential. If you fumble wasted potential, that grinds my gears to no end.
Oh, same. Yes. I can't list an example off the top of my
I
head,
can.
but oh my god.
I can. Attack on Titan. How do you fuck up?
Stop.
How do you fuck up zombie apocalypse with giants? That's literally the pitch. Zombie apocalypse with giants. And they fucked it up.
People were very upset about the ending in the manga, from what I've been told. I haven't actually fully read the manga or watched the anime,
Don't
and
give
I
it up.
am.
It's not worth it. They fumble. It's not worth it. It's like Game of Thrones. You just have to cut it off at a certain point and saying, "Oh no, it was good, but they fucked it up." You have to stop after a certain point.
I was told the anime ending is different from the manga one, though.
I imagine it. I do remember reading that there was a difference because the backlash from the manga ending.
I don't
But
even know what the manga ending was. All I just know is everyone was mad.
I'm going to ruin it for you. Aaron turns into a fucking bird.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means freedom.
Oh.
Literally, the bird is out of his cage. That is the 1 millimeter depth of symbolism. The bird is free from his cage. That is it.
So basically the SL symbol, the whole bird symbol for
Yes,
the entirety. Okay.
yes. That's literally what it boiled down to.
Okay.
It's so fucking stupid.
Oh, okay. I'm mildly confused, but okay.
Oh, I actually have another my other I have a couple other go-to examples. So, wasted potential example number 2. Have you ever heard or seen the web series Ruby?
Oh God.
Okay, so I don't need to explain to you, but I'll explain to a couple of people in chat who might not. So the company Rooster Teeth, who did Red versus Blue, had this little tiny project called Ruby, that was created and animated by Monte Oum and stuff. And here's the premise: fairy tale character girls kicking monster ass. How do you fuck that up? Very obviously, the creator dies, and then the people take over the corpse and marionette it and make cash out of it somehow. It's so fucking stupid.
It's just I'm still upset because when I first watched it, I was like, this is totally up my alley. The art is kind of not my alley, but I'm like the humor, the art, I mean, okay, great, but very cool fight scenes. Very, very cool.
Yes, exactly. That's all it ever was supposed to be. That's all it ever should have been. Like the fairy tale hunter, not totally not Hogwarts Academy. You know what? Fine. Perfect. It works for the setting.
Exactly. It's just well, they just decided, I suppose.
Now,
They were like, "Yeah, we should be more than what we are." And I'm just like, "That's not a good idea, but okay."
yeah, and I'm probably gonna piss off a couple people with my other example of wasted potential. I will go to bat for wasted potential in this particular series, and this series is known as Steven Universe.
Oh.
Hear me out.
Yes, no, I know. I know.
Here is the wasted potential. It got handed on a silver platter. It is a magical girl cartoon where the magical girl is a boy. You know what? I was there for it. And then it went off the rails.
It's very, very bad.
Yeah, gay rock show. Like, no, that's all it came down to is gay rock show. But the potential, again, the crux of the conversation, the wasted potential. Much like the zombie apocalypse with giants or the fairy tale characters kicking monster ass. Again, magical girl, but boy. Wasted potential.
Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
Actually, I also have a Godzilla example. Because I had this conversation earlier today. So there is an animated. Well, I say animated. It's a CG fest, but there is a animated trilogy of Godzilla movies, collectively called Godzilla Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It was directed by. How familiar are you with Gundam?
I told you that I know a bit about it, but I don't know much, but I did want to build some.
Okay. So it was directed by the guy who made Gundam.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Well, effectively. I have issues with Ura Butcher, but that's neither here nor there. But as far as the anime trilogy goes, it's a wasted potential. It's like, oh, an animated Godzilla movie trilogy. I can be on board with this. But what it ended up being was, I shit you not, Attack on Titan merged with Star Trek, also starring Godzilla.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Floating alien fight scenes, maybe. This sounds so strange.
Was that the one with Godzilla summoning Beacon on Dew's belt? No. Okay, pretty much the storyline for the animated Godzilla trilogy is that Godzilla exists, wrecks the Earth's ecosystem. Humanity, in its infinite wisdom, decide, okay, we're going to fuck off from Earth and come back later. And they also come back with totally not Vulcans and totally not Klingons.
Oh, okay.
I'm not kidding. The influences on this totally are obvious. And the main character is totally not an angry young boy whose mother was killed by the totally not Titan in question.
Okay.
And he does have anger management issues and doesn't want to, and I quote, kill all Titans.
Sure.
It's
Sure.
It's so bad. Oh my god, I legitimately, I said this before and I'll say it again. I legitimately hate the anime Godzilla trilogy. I hate it even more than the 1998 Roland Emmerich monstrosity that is Godzilla 1998.
uh, yikes.
I
Just
I
yikes.
I hate it that much. Anyone who wants to watch an animated Godzilla, either watch the 90s cartoon that came from the 98 movie, that's actually a good series, or, hear me out, Godzilla Singular Point. Godzilla Singular Point came out a couple of years ago. It's also a CG animated schlock, but here's the thing: for those who don't know, it is the best Showa interpretation of Godzilla I have ever seen, and I don't like Showa as far as the Godzilla eras go. Like Showa is like the 50s, 60s, 70s goofy Godzilla. I'm not a big fan of that Godzilla. However, Godzilla Singular Point, the series, actually does it good. 2 thumbs up.
I should watch Godzilla movies with you just to see your actual reaction. This is genuinely very intriguing.
I'm down.
Absolutely down. Chill. All right. Schedule it when we can. We should totally watch it. I don't know if
Oh,
you want to do that on a stream though.
no, I totally do want to do it on a stream, but I'm just thinking the logistics of like, do you want to watch a good Godzilla movie? Do you want to watch a bad Godzilla movie? Do you want to watch, like, you want to go full Mystery Science Theater 3000 on it? Do you want to enjoy it?
I want to have fun, let's just say.
Fun Godzilla movie. Okay.
This is the first thing to look up.
Well, no, like, as far as a film franchise go, there's something for everyone.
That is true.
So, like, a fun Godzilla movie, like, you can watch some of the old ones. Those are like those are silly, like Ultraman, Super Sentai kind of stuff. You can have that kind of fun, or you can have like the Millennium series, which is just kind of over the top, like silly little fights. Also,
Also very cool.
I don't know, we can hash out the details later and stuff, but I'd be down for a movie watch along.
Absolutely. Actually, completely. Speaking of which, on later, we might need to cut stream soon
Okay.
since it is uh it has been about around 5 hours and 45 minutes. Wow. Once again, another 5 hour stream. Why is it that all my streams come out of 5 hours? Actually, I don't think that's a surprise. Most Twitch streamers have it around that time.
Yep, and that's why I usually cap out an hour and a half when I'm reading the news because I don't have anyone to chit chat with.
Well, you have me to chat with, and well, you know, you can hit me up. I told you you could.
I know, but I'll let you recharge your social batteries before then.
Please. I have a tough time talking to people.
Yep. Again, this is all this is for funds, for funsies. I have fun. Did you have fun?
I had fun.
That's good.
That is very good. I work 12-hour shifts, so I'm here for all the streams. Holy crap. Oh my god. Jesus.
You have your
12 hours.
very own JL710/reticule.
I don't know what that means, but I'm going to assume it's a good thing.
No, it's not.
I'm going to default into assuming it's a good thing and pretend it's a good thing. He's cool.
I like Vorpal. He amuses me.
He amuses you. He's cool. He sounds cool. He seems fun. I don't
Yeah,
have Jasmine's money or Reticule's brain damage.
I don't have JL7's money or Reticule's brain damage. I know. That's why I was saying it more in jest.
Oh, okay. So, basically a good thing.
He got the joke, is what I'm getting at. He got the joke.
I did not get the joke. It's unfortunate, really. I don't know enough.
Well, it's not okay. In this particular instance, it's not specifically VTuber arcane lore. This is more forum gossip lore.
I guess I need to learn the forum gossip lore.
Have fun with things, okay? Let's not lose sight of the goal. Have fun.
All right. Well, if that's the case, I'm hoping I can learn more then. All right.
Lurk more. That's all you have to do. Just lurk and read.
Just lurk and read. Let it go. Let it go through. Yeah, I'll probably lurk more. I mean, I did kind of lurk like last night, but that was also because I got I passed out because I had 2 consecutive, you know, all-nighters.
Yeah, those aren't going to be your last ones, let me tell you.
No, they won't. Yeah, I'm aware. Let's hope I don't have to pull an all-nighter as a VTuber, though I probably will.
Don't. Keep this as your fun hobby.
Yep, I'm hoping to keep it as such. All right then. I suppose this would be the end of the stream, right?
Yes.
I have no idea how to end these streams.
I usually just say thanks for coming and take it easy.
I suppose so then, yeah. I mean that's what I'd usually do. I'd be like, think that's what I'd end with.
Then do it.
Then do okay. Well. Oh man, I still have slight okay. Say some crunch shit and be like, "Matane, bye-bye." What the fuck? No. I think I'm just gonna be like I think I'm just gonna say thanks for coming, everyone. I still haven't made the poll for the what to call all of you. I don't know how to do it. I still don't know how to do it. I'll do it eventually. But thanks for coming, everyone, to the Just Chatting stream with Zenlar. I really appreciate all of you coming here. And for those who stayed from the beginning to the end, I appreciate you even more. I'm surprised you bothered to stay for 5 or nearly 6 hours. But um, other than that, you have my deep appreciation. Thank you for coming. And this will be the end of the stream.
Matinee, bye-bye.
No, 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 no. I can't believe you've done this. I'm disgusted.
Have fun. Take it easy. Peace.